Welcome all to the 2020 Canadian Ufology Summit. I'm Yann Vadnais, your host. I'm also the director of the GARPAN, one of the main group of ufology in Canada. And I'm also an editor who published several Canadian ufologists and even European ufologists. Today it's a very special day because we receive for the first time Canadian ufologists from all the province. It's a pan-Canadian non-partisan gathering. It's virtual because of the condition. For the event, I'm accompanied by my friend and colleague, Dr. Martin JANTA-POLCZYNSKI. He has a long experience and many views on ufology. He will be there today to comment with me and receive the guest and ask some questions. I will let him present himself.
My name is Martin JANTA-POLCZYNSKI. I'm the co-host with Yann Vadnais of the 2020 Canadian Ufology Summit. I welcome heartily all participants. I want to quickly present myself. My education, primary and secondary, was done in Brussels, and then I studied theoretical mathematics in Warsaw in communist Poland, and later did a stint of logic in Leeds. After that, I was a researcher at Philips, MBLA Philips in Belgium, a lab in computer science. I therefore have embraced a scientific career. After that, I emigrated in Canada. I taught computer science at the university level in different institutions, in Saskatchewan at the University of Regina, at the Collège Royal Militaire, in Saint-Jean, at Glendon, which is part of York University, and etc. I did a doctorate in Paris in the École Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, which was math and computer science applied to the humanities with a specialty in logic and linguistics. I value very much the free circulation of ideas. When I was young, I sent dissident articles to a number of addresses in Poland, and therefore I acquired a distrust of totalitarian states. I also think that nothing should be beyond discussion, and all topics, whether philosophical or scientific or artistic or whatever, we can have different positions on them. It is extremely important to have an open mind. As I say, minds work better when they're open, just like parachutes. So I made it a point to be receptive to any new ideas, even those that create cognitive dissonance. And I adopted a kind of non-monotonic logic, which means that you are always, from time to time, free. If there's too much a clutter of hardly compatible idea, to do what computer scientists call garbage collecting and remove those ideas that seem old and stale and replace them by fresh ones. This attitude of mind came through my main experience, which was when I discovered at 14 the French magazine Planète and their fantastic realism. I was extremely happy because, on the one hand, I was attracted to art, literature, and so on, but I found it too much irrationality in there. And on the other hand, the scientific approach was perfect for me, but it was one which you felt sort of cornered into a box. Therefore, my enormously important revelation was that you could free yourself of all these things. I felt like a really slave being freed. And for any system of any kind, scientific, mathematical, ideological, political, religious, or whatever, you could accept or reject what you wanted. You didn't have to become a slave of the whole system of ideas. And this allowed me to become interested in the field of UFOs. So we will see where it led us, because everybody has had some kind of similar experience, I think.
If not everybody, at least a lot of people talk about their unusual experience with the paranormal or UFOs. So, thank you very much, Dr. Janta. I will now say a little bit more about the event. It was a long endeavor to gather all these people. Each one are invited to speak 8 to 12 minutes to present themselves or to present a subject in particular. And after that, we will be open to questions from the public on the chat box. If you don't mind, I will be the first presenter. I will do a general conference for presenting a little bit of the history of ufology in Canada, which are the principal groups and some of the best accomplishments in the last few years and decades. As you can see here, this is the situation in 2020 with most of the group in Quebec and Ontario province. And since this event is live on YouTube, this is the schedule of the day. You can see that each one will have about 20 minutes. Now if we come back to the general map, we can see that UFO groups cover much of the Canada, even it's a very big country. Of course they cover the region where the population lives, because only people can see UFOs. And we can remark that for the west of Canada, they are mostly represented by two senior groups, UFO BC and Ufology Research, which proceeds also under the name Canadian UFO Survey. Also, the Maritime Province are well represented with the Shag Harbor Society and independent ufologists. For the panorama in Quebec, we can see that the two principal groups are the Association Québécoise d'Ufologie, the UFO Association of Quebec, which exists since 1997, and the GARPAN, which exists since 2012. There are also some new groups that are well performing. We can mention Zone Parallèle, MUFON, l'ADIPAN, and a new group, the CRIP. After that, of course, we must insist on the continuation of older ufologists that don't really have anymore a UFO group, but are still active and are pursuing their research. We can, of course, insist on the works of CASUFO, and is now publishing new work free on academia.edu. There are also Richard Glenn from Experimental Esotericism, which we will receive today, and also François Bourbeau from the UFO Alert Network, the Réseau OVNI Alert. It was in fact the group in which I began ufology. You can see here some photo of my first year when I was an active investigator and having the privilege to meet important witnesses and international ufologists. We had developed a well-educated group after having followed a 100-hour course on ufology. After that, I began my own group, which is the GARPAN, and in which I followed the same path of my predecessors, cumulating their experiences and adding my own originality. During all these years, we had done annual reports about our activities and investigation, and by doing so, we have participated annually to the Canadian UFO Survey of Mr. Chris RUTKOWSKI. These annual reports are free and available on our site garpan.ca. These UFO reports are also sent each year to the National Defence, to the Association of Policemen in Canada, and to the Royal Mounted Police. As I said in the beginning, I'm also an editor. I first started by publishing my own investigation and books, like here, a book of 325 pages on only one humanoid case, which was co-written with Toby Guillemet. My first book was called Investigating UFOs to Understand Our Reality. I have also published minor report like this one about an apparition of the Virgin Mary in Baie-Comeau in Quebec, who was encountered by two young adults. This report has also been sent to the Catholic Religious Authority in Quebec. In 2015, I published a second book co-written with Toby Guillemette about another humanoid cases in Quebec, all one book on only one cases. I also started that year to publish other ufologists, and here we can see the book of Mark Huber, Science Fiction and the Disturbing Extraterrestrial Myth. That year I also published two translations, one about the famous book The Wall of Light by Arthur Matthews, which was a friend or disciple of Nikola Tesla. For the people who don't know, Arthur Matthews was pretending to receive visits from people coming from Venus. He belongs then to the golden age of contactees in the 1940s and 50s. The second one was the opus magnum of Wilbur B. Smith, The New Science. Most of the people must know that Wilbur B. Smith is the father of ufology in Canada because he was one of the main pioneers, but he was most of all the director of the Magnet Project, a scientific and governmental project of the Transport Department from 1950 to 1954. The year after, I published my first English book. It is called The Illustrated Catalogue of Physical Traces in Canada. It's a book about more than 200 cases of traces claimed to be attributed to UFOs. That book was dedicated to Henry Mackay, the pioneer of that discipline at the international scale. He was a really renowned ufologist in the 1960s. After I translated the most important statistical study about UFO, which was done by the Canadian UFO Survey, by Chris RUTKOWSKI and his colleague Jeff Dittman. The first European ufologist that I published is the famous Eric ZURCHER in a book about the humanoid cases in Italy. I also published the very good book from Toby Guillemette, The UFO Landed in the Ufological Field, that make that book one of the best UFO books in Canada. I can show you it here. I really recommend that you buy it, and if you don't have money, just ask your public library or your school library to purchase one at our site shop.garpan.ca. Another point that I want to mention are the practical activity which characterized the UFO groups. Like the others, the GARPAN has by the past organized some CE2 exercise, which mean close encounter of the second type cases. These are the cases with traces attributed to UFOs. For example, here in 2015, we practiced that kind of exercise with all the group for finishing the formation I was giving that year. There were following written protocols, and they had many steps to follow to survey the field in a correct way. And these are some of the activity for documenting the area. And extract an alien artifact. One of my main accomplishments was the celebration of the 50 year of civil ufology in Quebec. It was in 2016, and for the occasion, we had gathered some of the Quebec activists, investigators, researchers, and witnesses for a press conference. That event was in coordination with the publication of one of my studies. It is a book about the history of Quebec ufology. It's a very important book to know what have happened in Quebec and to have the information about each book, each ufologist. So in the book we tell the beginning of ufology in Quebec. It's mostly started in the 1960s, and that was the group existing in 2016 in Quebec. Just in a few years, the panorama has already changed. Now, as I've shown you at the beginning, these are the active group in Quebec. Also, last year we have made a kind of pantheon for the best ufologists in Quebec. The best ufologists in Earth tradition are Henry Bordelot, UFO Quebec, Jean Ferguson, Bernard de Montreal, and Jean Cazot that we see here for his long 50-year career in ufology and 20 books. I want to present our next book. We are working on that. After the Quebec history, we will publish the source book about the ufology in Canada from 1950s to 2020. A book that will synthesize all the information that you need to know to make research about Canadian ufology. So this is the active group in Canada in 2020. You can see the name here with the creation date of each one of them. Most of the group are either an association, either NPO, a non-for-profit organization, or like the GARPAN, we are some of the group are registered enterprise. And here are all the information if you want to learn more on these group. I just want to tell a little description about the Canadian ufology. The main organism of ufology in Canada is the Canadian UFO Survey that exists since 1989. It's directed by Chris RUTKOWSKI, and each year the most serious UFO group send their statistics to that organism, the Canadian UFO Survey, to have the data of the country. So here you can see the group with the total year of participation and the total cases that they have submit to the Canadian UFO Survey. As you can see, the GARPAN is doing well. We are doing that since 8 years, and we have submitted more than nearly 200 cases. But as you can see here, I'm passing from an image to the other. Here, all the red group are group that have closed in the last year, in the last decade. So the Canadian ufology was like more active at the beginning of the 2010s. Many groups have closed by then. And here is an important image. It's the same group as the last image, but in green you have the governmental organization that are sometimes participating with UFO group and that are submitting also UFO sighting to the Canadian UFO Survey. It includes the National Research Council of Canada, also the Department of National Defense, mostly the Department of Transport, also the RCMP. So this shows how credible is ufology in Canada, and that is taken seriously. To compare Canadian ufology to international scene, we can compare the number of UFO magazine that has existed for each country. Of course, the most ufological country are United States and United Kingdom and France. But as you can see, Canada is in 4th position with 18 UFO magazine. So we have been very active on that side, and it showed the importance of the ufological tradition in each country. To show rapidly the main magazine, it was mostly magazine in the 1960s and in the 1970s and 1980s. Since the 2000, ufological magazine are less common. Now people are publishing more books. But in Canada, there was very few books at the beginning of Canadian ufology. It was mainly magazine with a lot of investigation and very good work It's a very impressive magazine. I'd suggest to all to know more about them. These are the last UFO magazine in Canada. For now, there is only one UFO magazine active. It's a little magazine called UFO Mundo from the Association of Quebec Ufology. I finally want to share one of her main accomplishments. 2 years ago, me and Steve Z, we had organized the Congress from Experience to Science. It was an academic congress with many international participants from 8 countries. And as you can see, we will publish this book this year in 2021. It has been introduced by none other than Jacques Vallée and his colleague. It is a very good book. You can already buy your copy on our site shop.garpan.ca. shop.garpan.ca. After our event in 2018, that was called the Second International Symposium on Ufology Research in Canada, it was a success. So we will do the 3rd edition in 2022. And the member of the scientific steering committee of that event will be again me, but this time we will receive Dr. Janta as a co-director at that event. Do you want to tell us something about it?
Well, I see the participation will be international, and this is very useful. For the most part, the United States have taken an enormous role in ufology because they're the wealthiest country, and apparently many cases, there may be a reason, explanation why so many cases happened in the United States. But there have been occasional waves in France, in Italy, and of course South America. Brazil and other South American countries have a huge amount of UFOs. What happened in the communist country, in China, Soviet Union? We know that there have been cases, but of course we have very little access as yet to everything that happened over there. I mean, we get information trickles back, but there's still much more to learn about what really happened in those countries. That's
Thank you. As you can see on the poster of that event, the event will be called From Science to the Unknown. There's not a lot of participants by now because it is open. So if you want to present something, please contact us, even if you are in another country. This is an international event for scholar researcher. So please contact us and propose a subject to participate to that event in 2022 at Université Laval. Finally, we have a very big news today. It's the big news that we were waiting, and I will already talk about it. Since last March, the GARPAN is the first UFO group that is officially referred by the Canadian Space Agency. So when people contact the Canadian Space Agency to signal a UFO report or to ask some question, they are now referring to the GARPAN. So we are very honored. We are probably recognized because of her very good work and or annual reports. But when I've learned that, I thought it was unfair because the GARPAN is not the senior group in Canada. I respect very much also other groups. That's why we have collectively written a letter to the Canadian Space Agency in the name of all the UFO community in Canada to suggest that they should refer to more than one group. They should also refer the people to the Canadian UFO Survey, of course, of Mr. Chris RUTKOWSKI, but also to UFO BC, an important senior UFO group from British Columbia that is active since 1996, that is directed by Richard T, that we will receive today. So in that letter that you can see on the screen, we have proposed that they should obey to some criteria before choosing some group. Since it is the Canadian Space Agency, after all, they cannot refer the witness to any group. It should be the very best and rigorous group. That's why these groups should be legally registered as association, NPO, or enterprise. They should fill their annual report each year. They should exist since at least 5 years, and they should have some responsibility, some deontology, and harmonious
collaboration with other groups. Yes.
Yeah. So, and that letter has been signed by the most important ufologists, mainly in Canada. Not all of them, but many big names. As you can see, there's Mr. Chris RUTKOWSKI, there's the Dr. Richard Tortorella, Mr. Marc Leduc from an important UFO group, Dr. Don DONDERI, Jean Cazot, a very senior ufologist, Mr. David HAISELL that we will receive today, the famous ufologist Chris Stiles, and also other representatives, Carole Lozé, Michel DESCHAMPS, Steve Z, and Jean-François PRIMEAU that we will receive today. So with that, I'm completing my presentation of the day. I hope that it was informative for you, because most of the time it is difficult to know all that is happening in a country about ufology. So when we are collaborating and we are proposing all the information at the same place, the people can know what exactly is happening. Okay, we are back, everybody. We have finally contact Mr. Chris Stiles. So here he is. Welcome, Mr. Stiles.
Welcome. It's good to talk again, Jan. Yeah, and I'm sorry.
So how are you today? What will you talk?
I guess in our limited time there, I'll talk a bit about the Shag Harbor Incident Society, about how it plays a role in my research, and about a very big event we have planned for 2021. We're having an international symposium, hopefully in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. And I can touch on those things in the few minutes we have there.
Okay, we are listening to you. The floor is yours.
Well, some of your audience might know who I am. I'm probably best known for my work on the Shag Harbor incident, which is a case involving a purported crash of an unidentified flying object into the waters of Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia. That's a fishing village, and that occurred back on October the 4th, 1967. It's often referred to as one of Canada's most important UFO cases, certainly one of the best documented. It has been featured in many featured documentaries, US and European based, and of course here in Canada, right? Now, the attention that case got and my work on it, which began in 1992, eventually got such attention to the community that they decided to embrace it. And in the fishing village of Shag Harbor, they formed an incident society, which is a registered charity. And its key purpose is to promote the case. You know, they embraced it and think that things learned from it and other UFO cases and other UFO incidents in the general area should be made available to the public, should be promoted, that they're important. I mean, UFOs are a worldwide phenomena, but there certainly were key events there. And, you know, in its day, it was an international story, and the attention since my research began has put a focus on it and has put it there. My view of the phenomena is what I often refer to as a blended one. I think at the base of it that there is a nuts and bolts reality, but there's a very strong psychological and psychic component, I believe, to it. My beliefs closely align with researchers more like Jacques Vallée, you know, who have room for things like reality transformation and an ongoing historical sort of like I say, there's room for nuts and bolts. There's room for the extraterrestrial hypothesis, but there is very much a long-term history here that's difficult to understand. And it can be sometimes difficult to find its place in the North American view of research. The Shag Harbor Incident Society and my involvement with it, I've served in a few capacities. Up until a few months ago, I was the vice chair of the group. I live just outside Metro Halifax, some distance away, but you know, I still sit on the board of directors there. And my work there, although the prime thing of the group is to promote that case and to bring tourism into the area, and that it has aided me in my research in a great way because it brings people together. It's kind of a focal point. Often members of the society connect people to me, and it has added to that case and many others. Recently, you and I had a lengthy video discussion, and I showed you some of the other key cases that's brought forward, cases that I think are very important, not as well known. And recently, I did a video for MUFON. I'm hoping that will be on YouTube soon. That'll show just how important and how they've shaped my view of the phenomena. One recent example is, yes, it's a worldwide phenomena, but there seems to be a hot spot there in the Shag Harbor area nearby Cape Sable Island. In 2018, I was lucky enough with several other members and dozens of people in the public to witness a daytime orb sighting that continued for an hour and 20 minutes. We got great video, and you can barely, when you look at the whole summary of the witness of the testimony here and of the kind of evidence that we have, you know, there's no conventional explanation that'll suffice. Something else, you know, one of the things I like about UFOs is there's, I think, room for all of us. What else can you do without a degree that you can dive right into? And if you do the work, get that chance to play Sherlock Holmes. And I think the web, getting out of the armchair, meeting the people face to face. And I think, you know, it just gives you a real great insight into how impactful a UFO experience can be. The other thing too is this, you know, it's great that, you know, a fishing village, you know, we've outstripped what that community can do in terms of putting on a symposium. And the nearby town of Yarmouth, we're hoping next year to have an international symposium there. We have some great U.S. speakers, and our only concern now, of course, is for progress with the virus and the border. But we've had a great deal of interest in that in it. And we've got some great researchers coming, people like Nick Pope, Debbie Ziegelmeyer, people from MUFON, and Rob Switek, and they're all coming down here. And we're going to have a symposium that's a little different. Yes, we're going to get up and speak. I will be a presenter myself. But the thing is, what's different about this is the next day, we're not only going to put the world experts in front of you and the eyewitnesses who are there. And some of them, you know, are still alive in the community, unlike cases like Roswell, and they can tell their story firsthand. You can hear the opinions of the experts. But one of the great things about the Shag Harbor UFO Expo we're going to have next year is that we're going to put people on motor coaches, and we're going to take you right to the sites of the original crash. We're going to take you to where this 2018 incident occurred and locations where there's a long history, including Canada's former secret military base, CFSS Shelburne and back row and that. So there's nothing like hearing the people who are there in their own words, hearing what the experts think and telling you the importance, putting these cases in perspective. We're going to take you right to the physical spots and point it out. We're going to make it as real as we can. The only way we can improve in that is to have a time machine. But anyway, anybody that wants more information on that, there's a great website we have up called shagharborUFOexpo.com. And you put that in, you can Google that up and you can go there. And it gives all the great details of what we're going to have next year. Other speakers that I failed to mention here, you know, the prices, how to book, where it's going to be held at the Yarmouth Grand Hotel, which is a good facility. We had to move from the village because in the past we found that we just didn't have the accommodations. The fishing village is a great place maybe to see UFOs. It's not the greatest place to try to stage an international UFO symposium. you quickly find, well, the last time we had one that was well attended at the 50th anniversary of the Shag Harbor incident, it was like a tent city in the village, and we could have certainly had more people had we been able to accommodate them. So hopefully the town of Yarmouth is going to embrace this and give us what we don't have in a fishing village there. Anyway, I hope that gives you an oversight into the kind of things that the Shag Harbor Incident Society, my work, and what we hope to offer the world next year there contributes to the thing. I think what you're doing is a great thing here, bringing people scattered across the country, all doing their own little thing, but contributing to an insight into the phenomena. We need it, and there's a lot of people I know that do great work, and hopefully people will tune into your channel and to YouTube and take that in and appreciate what they're doing, their contributions. And you, I know, have bitten off a big chunk trying to turn this into part of Canadian history, and it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stillis. Can you... le son est bon, Steve? Oui. Okay. Can you tell a little bit more about your book? You have written several books.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I've co-authored a couple of books. The most recent one is called Impact to Contact, and it's available through Amazon.com. And it kind of is the most recent work, I think, where you have a real in-depth view of the Shag Harbor incident. And I co-authored it with Graham Sims, another investigator of UFOs and the paranormal here in the Maritimes. And the thing is, it's a book that, like, I think will surprise a lot of people. In some ways, it reads like fiction, but of course, as anything but, it's very well documented when you go through it, and has perhaps the most up-to-date information on some of the things that contributed to the Shag Harbor incident, such as the flight of a Pan Am cargo plane that witnessed all this and had a near collision at 33,000 feet. You know, like, Shag Harbor incident may have occurred over 50 years ago, but new evidence continues to come forward, and this book documents that well with some of the latest on that. So again, that's available through Amazon.com. Should come up easily. And thank you for asking about it. So.
Okay, well, I'm finally showing some of your book at the screen. You have written co-written a book with Don Ledger.
Yes, Dark Object, that came out back in 2001. Small paperback that should have been much thicker. 3 editors did their job on that. You know, when you have a U.S. publisher, I find it very interesting. They had great concerns about tort law and about being sued and this sort of thing. And of course, here in Canada, that was a very strange concept to me. We didn't face that with the book that I published for Graham Sims, but that was a great concern of the publisher there, Del Bantam, and the various editors that were involved with the release of Dark Object. It seems almost humorous now when I think about it. That little book, that manuscript, much thicker, but it gets pared down. Of course, you know, you often hear these stories when you go to a local author, whether it's poetry or science, you know, they go there and, you know, you get 3 editors, they all got to earn their check, so they make a cut. But the concern there was for tort law, which I find funny, because who sues in Canada and what would it get you, you know? And again, what would the need have been, you know? It's a matter of Canadian history. I mean, when you think about it, when the Canadian Mint starts issuing commemorative coins for UFO incidents in Canada, such as Shag Harbor and Falcon Lake, yes, Clarenville, Newfoundland, you know, how controversial can it be? I think institutions like the Canadian Mint go to great lengths to avoid it, you know.
Yeah, it's a good thing for us. Do you have a question, Dr. Janta?
So what are the recent... What kind of outcome recently came out of the incident? It's just new evidence for the incident, or there were some accompanying, I don't know, paranormal phenomena, or some people became contactees or whatever? Did anything like this materialize?
Yes, we have had close encounter cases in the Shag Harbor area. They're rare. They don't always tend to follow the typical model. But this has been an aspect, and I think the public attention that the main case has got has helped bring people forward. And it's hard to describe. You know, things are very atypical here. I mean, when I refer, for example, to the sighting that I was lucky enough to witness in the daytime. We had perfect viewing conditions that day. It's rare, the middle of the afternoon on a sunny day, September 15th, 2018. We had a crowd of people on the beach with us. And in fact, several people from the Incident Society were there. I was actually in Yarmouth and they called me. It took me an hour to get to the site and this thing was still present. And one of the people that was, in fact, who rode in the car with me was a repeater who's had a few, perhaps once a decade, close encounters in that area. And in fact, we'd left a home in the Yarmouth area interviewing somebody else that had a possible missing time experience. So these things have happened in the community. They tend to not follow the typical pattern, that has been dominant since the time of Betty Hill, somebody who I knew well as a personal friend, by the way, and who gave me some great insights, her perspective on the whole phenomenon, particularly that part was interesting. But yes, these kinds of cases have occurred there. It's hard to judge, to put a number on how typical or how common they are, because I think people are still reluctant to come forward. There is a stigma, right? I mean, and of course you get a very individual reaction. I mean, the day that we were watching all this, the crowd that was near us on the beach, we're going ooh and ah, every different aspect of the sighting as this thing would disappear and come closer and reappear. And other people would simply look and shrug and go, I don't know what I'm looking at, and walk away. You need two things for a UFO experience. You need a UFO and you need a witness, and the individual reactions can go from one extreme to the other. In fact, two people often in the same sighting can experience it and react totally different. And I find that just as an interesting part of the equation as the UFO itself. And I experienced it that day on the beach. Some people were euphoric watching it. Other people were nonplussed and couldn't care less and shrugged and walk away. And others were simply almost terrified. Like it runs the full gambit.
So were some people actually scared, or?
Yes, there was a young couple that came up while we were waiting for it to reappear, because this orb had disappeared and reappeared several times. And when I talk about an orb, it was like a whitish translucent thing and had structure inside. And it was very clear in the sky. It was a cloudless sky. It was kind of a Windex blue when you looked at it. Unusual here in Nova Scotia, in the fall. But when you looked and it would reappear, sometimes it would come much closer than it had been. And people would make a sound when it would reappear, that had been watching or waiting for it. I can remember two young girls on the beach leaving. They came up to us while we were waiting for one of these reappearances and saying, what are you looking at? And just as the question was asked, the orb reappeared. And one of the girls said, that. And when the girls looked, they were like surprised, unexpected, and just ran hurriedly to their car and tore out of the area with a little spin of the gravel. So, it can run the full range. I often say that, the greatest fear I face and the greatest weapon that helps suppress a greater understanding and openness about this phenomena isn't government secrecy or anything but apathy. We grow up in a time when everybody expects, well, we're not alone, so what? Like apathy is our thing, right? And as far as government secrecy goes, people say, well, they have to because of national security, but I think it's got much more to do with national insecurity. They have budgets in the billions and they don't want to fess up that they don't know what's going on. I think it's that simple.
Okay, very good, Mr. Stillis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
That's very interesting. So everybody, if you want to learn more on the Shag Harbor Society, please visit their site. They have also a museum. And as Mr. Stillis said, there will be a big event next year. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the invitation. It's been a pleasure, Jan. And we'll talk again sometime. You take care. And I hope your event continues to go well. I'll be watching some of the other contributions with great interest. Okay. You have a great day, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, we are back, everybody. We will go with our second guest. His name is Harold SKAARUP. He's a representative of the Fredericton Regional Museum, and he is also a friend of the late Stanton Friedman. He is now organizing an exposition to Mr. Stanton Friedman, the most popular ufologist of Canada. Mr. Starup, you are welcome.
Good afternoon, Yann. Can you hear me well, and can everybody else hear and see me well?
Very well.
This is good. Well, as Yann mentioned, it was quite an honor to be invited to speak to a particular group. I know an awful lot of us have an interest in it. I really enjoyed Chris Stiles' presentation on Shag Harbor. I've been fascinated by that for years. I'm going to tell you a little story about Stanton before I take questions. And basically, to sum it up, something like this. Stanton was a native of Fredericton. He was a noted nuclear physicist and a well-known ufologist. He was a leading author on unidentified flying objects, alien abductions, and the Roswell incident, considered by many to be the definitive UFO event. And by the way, that was one of 7 crashes from the 1947 era on, and it was the 5th one that actually drew all of the attention. Stanton said his belief in extraterrestrials was based on his research into data about UFO events that he found buried in U.S. government documents. And I'll talk more about our discussion on that later. He grew up in Linden, New Jersey. He worked for 14 years as a nuclear physicist with General Electric, Westinghouse, and McDonnell Douglas. He had dual American and Canadian citizenship. I asked him how he wound up here in Fredericton, and he said he met a lovely lady from the city, married her, Marilyn, came to Fredericton in 1980, and his daughter Melissa Friedman grew up here. She kindly helped to donate many of his artifacts and objects to us and to the museum. Stanton first became interested in UFOs in 1958. He began lecturing on the topic in 1967, but he never actually saw one himself. Stanton carried out detailed research and on-site investigations into the subject of UFOs and alien life forms, physically visiting and meeting at places with on-site investigations, getting into the subject of UFOs and those forms. He was known for being highly intelligent. He had a great sense of humor. He interviewed for numerous documentaries on radio and television and gave presentations on UFOs for hundreds of colleges and professional groups around the world. He was introduced into the UFO Hall of Fame in Roswell, New Mexico, and his work was celebrated by the city of Fredericton when it declared 27 August 2007 Stanton Friedman Day in his honor. I asked him, what else kept you here? He says, listen, there are more nuclear physicists concentrated in the city of Fredericton area than there are anywhere else in North America. And I said, what? And he said, yes, think about the Point-LaPraux nuclear reactor. Those people who advise and contract on that, they're here. You've got an excellent university, you have an excellent library, you have an extremely intelligent community that's excellent to commune with. This is a great place to live. If I have to get somewhere, there's an airport down the road and I can get other things down there in Bangor. Plus, I like the place, and that was good enough for me. Stanton examined the documentary evidence for the existence of a clandestine government group called Majestic 12. This was supposedly formed in 1947 to deal with the remains of the crashed flying saucer near Roswell, New Mexico. The Majestic 12 documents refer to a top secret research operation created by President Truman to coordinate the study of debris and the alien bodies recovered from the crash site. The U.S. government has consistently denied there was ever such an incident or group. Friedman attempted to authenticate these documents. He also refuted arguments by debunkers. You have to remember, Stanton himself, as a nuclear physicist and scientist, began his investigation of all this because he was a debunker. He knew it couldn't be true. Yeah. But when he got into the documents to prove it and found in the National Archives these memorandums and briefings to the president, he realized he had been wrong and there was far more to this to investigate. And he took it on with a vengeance. As I say, a lot of people tried to refute it. He says, I'm a scientist. I go on the evidence. Show me the evidence. I was shown the evidence. I found the evidence. This stuff is real. He investigated the 1961 UFO abduction of Betty and Barney Hill. This included the star map that Betty Hill saw inside the craft and was later recreated. The Hill story emphasized the character of the aliens, including their curiosity, their democratic discussions, and their desire to avoid inflicting pain. And this is where Stanton and I had some rather significant disagreements on what we thought they were and what they were about. My sources put it this way. Essentially, there are three kinds. There are those who are coming to investigate, just to see what we're about, just to learn something about us. There are those who are coming here to help. And there are those who should be spit off the face of the planet because they have no goodwill. That's quite a variety of what's going on. But Stanton went with the crew that Betty described as their desire to avoid inflicting pain. More to follow. When you visit our Fredericton Region Museum, you're going to encounter an exhibit that has been assembled to honor Stanton. Elements of his personal collection of awards, his artifacts, and letters are on display. Artwork and UFO-related illustrations being assembled and placed inside the imagined interior of a UFO, which you're invited to step into. At the entrance is a diagram of the Betty Hill star map and is presented in the backdrop of a full-scale illustration of a reported type of alien. Plus, we have a couple of larger-than-life mannequins of aliens inside and a lot of things to see and do and to have a look at. Stanton had an excellent sense of humor, but we wish to emphasize our exhibit is to honor him, and we hope you enjoy it when you come. And I'd be happy to take some of your questions. I do have some photographs, but I think it's perhaps a bit awkward on here. And since we've gone on with time, I'll leave well enough for long.
It's okay if you can share the photograph. Please do it, and we will ask you some questions.
We do have quite a few, some illustrations of what they're about. A number of artists have contributed paintings and illustrations, again, artifacts from Stanton, to make the exhibit interesting. A little awkward at the moment because of COVID-19. The museum is technically closed. If we have one or two visitors at a time, we can walk them through, and that way we make sure things are clean and safe. But it'll probably be in the spring before we open the exhibit up to everyone to visit widely. If your group and guests have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer what I can. As I say, I have some rather personal views, and if I can put in a plug for it, a lot of people want to refer to these beings who are coming from elsewhere as aliens. Are they? It's a question that can drag on for a long time, and everybody has a point of view. I reached the point where it was very difficult to determine, are they physical, as in real, you can reach out and touch them, or are they temporal or spiritual? I don't believe in werewolves and vampires. I'm sure very few of you do. But I do believe that there are people with mental illnesses who think that they are, and that's how we end up with people, murderers like Clifford Olson and so on, Paul Bernardo. Those things, people exist. And my concern was, if they are a threat, what can you and I do to protect ourselves from it? And if they're not a threat, how do we address them or communicate with them so that we don't pose a threat to them? And so in my stories of people that I've interviewed who claim to have had experience of encounters, I refer to them as visitors. And I'm open to questions on the subject.
Good. When you were talking, I showed some image. It was the, for the public, it was the Fredericton Regional Museum to show a bit idea. You have a question, Dr. Janta?
Well, did Stanton Friedman be involved in the analysis of the map that Betty Hill drew, and that Marjorie Fish, apparently a mathematician, made a three-dimensional model? And from this model, for the first time, the two stars Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 were identified. Did Stanton Friedman, was he involved in that part of the investigation?
Considerably. He spoke with Marjorie at great length and with Betty's family to get into the detail and the discussion of why they determined that Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2 were the most likely stars. He got into a detailed account of it, and in fact, he wound up writing a book on it, fairly recent, just a few years ago, that described the Betty and Barney Hill story, and specifically the map. And one of the reasons that we blew it up to use as a background for the entrance into the Friedman exhibit, because it didn't just show the two stars that they felt that these people were from, it showed other planets that they traded with and other places that they went to. based again on science, which Frieden was absolutely adamant about. You got to have the proof and the science, or it isn't worth anything. Marjorie's Fish's approach to creating suspended balls hanging from strings, according to what Betty had seen, and laying them out and arranging it. That's how, when she chose from a different perspective to illustrate the star map, you have to picture where they're coming from. If they're coming to us, they're going to see us from their point of view, not ours. And it was important to Stanton in particular that he understood how Marjorie approached it so that we could see what she felt the map represented from Earth's point of view. This, of course, is what pointed back to the two specific stars, Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2. And there are a number of others that were identified. I'm afraid I don't have the names off the top of my head. But Stanton was keenly interested in ensuring that it was accurate and believable and not something that would be easily discredited. That's why he became a major debunker of this stuff. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
A short question to finish. Have you yourself saw a UFO?
No, but why I'm interested. I served as an Army intelligence officer overseas in Bosnia and Afghanistan, and my job was to find a safe road. If it was mined, or if there was going to be an ambush, or there were threats that we weren't aware of, I needed to know before I sent troops up that road, including myself. I tried many different ways, but talking to people. I would go to the Swedes and they would tell me one thing, and I'd go to the Turks and I'd go to the Irish and I'd go to the Italians and the Romanians and so on. And sometimes I got 7 different ways, at least, of knowing if the road was safe and I could let people go out. But I encountered people who, even though I told them this stuff and they said, we're going to use your road or the route that you're going to use, we have to tell our superiors that we're using another route because we told everybody the road's safe, and if we don't drive in that road, they won't believe us. And I said, but if you do that and tell people you used a different route than the one I told you, it will make it unsafe for them. He says, that's what I got to do. And that's how you have to approach these things. People who, even if they do believe you, can't necessarily accept it or tell other people about it. And I think, as Chris said just in the previous one, there are many people who are either afraid, or they're apathetic, or they don't care, or they fear something connected with having said, I saw a UFO. Pilots don't want to say anything about it because they're afraid of losing their license. So fear is the enemy here. I don't know what we have to fear for them or not. I do know, having spoken to people, that some rather unpleasant things have happened to them. And I would like us to be protected from it and know what to do if we do engage them. So no, I haven't had the experience, but I sure want to know.
Good. We have a question from the public now.
So coming from the live chat, I have a question from Mother Scorpion. Question: do people with strong ESP have more sighting than others that have not tapped in their inner powers?
I would have to explain what a channeler is. Okay. These are people who, because of, well, again, I have a very strong opinion about some of them are full of nonsense and some of them have a genuine connection to the spiritual world. And that gets into, is this stuff in your head temporal, as in there's a universal spirituality where people can communicate. There are people who claim to communicate with the dead. There are people who claim to communicate with these people. I met 5 who are credible, very credible, but it comes through mentally, temporally. It doesn't come through physically. And if you have this ESP connection or ability, yes, they connect with it more easily than you and I do. They say we all can, but I've not had that experience. But as I say, what my concern is, I don't want to be around somebody who can turn into Paul Bernardo or Clifford Olson. You have to be careful what you allow to come into you.
Okay, it's very clear. It was a very good presentation, Mr. SKAARUP. You are very in your subject, I find, and I didn't know that you were an ex-military intelligence officer. It's very impressive. Just repeat the address of the museum and when is the exposition about Stanton Friedman?
Fredericton Region Museum. We are still actively working on the exhibit. When Stanton died, he left 100 boxes. It took 5 trucks of his documents to bring to the archives. There'll be 10 years going through all of it. His daughter gave us all of his awards, trophies, presentations, memorabilia, tons of photographs. We're still processing that, but we have enough of the exhibit ready now that when we can bring in 2 or 3 visitors, if you're happy visiting the Fredericton area and you want to make a personal visit, you give us a call, Fredericton Region Museum, and we'll take you on a personal tour of the place.
Good.
We expect once COVID settles down, the spring of 2021 will be open to the public.
I hope so.
Thank you for hosting me, or having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. SKAARUP.
My name is Paul BÉDARD. I'm a forest ranger from New Brunswick, Canada, northern part of the province. I've been forest ranger for the last 30 years. I was involved in a case about UFO. Let me tell you, it wasn't my domain, so I didn't know nothing about it. It was a flying saucer. It happened near a mine. Well-known mine in the area, the heat steel mine. So a flying saucer came down. There was some entities on the ground. As at the time of the event, it was in 1989. I didn't know what it was at the time. Now that I know, and I know it, they call it the little grays. You know, they touch ground and they walk, and then they had also later on there was another saucer. So basically a witness came to me and reported that, but because I didn't have any expertise in the domain, I was lost, really. I didn't know what to believe. I was real busy at the time. I was the dog master. I was the K9 unit for covering the northern New Brunswick. So to be honest with you, UFO was way off my mind there. I never thought about it. It was, it came to be, you know, I was involved during my career in thousands of investigations. Let's put it short. I was involved from murder investigation, from hold up, you know, and from different kind of poaching activities, break and enter. I work with the police here all the time, so it was thousands of investigation. You know, I receive a certificate of merit from the RCMP to be, you know, solve a murder case. So, but UFO was not in my branch, and so I just turned out to be. I was not a witness. I had to remember, to remind anyone, I never was a witness of the event, but people came to me because who I was. I was, you know, forest ranger, because we got a great communication with the people here, you know, people like forest ranger. It's because we're protecting the fish and wildlife, but also we're fighting forest fire. Anyway, I was involved in that case, and I had to go to search for expertise in that domain.
Just before you continue, how many witnesses was there, and it was near which city?
Near Bathurst, between Bathurst and Miramichi, in the northern part of the province. There was 3 groups of people. I couldn't establish exactly how many people because some didn't want to talk about it, but as I could understand, there was 3 different groups at the time who seen who was on site. So I had to go search for expertise to try to know a little bit more about it, and I contact MUFON. and then I contact GARPAN at the time, and well, GARPAN was really helpful. After that, I contacted also, I went to see Stanton Friedman. As everybody must know Stanton Friedman, okay? Well, I didn't know he was living right here in New Brunswick. So I took my truck and I went right at his place and met him. So, you know, and I told him the case, and he was just amazed. He said, Paul, he said, that case is bigger than Roswell. Well, I almost faint, you know, I almost faint right there. I couldn't believe it. I said, I don't know, from then I just keep that inside of me for 20 years, and I decided to make a book about it, because I couldn't hold that inside of me anymore. Part 1, because after the book came out, there was the part 2, like a topic that we cannot talk, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know what's happening this year, but all the people turned to me and telling me story. I said, no. I said, I'm no expert. No, I'm just Paul Bédard, Forest Ranger. No, Paul, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. So it just amazingly how it create. I don't know. I cannot really explain. I can explain nothing in that domain, you know. So
maybe it's a sentiment of confiance because you have written a book and you're a person of authority. But also, since 2 years, there's so much big news about UFO. Governmental implication in ufology that are coming out that the people are more open to talk.
Definitely something going on, Yann, and I cannot explain because my own partner wanted to talk to me. He said, Paul, I need on the story. Then the RCMP, RCMP officer come to me, and then some army people come to me and said, whoa, I say, whoa, I'm just nobody. Okay, no, Paul, we need to talk to you. And then they came, the public came towards me with an incredible story, and my mind just exploded. I said no, and I had an accident at work there on the job. So you know, I must take my time for myself to try to heal. I was seriously injured, and so this is where I am now. So I'm just trying to spread that story was brought to me because of who I am, and because I'm nobody. Just trying to spread the message that hey, it happened to me, and I wish it would happen to some other officer. But now that I look and then thing pop out on my screen that Jim, is it Jim Blackwood there from and the whole RCMP officer who came out, like where the new money mint, it's Canada Mint, something like that there. I don't recall, but it's a piece that they print there for you know, that they sell at Post Canada, and yeah. But there's a new one, and then there's a new one just came out a couple of weeks ago there.
Yeah, Royal Mint of Canada have made an honorary piece for UFO case in Canada. One of them is Shag Harbor. One of them is Falcon Lake, and there's a new one. People are more open to that kind of story, but in your case, to sum up all, can you just detail some of the event about the UFO event you're talking about, like how big was the UFO, what exactly happened on site? And you have done a book. Can you just tell a few words about it when you have composed it?
Okay. Yeah, but well, the event itself is just a small flying saucer, like we normally drew when we were young, you know, like a disc and a little dome there on it there. And this is basically, that's what it is. Why I know that is because all that event have been captured on film, okay, on Kodak film at the time, because it said, oh yeah, film and picture, photo, right, but now we have to get back to the future. Okay, it's 30 years ago. We're not talking about the new camera that everybody's got into their pocket. There is really a film that you have to bring to the drugstore to make it develop. But during that stage, there was some leak, and I was leaked one picture, and I have a picture in my hand for about 1 minute. So this is why you know, it made me like just seeing the picture, I was scared. Just seeing the picture, you know, because I knew it was truth. And I just, wow. So this is why I decided to investigate on the topic, and I turned to into a MUFON, into GARPAN, Mr. Jean Cazot, and so all the Canadian experts that I know of, because I didn't know nobody at the time. So anyway, so there's the book. I sent my last English copy this week, not later than this week, to Kathleen Martin. I think you guys must know definitely who she is, because it was supposed to be Stanton Freeman who wrote that book, not me. But I didn't have, what happened with Stanton and what happened with me on the other side. Never had a chance to meet.
Stanton is deceased last year, and you have written your book this year. I think you have published it in the last summer in English and in French.
Yeah, the book came out, was ready last year. Okay. And 30 days after the book was ready and out, I had my accident. So everything was put on the halt. Yes, it does. It is French, and it's been translated in English. So it was only on limited. I made the 25 copy in French and 25 copy in English, and well, it was all gone. So basically, this is where I am now. But I wish I have some explanation, but of what's going on now. But I know that this is something in the region, like nobody talk about that subject, and now that everybody is talking about that subject, I'm kind of scared a little bit. Okay, what the hell has started? And now I got the interview on the radio and stuff like that. And now an interview. This is my first podcast, so sorry, I'm no technology at all.
Don't worry, we are very happy to receive you, because you are a person of authority with a job important. You're collaborating with authorities. So in your opinion, and with the feedback you have received from other authorities and from the ufologists, that cases that happened near Bathurst in 1999, how much big an event it is? Does everybody need to know that the kind of event happened there?
Well, now that I know a little bit better, and I watched a couple of TV shows and stuff, and I said, oh my God, this is the biggest case in history. I cannot compare it to any other case that I have, because there's the picture. But the picture is out there somewhere. I don't know where they are, but they're out there somewhere, because if I was able to see one, I know there's more out there. Okay, so, but it's a case that is being put under the carpet, and they had been silent. So this is why nobody knows. But I'm sure, like, now that it's gonna just spark an interest, and we'll take it from there, because but what I see now, and with the experience I got now I can 100% telling you that what happened there in the Eastern Mine is one of the biggest in Canada and biggest in the world, with proof. And I'm not talking about blurry picture, because you all see it's a dot, it's a white dot in the sky there. No. This has happened in broad daylight, clear picture as you can get. This is what happened. Believe or don't believe, this is not my problem, and this is not the issue, because you know what it is, Yann, I explain it to you. You're gonna get people who believe, and the people that say I don't believe. In my perspective now, like thing happened to me also with my accident and stuff like that. It's just like it's not a matter of believe and not believe. It's not even relevant to the fact. The question that people must ask themselves is, I don't know. When you say I don't know, well, the perspective open up, and your consciousness just open and said, because the brain want to seek, is seeking always, because they want to know, they want to know, they want to know. But if you're caught into the belief and non-belief system, well, you're caught in a bubble. But as soon as you say I don't know, and even if you say I know, there's only two reasons for that. It's either something happened to you, okay, and you've been witness something, or it is a story, okay, that you learn from somewhere else. It's a story, okay. So you're caught into that bubble also. And if you don't know, don't be thinking around you and say, well, no, but but the way that we must approach that ufology thing now is I don't know. Open up open up, and you see the case will come from all direction. This is exactly what I did, and without knowing that it's coming from all direction. But those are not my case. This is just people who open up, and it's just amazing, like how big step that we can take in a short period of time when people are in the right state of mind. Okay. And this is my message to you all guys. I'm because of what I found. Like I said, I investigate murder from hold up and from break and enter and everything. But it's so that UFO investigation is the most ungrateful thing that I never done. You guys are against all odds. It's much easier to investigate a murder case than it is for a UFO. This is my experience. This is what I wanted to share with you. Okay, I have a lot of admiration for all ufologists out there. It's immense, my respect towards you guys, because I felt that pressures for 20 years inside of me, and now that it's just exploded, I said, no more silence for me.
Hi, we are back in studio at the 2020 Canadian UFO Summit. Now we will pass with a special guest from Manitoba this time with Miss Ashley KIRCHER. She is the representative of the Canadian UFO Survey. She is a colleague of Mr. Chris RUTKOWSKI. Hi, Mrs. KIRCHER. How are you?
Hello, Yann. I'm very well. Thank you for having me.
What will you talk about today?
Today, I'd like to talk about our Canadian UFO Survey. I'd kind of like to explain what it is and why we have kept it over a period of 31 years and how we think it's a good tool for maybe helping to explain some of the UFO phenomena.
Okay, so you can start. Do you have some image to show, or is just speak?
No, I'm just going to speak.
Okay.
So first of all, I would like to just explain what it is. And it's basically a collection of UFO reports from across Canada that was started by Mr. Chris RUTKOWSKI in 1989. And he thought it would be a good tool for looking at what's going on in the skies. What are these people seeing? What are they reporting? So along with some other interested researchers, myself being one of them, we formed a team where we put out a yearly report of sightings across Canada. And this is for the general public or anyone to be able to view. We include data from all sources, from Mutual UFO Network, from government, civilian reports. And to date, we have approximately 21,000 reports in our database. So why do we think this is important? Well, I think up to this time, there have been many groups of private researchers, interested groups, clubs that have had or accumulated files, but they haven't really shared information about them amongst each other or even to other groups. So for the purpose of analyzing the reports and doing some investigation, it's very difficult when people just sort of keep things to themselves. And also, there is no real standard for UFO investigations. And so a lot of the quality can vary quite a bit. And this is because I think there are very many good witnesses out there, such as RCMP and military and pilots. They are trained to observe, but they don't necessarily have perhaps the background in analyzing or researching these reports. So even though we have good reports from there, are they really looking into them and into what's going on with these reports? And I think this kind of contributes to the sort of non-professional nature of the UFO field. It's got sort of a bad rep in some ways. So I think doing the analysis and investigation is very important. Our data comes from many places. Press clippings, UFO online groups, of course, emails from private citizens. Also, the Department of Defense, we include reports, declassified documents in our survey. And of course, that's quite impressive and important because they are very concerned about what's going on in Canadian airspace. So I think that would be an interest to many people to view those kinds of reports. One of our main sources was the National Research Council of Canada. They would take reports from military, RCMP, also private citizens, with the idea of looking at them to perhaps explain in other ways. Either were they comets, were they some sort of meteor, that kind of thing. So they took a lot of reports, but unfortunately, they stopped in 1995. So in order to access that information after that period of time, you had to file access of information report, which was costly and time consuming. So we feel that a lot of reports were kind of lost in that interim after they stopped taking the reports. So for myself, as a UFO researcher for about 5 years now, the way that I enter the information is that I record, first of all, I read thousands of reports, and I record and code and enter each of these separately into our database. And this database has 17 fields. So I enter how many witnesses were there, when was it sighted, was it a day sighting, was it a night sighting, what was the shape of the object. And I think most importantly, one of the last field is there a probable explanation? And if not, then, you know, that's something that's of interest, of course, to us. So again, because we have so many reports, we have this 21,000 cases, they will eventually be put into the archives at the University of Manitoba in a digital form. I think this will be, because of COVID right now, there's a little bit of a lapse in that, but those will eventually be entered in there. So about 95% of the cases that we do have are explainable, I would say, but we have 5% that are not. And I've got a couple of interesting cases that people might be interested in that haven't heard of these before. One of our explainables is Shag Harbor, which was a small fishing village community in Nova Scotia that had quite an interesting event in 1967. For several hours in the evening, there was many strange lights in the sky, and it was a bright rectangle that was being observed. And then around 11:30 at night, a large craft was seen following the water, following the harbor, and then finally entering the water. It made quite a large splash, of course, and there was all sorts of people that observed this. They went out and investigated it, and the only thing that was really left there was a couple of inches of thick yellow foam that went on for about half a mile. So that was very well investigated. There was no real explanation that came up with that. It had many, many witnesses.
Excuse me, Ms. Kircher?
Yes.
Because you are not centered on the screen, can you just put the camera on the center of your face? Oh, that's much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. And our other interesting case was a Falcon Lake sighting, which is in the southeastern part of Manitoba. Again, was in 1967, same year. There was a amateur prospector that was out and came across two shining objects in the sky, oval objects. One of them which actually landed on a rock that was quite close to him. When he went up close to investigate this craft, there was a large exhaust that came out, a large amount of exhaust that came out and actually burned him, burned right through his clothes onto his skin. He was ill for quite a long time after this sighting. He was seen by many people, including he went to the Mayo Clinic as a result of this this event. So, and actually, this also had quite a large investigation. Of course, Department of Health found elevated radiation levels in the area around the craft. So those are just two interesting things that are sightings that I think people may be interested in. Definitely not explainable. I think for the future, ufology is having a much more positive direction, but there's still quite a large stigma attached to having a sighting or giving a report. Perhaps not as much as there used to be, but as an investigator, I know that I will get a very good witness with a very good report, but when I go to interview them, they will either refuse to talk to me, or they'll be very, very careful about the information they give me, especially their identity in many cases. They just don't want to be seen as being crazy or whatever by their friends and by their neighbors and that kind of thing. So I think we still have a little bit of a ways to go with that to make people feel more comfortable. Certainly, if there are people out there that have had a sighting and wanted someone to talk to about it, they're welcome to email us at canadianUFOreport@hotmail.com, and we will be more than happy to follow up or talk to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very synthesized expose about the Canadian UFO survey.
Good, good.
There's a lot of detail, and you're doing that since 5 years?
About 5 years, yes. I've been with Chris for about 5 years, yes.
And
yeah.
you are a team? You are more than 2 people? So
yes, there's other people that contribute to entering data into the survey, and also the crunching of the numbers and putting out the survey every year. And yeah, the data entry is huge. There's a lot of, it's a lot of work. So there are, I think, maybe 4 or 5 of us right now that are doing this.
Yeah, in the last few years, you have received like 1,000 cases by each year. So it's a lot of work.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But very interesting. But again, when you look at it over a period of time, you can see that most of the sightings are explainable. Airplanes, drones, satellites, especially with the satellite releases now that they're having, the large Starlink satellite releases that are going on. There's lots of things going on in the sky. And so unfortunately, most of them are quite explainable.
Okay.
Can you tell me about your links with the University of Manitoba? Are there some professors or researchers who actually want to do something with that material?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear quite the links with what?
Are there some professors or some researchers at the University of Manitoba who plan to do something with this huge database that they are going to have in their archives?
Well, I actually don't know. We've just the archives are just in the very early stages of this data being entered in there. So for right now, I actually cannot answer that question. I'm sorry. I don't know.
But whom do you have contact with at the University of Manitoba? The chief librarian?
Would be Mr. Chris RUTKOWSKI would be the best contact.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Good.
So thank you very much, Mrs. KIRCHER.
Thank you.
Live chat. Question from. Okay. I have a question from the live chat.
There's another question.
So
yes?
I have a question from Miss Wanda Hewer. Says, what do you do with a great report received for the entry into the Canadian UFO report, but getting included because of its dates? Maybe it's late. Do you throw it away or have a spot for it?
Do I throw if it's late?
I think the question is because the Canadian UFO survey just collect the sighting from the current year. What do you do with the other sighting from the preceding years?
They're all entered every year. So even if I have a sighting from 10 years ago, I mean, some of these reports don't get reported for many years. So I might get a report a week ago that will say, in 1997, I had a great sighting. Here's the information, and it gets entered into that year.
Okay.
Even if it's an old report, and many people wait a long time before they report, so it still gets entered.
So thank you very much. In the next hour, we will show a little clip with Mr. RUTKOWSKI, who is talking about his archive that he has given to the University of Ottawa. So it was
Ottawa, Manitoba.
Of Manitoba, sorry.
Yes, yes.
So thank you very much, Ms. KIRCHER.
Thank you, Yann. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Don DONDERI, and he's there.
Okay.
Welcome, Dr. DONDERI. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you. I thank you very much. Je vous remercie pour l'organisation de cet événement sous les circonstances très difficiles que vous avez maîtrisées, évidemment. Parfait. Je suis prêt à commencer.
It's okay. It's an English-only event.
Oh,
so, Professor, you have the floor.
C'est anglais? Ah, au Québec?
Yes. No, in Canada.
Oh, Canada, partout. Okay. Very good. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for inviting me. I'm going to share my screen for some slides, and then I will start. Okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, very good. Let's try. Whoops, it says host disabled screen sharing, so I can't seem to do that.
Okay, just a second.
Sure.
Il veut partager son écran. I'm sorry, I don't know how to allow you to share your screen.
Okay. Une autre fois.
Just a second.
Non.
Répète. Mais je partage pas mon image. Okay, just a second. It will come. It will be. It should start in a second.
Okay, excellent.
Can you start it now?
I'll try. Okay, it's going to be good. Yes, we're on. All right. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, here we go. The title of my talk is The New UFO World. When people talk about we are not alone, they usually mean there are extraterrestrials out there. But what I'm saying is that we ufologists are no longer alone, because the rest of the world is coming around to recognize, in fact, that that UFOs are here, and that this all happened within the last 3 years. In 2017, the New York Times published a front-page story on the subject, followed in March 2018 by a Washington Post op-ed written by Christopher Mellon, an ex-Pentagon official, as well as which, as you know, a private research organization was founded by a man named Luis Elizondo, who quit the Pentagon to start something called To the Stars Academy, which will be a private group studying UFO phenomenon. And finally, just last month, an American producer named James Fox released a video, a 1 hour and 40-minute video called The Phenomenon, which thoroughly covers the phenomenon, all the UFO phenomenon, all the way up to, that's the first slide. That's the New York Times story, the Christopher Mellon op-ed, and of course, here are the people who Christopher Mellon and all of the people in the New York Times were talking about. The 4 aviators, their images, and the reconstruction of a UFO seen in videos taken from US Navy fighter jets from 2004 through 2015, released and authenticated in 2017, and that basically changed our world, because no longer is it just the ufologists who are interested in this. The New York Times is interested, and the Washington Post is interested, and that, believe me, makes a difference. And this recent video, the 1 hour and 40-minute documentary by James Fox, takes the entire story from the very beginning, at least the modern beginning in 1947, from Kenneth Arnold, all the way through 1994, when a fellow Canadian, Emily Trim, who happened to be a 9-year-old girl at the time in Rua, Zimbabwe, was one of many people, two who were very close to a landed UFO and ETs. As an adult, I happen to know Emily. She grew up to be a painter and artist, and she has drawn and illustrated what she saw. And one of those illustrations is alongside you there. So we're in a new world where we are not alone, you and I and the rest of the people attending this meeting, but, and we're certainly not alone from the point of view of the extraterrestrials. So that's been a big change. And as you all know, because all of you have been in this business for some time, we, the natural scientists and the amateurs, the many, many gifted amateurs who don't have any scientific connections, who wouldn't be considered qualified if you were an academic, but who are bright, capable people putting information together, have been collecting it for years. And here's some of it, starting back in the it's been collected from the 50s. This range of documents I've showed you starts in 1964 with an early version of the UFO evidence, goes on through many, many additional events and publications, which number in the hundreds, of course. And so our world, the world we formerly occupied by ourselves and our few readers, is now occupied by many other people as well. And that's very good. And this is what we learned, just as a summary, in case some of the people watching are actually not ufologists. We learned over 75 years that some of them start small or medium size, with Kenneth Arnold in 1947 and the McMinnville, Oregon photographs in 1957. Then we moved on to learning that there are large ones, big ones that hover over military helicopters in the middle of Ohio in 1973. And the many that were seen up and down the what's called Taconic Parkway, part of upstate New York, from the early 80s. And many, many people saw them, many, many people reported them, and they were, of course, recorded on photographs, recorded by policemen, so forth and so on. And it happens that one of my students at McGill at the time saw one as well. So I have secondhand evidence that they're real, put it that way. And also, we now know that ETs abduct people, and that's been going on for some time. This is the first widely reported case. The UFO that approached them was documented very thoroughly in two sources, the original book by John Fuller and a later book by Kathleen Martin, Betty Hill's niece, and Stanton Friedman, the late Stanton Friedman, a researcher, a UFO researcher, trained as a nuclear engineer and also a friend and colleague who died in 2018. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that we've learned and seen. And we also know, although I don't know and don't claim to know what the relationships among these people are, that there are a lot of different types of ETs who show up. The small grays, the tall grays, the Nordics, so-called, the reptilians, and the insectoids. And we all know that because we're all ufologists. How they're related, some of them appear to work together. What they do together, what their international civilization is, I honestly haven't a clue. I'm interested, but I don't have the information. As you know, and I've spent some time writing about this, official people used to lie about UFOs and ETs. Back in the early days, 1947, at the very beginning, there was a quote, flying saucer that crashed in or near Roswell, New Mexico, as you all know, I'm sure. And the officials, the US Air Force and the government immediately started lying about it, pretending that it was just a bunch of weather balloons, as shown in the picture below, when what really was there were crashed and dead ETs, one of whom was still alive at the time. That's been thoroughly reported in many sources. I don't have to repeat them to the cognoscenti to whom I'm talking, but you should know that that information is all there. And ever since 1947, the US government, up until 2017, has been denying it. Some of the deniers were professional liars. These were people who knew better and behaved themselves unethically in the sense that we would accept. Donald Menzel, a respected astronomer and physicist, was a busy liar. He also worked with Philip Klass, another busy liar. They both, between them, published 10 books on the subject. And that they all debunked the whole UFO phenomenon. Some current people are equally ignorant and just as stupid about this. They are still sprouting about it, though. Seth Shostak, an astronomer who calls it an enormously widespread and durable fantasy. Sarah Seeger, who says, I'm not sure why so many people believe, because there's no hard evidence, because they've never read any hard evidence. And we, the psychology trade, knows why this is true. Leon Festinger developed a phenomenon called cognitive dissonance. Two elements are in a dissonant relation. If considered alone, the obverse of one element would follow from the other. You either believe that institutional science carried out in laboratories and universities understands the entire world, or you believe that extraterrestrial vehicles and ETs are real and they're here. Institutional science doesn't say how they can be here. So if you are an institutional scientist and you're stuck with it, you can't believe too. And when dissonance is present, as Festinger said, you try to reduce it and you actively avoid looking for information that would increase the dissonance. So you're basically out of the game, but you're still protesting that other people are stupid. George Orwell summed it up beautifully. People can foresee the future only when it coincides with their own wishes, and the most grossly obvious facts, the ones we know, can be ignored when they are unwelcome. And the UFO and ET facts are certainly unwelcome. 75 years of UFO and ET evidence supports these statements. Some of what people report as UFOs are ET vehicles. Some of those vehicles have extraterrestrial crews, and some of those crews capture and release humans to study us. What should we do about it? Well, as professionals and amateurs interested in this subject, we shouldn't do anything about it for a couple of months, because until the American election is settled and a COVID-19 vaccine is found, nobody will be paying attention to anything about UFOs. There are more immediate and direct problems that the world has to deal with. But about mid-2021, there will be, we assume, a vaccine. The election and the American political scene will be stabilized, and people will begin to think about UFOs and ETs. And then we should begin to tell them about them, as we have been for the last basically 75 years. Those of us who go back that far anyway. And in the meantime, let me tell you one more thing. GARPAN and other UFO study groups should build on the momentum and contact print, TV, internet, and radio media about new sightings and close encounters that occur and have been documented. The media will be interested and the public will pay attention. Why? Because there are only two more problems that we have to face as a species: global warming and ETs. And they'll both be on the agenda after mid-2021. But we won't be thanked for it. Nobody who will even accept the new data will want to admit they didn't realize this before, say, now. And so cognitive dissonance will protect them. They'll still call the old ufologists like us enthusiasts or conspiracy theorists or unscientific. They won't just admit that we were right. Thanks for your attention, and I hope the rest of the conference is enjoyable. Thank you, Yann.
Hey, thank you, Dr. DONDERI. It was a very well done presentation. Thank you also very much for at the end, you're telling that the group like GARPAN and other groups should build on that momentum. I think it's also true. There's so much change as you have illustrated in that presentation. Do you have some question, Dr. Janta?
Yes, Dr. DONDERI, you're a psychologist, I think, yes?
That's right.
And did you study the recalls of people who claim to have been abducted? Did you have some experience with that?
No, I'm not a clinician. I'm a research psychologist. I have no clinical qualifications. However, I have talked to, interviewed, and worked with UFO experiencers, but not as a professional.
I understand.
And their stories, for the most part, cannot be explained as aberrations of psychology.
I understand, yeah.
Do you have other project in ufology, Dr. DONDERI?
At this moment, I'm finishing a book manuscript, but that's where it stands right now.
I think it will be your third or fourth book in ufology?
Second in ufology.
Okay.
I have published several textbooks and many research papers on other subjects, but this, if it's published, will be the second book.
Can you tell a little bit more about it?
Well, I can give you the title, which is Truth, Lies, and ETs, How We Stumbled into the Universe. And it records the history of our involvement with UFOs and ETs, basically since about 1947, which is more or less where the modern era began, up to the present. The first part deals with the truth of the phenomenon, what we know, what we've learned, what, as you all know, we've learned very dramatically within the last few years, the US Navy sightings and so forth and so on, and then carries back to what we've learned and accumulated over the last 70, 75 years, and how well it's been documented by the amateurs in this field. None of us could call ourselves professionals because there's no professional organization except our own groups that recognizes this as an interest. And beyond that, it then deals with lies. It deals with the entire history up until 2017 of how the mostly US government, but not exclusively, has tried to cover up the existing UFO data, the existence of aliens, and so forth and so on. It covers, as I said, the work that people like Donald Menzel and what's his name, the other guy,
Fuller
did, and it also covers why these what's finally happened. This is all unraveled, and we now understand more or less what's going on. So that's in the works, and we'll see how it goes. But at the moment, that's it. I'm still quite professionally occupied with things having nothing to do with UFOs, so I managed to keep busy and keep interested in this. And I'm very grateful to GARPAN and the other Canadian organizations, including MUFON, which I belong, who are carrying along the good work with not much encouragement from anybody but ourselves. So don't lose hope and patience. I think the world is about to change, and this big change is close to being around the corner.
Good. For the people interested, the first book of Mr. DONDERI was published in 2013 or 14?
2013, the other one.
You can find information about it on your site is ET's UFO, I think. Huh?
That's correct. Thank you.
ETsUFO.com.
UFOETs.com. UFOETS.com.
And you can buy his book on his site.
You can. That's right.
So thank you very much, Dr. DONDERI.
You're quite welcome. Thank you, Yann.
Have a nice day.
You too. Bye.
So before our next guest, I will encourage people who like our show today to make some donation to us. We have not been able to adjust the donation on the live feed of YouTube, but you can make donation to GARPAN via our PayPal account. Go on PayPal, you can buy book on the site, or by PayPal account, you can make a donation to my email. It is garpan.ufology. It's ufology in French, so it's garpan.ufologie, commercial A, gmail.com. Right now, we will make just a little break for receiving our next guest. Please stay there. We will be back. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Lozé.
And Steve Z, host of Zone Parallèle on CGMD 96.9 FM, where we speak openly about UFO topics and strange matter of life.
We are honored to participate in such event and working to share our experience about UFO topic. It will be a pleasure to share your work with our audience. Bon congrès vous tous.
Welcome back, everybody. You are at the 2020 Canadian UFO Summit, a first-time event, a historic gathering for the Canadian ufologists. Our next guest is Victor VIGGIANI from Zeland Communication.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Yann, please let me know if there's any connection problems, and we can reload or do whatever we have to do. My name is Victor VIGGIANI, and I am the news director for Zeland Communications. And I'm going to do a presentation here. I've got several slides that I want to throw at you. So let's just sort of move ahead, and I would encourage people to make notes as you see fit, because I'll move through this rather quickly. And at the end, hopefully, we'll have some questions. First of all, Zeland Communications is the only news network that deals with the UAP issue, and we attempt to disseminate information and analyze it so that the public disclosure can move forward. So there's our name, Zeland Communications, and you can get to it through the Google. What I'd like to do is look at language for a second here. Things are not always what they appear to be, and we need to create a new language about how we see the UFO issue. And we're dealing with an uninformed public and a very indolent scientific community, and that's a problem. That's kind of the downplay of what I think Dr. DONDERI alluded to, is that the scientific community really doesn't know what's going on, and we need to educate them. Secondly, we need to look at what we call the quantum presence, or a very highly complex situation. There it is right there. That's the world that we deal with. That's the reality that we're into. That's very complex, looking at it all. There's 8 different aspects to that quantum presence. And if you want to capture that screen some point, I can send you this, and you can maybe have a look at it. But we're dealing with a multiple number of situations within our own reality right now, and we have to deal with it. And I might add that we're not dealing with it very well. There are a lot of questions and a lot of answers, but that really aren't sufficient. So what we want to do is look at the fundamental questions of the questions that we don't often ask about the UAP issue or the ET presence. So the question is, what is the nature of language, and how does it create external reality? And how is this ET reality confined or defined by our language? And that means, how might a new vernacular or new language allow us to better present the ET presence to the public? At this point in our evolution, language is the only thing that we have as a species to communicate this to the outer world and to the media. So there are a very few questions, and so many different questions and answers. And how might contact pre and post disclosure conversations about the UAP ET issue alter or define our reality and our language? It's a very esoteric question, but something that we're not dealing with very well. The other part is here, few researchers are dealing with this issue, one that may ultimately determine how the public may accept or violently oppose any such language or our understanding of the ET issue. So what's that new language all about? First of all, we've been dealing with it on your program so far, is I saw a UFO. Then I think I saw a UFO, or we saw a UFO, or I saw a UFO. I don't remember what happened after that. I was on a table with a strange being staring at me. I was sent messages in my head about whatever. This is all the language that we're interplaying with now. Why is my government and science telling me that this is all just hallucinatory or confabulation? Is there a history of this that is only just being revealed right now? And how might the rest of humanity interpret this unconventional language about abductions or UFO sightings? And the other question is, does it really matter if they really care? The other thing is, we need a global revolution. Since the birth of disclosure in the latter stages of the 20th century and the early part of the 21st, several key events and players and revelations have made a major player in ascribing new linguistic meaning to the metaphor of what disclosure is. This revolution is the people in advance responsible for putting in place a new vernacular have not only created a political and social global revolution, but they have introduced to humanity entirely different ways of knowing. And that means this global revolution is about new ontology of who we are as a species and the exo-consciousness and visceral connection we have with NHI, non-human intelligence, with whom we share the cosmos. That's a very key point. Never before has humanity pondered such profound possibilities. Our current linguistic capacities have proven totally insufficient. They've been controlled by our political, educational, religious, and scientific institutions. That's a lot to swallow, but you'll believe it or not. The events and people of the disclosure movement have, either by design or sheer inadvertency, created a new language for our new reality. A revised anthropological, sociological, political, and linguistic perspective. Where will this new language lead us? How will we understand what's really going on? Well, first of all, we have to deal with contact. And it is my opinion that contact has already been made. The most fundamental question of all is this: does humanity understand or realize we stand on the threshold of the next step in our evolution as a species? A big question. Next, what are the implications of this? Because of contact, and you can see there by that graphic, you're going back a long way, and we've evolved. And the big question comes forward after this: will there ever come a time when we won't recognize ourselves? Pretty soon, there will be a word for that. So thank you very much. And that's a very brief synopsis of things. Anyone interested in getting this presentation, I'm available for it. And if you want to throw questions, I'm more than open to dealing with it. Thank you very much, Yann.
Thank you, Mr. VIGGIANI. That was a very clear expose, covering pretty much large too. You can restart your video camera and stop the sharing screen.
Okay. Okay.
You can restart your camera so we can see you.
All right. There we go.
Can see you. Okay. Steve, le placer. Okay, you're back. So, very well done, Mr. VIGGIANI. We can see you have a lot of experience in presenting speeches. You're doing that since when?
Oh, I've been doing it for over 30 years, Yann.
And,
on radio, television, on the internet.
Do you still have a radio show?
Yes, I have my own podcast, and I also do a UFO program with Richard Serrett on the Conspiracy Show on Sunday nights here in Toronto on Zoomer Radio. We do it on a regular basis. Actually, we are just finishing the compilation of an interview with James Fox. And I know Dr. Don DONDERI mentioned the phenomenon, and we just finished an interview with James Fox on the Richard Serrett Show about a week and a half ago on Sunday. And James was on the program and talked a lot about the phenomenon. And I would highly encourage everyone to have a look at the phenomenon. It is an absolute blockbuster, which will change the perception of the general public about this whole issue. And also, we're looking forward to an interview that I'm going to be doing with Luis Elizondo, a former representative in the HIP program in the Pentagon. So we're looking forward to that, I think, on November the 19th. In addition to that, on November the 22nd, on the Richard Serrett Show, we're interviewing Whitley Strieber with his new book and his perceptions on the abduction phenomenon and everything else that he knows about the ET presence.
Very good. Please specify the coordinate on which site and the radio show when it is.
Right. The Richard Serrett Show is called the Conspiracy Show, and it's on Zoomer Radio. So if you Google Richard Serrett Strange Planet, you'll come up with the radio program, and Richard has a list of the programs that have been in the past and the ones that are coming up. So the next one coming up will be November the 22nd with Whitley Strieber. So the Richard Syrett Show or the Conspiracy Show, and that'll get you there.
How
you
do you spell Syrett? How do you spell Richard?
Richard Syrett, Richard as in R-I-C-H-A-R-D, and Syrett, S-Y-R-E-T-T, Richard Syrett.
Okay.
So you seem to be very active. Do you have a project for the next months and years?
Well, the basic format of what I'm doing on Z-Line Communications is, if you look at my website, I am in charge of the news agency, Z-Line Communications, and that is an organization that is the only one in Canada who deals with the dissemination of this information. So if you go to my blog spot, Z-Line Communications, you'll see numerous press releases by people like Paul Hellyer, Stephen Bassett, Richard Dolan, Peter Robbins, a whole variety of individuals who have very unique perspectives on this. And I decided to do this not because I'm a researcher. I don't consider myself a UFO researcher, but as a journalist, to allow this information to come forward in a news frame or in a journalistic frame, in a more how can I put it, expository way. I don't want to deal with sightings. I have no interest in UFO sightings whatsoever. They're important, and I don't want to downplay them, but we've moved a long way past UFO sightings, way past cataloging sightings. We are now in a almost post-disclosure world, with Dr. DONDERI very articulately indicating that the New York Times has opened the door to the ATIP program and opened the door to the STARS Academy to bring us into a new realm of existence, or at least expository information. And that existence is going to come with Senator Marco Rubio. And if you want to find out more about that, I will be putting out an editorial about that, because U.S. Senate or congressional hearings on the UFO issue are coming, because Marco Rubio, as a senator, will be putting forward legislation to force the U.S. Pentagon, the U.S. Air Force, and the U.S. Navy to download information about ETs. And once these hearings begin, Jan, it's going to go six ways to sideways. This will be a new effort. This will be a new openness for disclosure once these U.S. Senate hearings happen. And they will happen probably March and April coming up in 2021.
Very good. You know very well your subject, as we can see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my job.
Yeah.
I have a question to ask.
Sure.
It's between the dissonance, because on the one hand, officially, science is interested in extraterrestrial life. We had the SETI project. We had the discovery of recently many exoplanets. We have exobiology and so on. So officially, science is interested in finding extraterrestrial life. But on the other hand, there is an enormous reluctance of admitting the UFO phenomenon, part of which is precisely an encounter with extraterrestrial life, or most probably. So there seems to be like a major cognitive dissonance between the two. And is this linked to the powers on our planet that fear some kind of interference in our earthly affairs of other civilizations and so on? So what is your take on this?
Well, I know we've got a limited amount of time, but
yeah.
And pardon me for speaking very bluntly about this, because I have very strong feelings. Science, the SETI program, are irrelevant. Underline irrelevant. They have no idea what's going on. Okay. So, and I don't want to get into a discussion about that, but the fact of the matter is that the extraterrestrial presence has manifested itself so clearly that the American government, the Pentagon, has made it clear that UFOs, in fact, are real. Now, I don't know how SETI can deal with that. I don't know what they're going to do about it, and I don't know how mainstream science is going to deal with that. But the U.S. Pentagon and the U.S. Navy have admitted that UFOs are real. And if you watch the movie The Phenomenon by James Fox, he outlines it very, very clearly. So I have no time, absolutely no time at all, for the U.S. government's or the U.S. Scientific community's reluctance to engage this issue. The evidence is all there. There is nothing that the evidence will portray that's false. There is nothing that the evidence will portray as being fake. This is all the real stuff. Pilots are seeing them, and contact has been made. Abductees know what's going on. So once we get all the converging lines of evidence, and that's what I call them, converging lines of evidence of people who have seen these things, of government personnel who know that this stuff exists, once that information gets out there, science, mainstream science, and I guess, you know, whoever you want to call doubters, and I call them the SETI doubters, they will be blown out of the water, and they will not have any idea what's going on until they realize that this thing is real. And the more they start focusing on what we are dealing with as the reality, the better off they will be, and the better off we will be. So I don't know if I can really be more specific about my uncomfortability about how mainstream science and the media are dealing with this.
Well, I totally agree with you, but there's a third aspect that you have not mentioned, and that might be, you know, play a big role too. There has been since many years a lot of channeling, some of a very scientific nature and very advanced nature. For example, raw material or zeta talk or something like this. And this is a third aspect which usually gets played down because people do not like so much the things of channeling. But there's a lot of material there that seems, you know, I've looked at a little bit about this, that seems highly credible and extremely interesting, and addressing our the limits of our scientific viewpoint, and how we can have a better understanding of the past of our planet, about physical reality, about the existence of the paranormal, and so on. But many aspects which are discussed very interestingly in this material, and this, to my view, should also be taken into consideration.
No, I have no idea, and I might state right at the very top that I have no experience with or no expertise in the idea of channeling. What I do know is that there are experiencers, people who have been taken by these extraterrestrial beings in the abduction phenomenon. And John Mack, a very close friend of mine before he passed away, there's a lot of data about that. And I understand that that kind of information is important. There's no doubt about it. But what is key for people to understand, that before we get into all of that kind of information, and it's a very esoteric and very difficult channel of information, pardon the pun, we're dealing with an indolent and uninformed public. So we have to start at level one in introducing to them, the general public, 98% of which really don't understand what this issue is all about. So if we begin at channeling with the general public, I'm sorry to say, we're going to lose everybody. We've got to back off, look at what the ET presence means, all of the evidence with respect to what's come forward over the last, since 2017 with the New York Times interview or article by Leslie Kane and Blumenthal and Helen Cooper. We have to look at that kind of information first. Once the public digests that information and fully understands or comes to some understanding about what that information is all about, then we can get into the more esoteric aspects of the channeling and the abduction phenomenon and all of the things that are more spiritually or interdimensionally related to the UFO issue. If we start with the interdimensionality or the spiritual aspect of this with the public, I'm sorry, we're going to lose them. Yeah. We have to start at square one.
That's also my opinion too. Now we have a short question about from the public. Just one.
So
Sure.
We have the first question coming from Caledonia 1313. Mr. VIGGIANI, have you heard of any holes marking scars left after abduction?
Yes. Yes, I have dealt with 16 abductees, 16, and a combination of men and women. And each of these abductees, in one way or another, some of them have specific direct experience with I guess, contact, being on tables, being examined, and all of that, missing time. Several of them have experienced different kinds of markings on their bodies. I have one specific individual, a male, who experienced getting up in the morning and looking at his legs, and each of his legs on a thigh. Each thigh was, if you got an elastic band and put it around each thigh and tightened it, both on both thighs, and created an indentation on his thighs. He didn't have them in the morning, and he doesn't wear elastic bands in bed. And he expressed a very definite experience that he was taken. So he woke up in the morning with these marks on his leg. That's one example. And there are other examples of scoop marks, people on their shins, on their arms, on their feet, on their hands, where I guess samples have been taken. We really don't know. But the fact of the matter is they went to bed at night, they woke up in the morning with these scoop marks and scars on their body. So yes, in answer to your question, those things are very, very prevalent. And that's not the only thing that these people wake up with.
Do you believe that we run the risk of pushing the UFO narrative without concrete evidence to support the full disclosure?
Okay.
And he says a bit of horse before the cart mindset.
Well, the idea of evidence, as far as many of us are concerned, the evidence is all there. All you have to do is pay attention to it. And UFO sightings is one thing. I mean, there's a whole body of evidence about, global sightings of UFOs, nuclear shutdowns, government documents. The evidence is all there. And if someone would even partially dispute all of that evidence, and that's only a little bit of it, okay? We've got documentations from military personnel, abductees, former USA government officials. The evidence is all there. I mean, how long are we going to rag the puck on this and say, well, there's not enough evidence? The evidence is profuse. The evidence is all over the map. And if anyone wants to, dispute the evidence or the fact that this evidence may be spurious or shaky or fake, I'm sorry, it's just there. It's all there. We've had 40 years of this stuff, and actually over 70 since the Roswell crash. The evidence is all there. And if people want to look at the evidence and they make their own decision about that, they will come to the same conclusion as many of us have had. The UFOs are real. There is, in fact, an extraterrestrial presence, and the government is hiding that information from us. We just have to go on from there. And, if you're going to say there's no evidence, I'm sorry, you really don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. VIGGIANI. As we can see from your presentation, you're one of the most vocal and eloquent about the UFO thematic. You know very much the subject, so thank you very much for your participation.
You're most welcome, and I've been thoroughly enjoyed. And congratulations again to you, to GARPAN, for doing this, because this could be an extremely historical event. You catalog it as best you can and get it out there to the media. And we just hope for the best and realize that disclosure is just around the corner. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Have a nice day. So now we will have our next guest. It will be Mr. Dave PALACHIK from the MUFON Canada. Just be patient. We will be back in 1 or 2 minutes.
Je vais le refaire, là, mais...
Dernière fois.
OK, tu me le fais vivre. OK, bon, je ferme la porte? OK.
Hi everybody, we are back in the studio with one of our main guests from the day. It's the representative of one of the main Canadian UFO organization. It's the new director of MUFON Canada. His name is Mr. Dave PALACHIK. Welcome.
Thank you, Yann. I appreciate you inviting me. I have a very important announcement to make today, which I'll do near the end. I'm not going to be reviewing cases or anything that. I'm going to let you know what MUFON Canada is all about, our new direction, and I'm going to start with a little history about MUFON. So the very first thing is MUFON Canada started as a collection of different chapters. We actually started in the 70s in Alberta, and Quebec came along, in Ontario and Northern Ontario. And it was in the late 80s that we amalgamated to be one chapter instead of 4 or 5 different chapters, and that became MUFON Canada. So MUFON International, headquartered out of the US, MUFON US is the largest chapter, and Canada is now the second largest chapter of the international organization with over 51 highly trained and certified investigators. MUFON International itself has over 600 around the world in 30 or 40 different countries and continually expanding. We have a very unique training system that makes everybody follow the same rules. It's all based on the scientific methodology and forensic investigations. And so the one thing I want to report to you is that you have a database number about 3,000 some odd for MUFON Canada. Today that MUFON Canada Canadian cases is actually 5,732. So a lot more than your research found out. So MUFON, for those who don't know, the Mutual UFO Network is the world's oldest and largest investigative and research not-for-profit organization in the world. And our goal is to do research and scientific investigation for the benefit of all humankind. So everything that we do is open to the public on request. Our database is not really open wide, but it is open on request to academia, scientists, governments even come into looking at what we have. And our current database has over 120,000 cases. It was Ashley KIRCHER who said that 5% are truly unknowns. This year we've reevaluated and it's actually at 8% now of truly unknowns, documented, proven unknown cases of UFOs or ET sightings. So that number is climbing, and yes, thanks to COVID, so are the reports this year. Myself personally, I've been involved in MUFON for almost 8 years now, being at one time the national chief investigator. And even today, I still do cases, and I have done almost 800 cases personally or with supporting other field investigators. Every one of our investigators has some specialty of some sort, so the group calls upon that person. We are one cohesive group, not just a bunch of individual single investigators. We have quarterly meetings, and I am the forensic analysis of video and photos because that's what I do for a living. So I wanted to talk, I've given you those numbers. I wanted to talk to you about what MUFON's doing and where we're going. So MUFON Canada is holding podcasts ourselves on our YouTube channel under MUFON Canada, and on Spotify and Apple and all those other ones, the audio version. We are trying to do podcasts that educate the people, and that's very important. So we're doing things like what's our experience or research team about, what is MUFON's goals and where we're going. And then we do historic MUFON cases in Canada, Canadian cases. So we had James Blackwood on from Clarenville, Newfoundland. We've had a couple other ones. We had Chris Stiles on a little while ago talking about some Nova Scotian cases that were very little known. And I do want to talk to you about where we're going. We get together with these people and we help whatever they ask for. So next spring, we're going up to Northwest Territories to go to Clan Lake. There is a gentleman named Mikey McBrien from Buffalo Air in Northwest Territories who took upon himself to fly up and look at this old report from Clan Lake, which was June 18th, 1960 by a prospector. It was reported to the RCMP and they investigated it twice. So did our military, but no conclusions were drawn. And it was a crashed object into Clan Lake. So he's going up there again in the spring. We're bringing a lot of scientific equipment, magnetometers, everything you can imagine to help solve this situation. And like you and I get in a car to go do something, Mikey gets in an airplane, flies all over the place. So Mikey is a pilot from the old Ice Pilots TV show where Buffalo Air was highlighted. And he did a podcast, and I really encourage you to go look for the podcast for Clan Lake. It's a very informative documentary, and we can't wait to continue or conclude it and see if we can find something. Both Don DONDERI and Victor VIGGIANI mentioned the phenomenon. Victor forgot to mention that we actually hosted and premiered the first Canadian showing of it last night in Hamilton. It's an awesome production. I encourage everybody to go to their favorite video on demand and download it. It's only a few dollars and watch it. James Fox did an awesome job. On that same note, I would like to encourage people to go to find Rob Freeman, UFO World Explorer, who has dozens and dozens of podcasts to watch as him and his team have flown around the world to 14 different countries, I guess, interviewing the people who have made contact. And these are true stories. It's incredible to watch these. I've been a part of a couple of them. I have to thank them. I've been on a number of places. I sat in the Mojave Desert for a week at 2 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the morning watching UFOs. So I have seen UFOs and I have documented so many different things. Now, everybody writes books, not Dave. I don't write books. I write reports to help people like Richard Dolan and Grant Cameron and my old friend Stan, and I miss Stan dearly. And Stan also gives me a lot of stuff, had given me a lot of stuff, which I think if I have his only copy, I might give him back so they go into the museum. And I can't wait to get out there to do that. So Clan Lake is coming up. I can't believe it. It's great. Now, Victor mentioned converging lines of evidence. Well, that's kind of a lead up to my announcement. In 1975, MUFON was, we're 51 years old. MUFON started the idea of maybe we should start a global database. There's too many groups around doing their own little thing. Well, that kind of went nowhere. But in 1980, as you know, the PC was invented. So it sat on a back burner for many years. In 1985, they revisited it. What can we do for a global database? Again, it kind of sat around because they figured, well, everybody's doing their own thing and they don't want to talk to anybody else. Okay, come on. MUFON's a large database holder, 120 in the current. If anybody's seen Hangar 1, the show, okay, and even Ancient Aliens, when they pull out those boxes, those banker boxes, that is actual reality. There is 10,000 plus boxes of handwritten investigations, and we call it Pandora's box. We call it that because nobody wanted to ever open it. Well, guess what? Pandora box was opened 2 years ago, and we are about 99% done of digitizing every one of those reports. So now we're going to be up to about 150,000 reports. And all that we want to make available to everyone. So there's a big announcement. It's called Project Aquarius. As I talked about, it's been talked about since 1975, but last year the board of directors approved fundraising for Project Aquarius. Now, we are not government supported anywhere in any chapter anywhere in the world, include MUFON Canada. We operate our expenses on donations and memberships. And we produce a quarterly newsletter, at least something to give you back, and we do news blasts. So if you go to MUFON Canada, you can find out how to become a member. It's only $25. But the same with MUFON International. It's all membership. And there's almost 5,000 members now supporting this initiative. So part of that money was put aside, and we have now hired people to start taking other groups' databases and converting them to match the CMS database. Everybody who was approached regarding this project, we started in the US, they agreed that the CMS database had the most detailed and easiest format to follow. So we're having people digitize or change whatever somebody has in their database and bringing it into our database. Now, as I said, Project Aquarius is to make the world's largest single database available to all contributing groups. So I'm here today to announce that in Canada, I will be heading up this project in order to open it up to everybody. GARPAN, New Forks, UFO BC, everybody will have the opportunity to add their files to the database. And I got a meeting with Chris coming up soon. He probably doesn't know it yet, but I haven't called him. And the purpose is to make everything available to everybody. As a contributing group, there's no fees. We're not going to charge you. You want to see everything, you get to see everything. The purpose we're doing this is give us more evidence, as Victor yells about. It's there, and I know it's there. I've seen it. We want to have all the evidence, all the arming material to go after full disclosure. And this is the best way to do it. If we end up with 500,000 or more reports, and you take 5 to 10% as being the true unknowns, that's a huge amount. That is a massive amount. That is proof. That's evidence, as Victor says. We know the evidence is there. So the person who said, are we putting the cart before the horse? No, we already have the proof. I have personally seen so many unusual things that I know are UFOs from, I'm not going to say outer space or other worlds, because there's 4 possibilities. We all know that. They could be coming from other worlds. They could be coming from another dimension. They'd be coming from parallel universes, or it could be time travel. And that's just 4 of the possibilities. There's a couple more of them floating around with scientists. Yeah. So I encourage everybody in this group here to be prepared for me to contact them to say, yes, we would like to add our database to the world collection. Again, no restrictions, no cost. We are funding the money. We might have to ask for donations eventually because we've hired a lot of people to start doing this. So right now we are working with one of the largest guys, the Center for UFO Studies in the US. Their extensive files are now being converted. New Fork is next, NICAP. I got a huge list. I'm not going to go through it, but they're all lined up. And the next point after the US ones is Canada, because we are the second largest chapter. So we're going to hit Canada. So in 2021, I'll be contacting everybody to tell them to get ready. We will give you all the information you need of what we're looking for, and then you can tell us your file format, and then we'll hire another person or whatever to change that. So it's all an import, massage it, or cook it, as I call it, and then dump it in the database. And to me, this is very exciting because I want to see everything, especially in Canada, that's ever been recorded and documented. We're partially into disclosure. I think everybody agrees that, but it's a little d, and I want to see the capital D disclosure by the end of 2021 or early 2022, and I think we can push it. And I think Don DONDERI said we can't do anything right now because of the election in the US. That's true, but they're not the only ones. Brazil, Chile, countries like that, they don't hold anything back. We had Rob Freeman go down to Chile, I believe it was, or Brazil, I can't remember which one, and the general in charge of the UFO division opened his door and said, come on in, what do you want to see? And opened all the files. They don't hide things like the US. So you get every other country pushing the US, they need to disclose. That's all there is to it. So Clan Lake, can't wait for that to come up. Please watch The Phenomenon and look for Rob Freeman. FREEMAN, UFO World Explorer. There's some great documents out there. I continue to write reports and do things in the background for all the great ufologists around the world that I know, personally work with. I think there's not too many people I don't know, but I don't write books. I'm not a writer. I'm a scientist. Okay, I have a background in electronic engineering technology and a nuclear background too. So I write reports, technical reports, not books. And I encourage those people to write books, keep writing books, as I enjoy reading them. So at that, I'm done. My announcement is please help with Project Aquarius, get your databases into an international database. And I think that will help us fuel full disclosure. So right now I can take any questions if there are any.
Ok, tu me dis quand je peux. Okay, hey, thank you very much, Mr. PALACHIK. It was a very clear expose, and you had told me that you had big news. It is, in fact, very big news. Of course, you can be sure that the GARPAN will support that project. We will try to convince the other groups too. It's an international endeavor, and we are proud that a Canadian is holding the bar from that project.
Okay, thank you. I just see the questions just popped up. I can answer the one I see if you'd like.
Okay.
It says, does MUFON lobby politicians to pressure the government to be more transparent? Actually, in the background, we do. But in Canada, we have an advocate, and that is Mr. Grant Cameron. He is lobbying on behalf of the world, but more so on behalf of Canada. And we feed him a lot of information, of course, so he can do his job. And he's doing a great job. But in the U.S., our headquarters, our board of directors are constantly talking with all our groups, including to the Stars Academy, the non-government groups, and of course to Senator Mark Rafuli, I can't remember his name,
Rubio,
who is behind the Senate Committee on Intelligence, who now just said that ATIP is gone, and they started a new group. And every 6 months they're supposed to give us public updates. Let's see if that happens. There's one due in January, and I heard an announcement it's going to be not every 6 months, but possibly every 3 months. So yes, we're lobbying those people as well, but quietly. Very quietly.
Very good. Do you have a question, Dr. Janta?
Well, I simply want to say that to have a huge database will allow to do data mining and to ask questions. Well, it opens the possibility of having way more research questions and statistics than if we only have these small distributed databases.
Totally agree with you. Yes. We do data mining on our own, of course, because over 100,000, almost 120,000 cases on the current database, which is the computerized one. But there are so many more. It's amazing. Imagine getting them all accessible. I think we're going to find what we're seeing is 8% right now is going to be 10 or 12 because, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of cases out there that are true unknowns in other groups, and it can add to it.
Do you have another question?
No.
Because you have a lot of notes.
I'm very excited about that international database. I think that is what the world's been asking for years, and it's time to do it. Let's work together. That's all I'm saying. And MUFON Canada is open to working with any group. We don't say no. That is my mandate that I gave all my investigators. We've actually been out on sites working with other groups together. And we will continue to promote that as long as I'm running MUFON Canada. Oh, the last thing I said I wanted to mention that is MUFON Canada is an amalgamation of all the groups. We still mean MUFON Quebec, not as a separate group. It is part of MUFON Canada. It is MUFON Canada. But we found it easier to maintain two separate sites for the French language. We are bilingual. MUFONCanada.com. You can click to translate, but it is not fully bilingual. We're working on that, and we'll actually bring the two together. But right now, whatever is on MUFON Canada is also on MUFON Quebec, and it's only just to maintain French and English. But they're all part of the same group. All those field investigators report to me. They're all part of the same group. We have nobody that's independent.
It's a good thing. I'm very happy to receive you today, and that you have take back the
direction of the MUFON Canada, Mr. Dave PALACHIK. As we can see in all the public, you are a straight-minded man. You know where you're going. You have clear objective. I think you're the perfect guy there, and it is a very good that you have a new philosophy for MUFON. It was not like that in the last year. I think you're the great guy in place.
Thank you very much. I got one more last thing. I want COVID to end so we can get out and do presentations. We have members and field investigators poised and ready right across the country to get out and do 90-minute presentations in libraries, coffee shops, service crews to get the word out there. It's all education and question and answers. We have every major city covered, but we can't do any of it because of COVID. So when we get lifted, if you go to meetup.com and search MUFON Canada, you will see the announcements on there where all the meetings are going to be held. And I encourage everybody to come out. There is no cost. You know, we want to get the word out. At one point, we used to ask for a $5 donation. We'll still take it, you know, because we do have to pay for some of the locations. And but other than that, we're encouraging to get people out. Just before COVID hit, we had done 3 or 4 just very late last year, and we packed the rooms. You know, we had hundreds of people in some rooms, you know, 50 to 100 in other rooms. The questions that I received or any of my investigators received were very intelligent questions. So people are dying for information. They want to know the truth. So everybody on this symposium here, this summit, I encourage you to please promote education to the public. And through this database, I'm sure we can be much more powerful and much more successful at that. So, Yann, thank you very much for the opportunity.
So it's note, if you want to receive a MUFON representative in your city, in your coffee shop, in your restaurant, as he said, you will have a free presentation. So don't hesitate to communicate with MUFON.
MUFONCanada.com and click contact us. That's our email contact system, and guaranteed somebody will get back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Ce que j'ai remarqué, le premier coup quand je l'ai dessiné, étant donné que ça bougeait, ça c'était mobile. Je ne l'avais pas dessiné parce que c'était mobile. Le premier coup que je l'ai vu quand il s'est rapproché, quand il s'est appliqué à me regarder, évidemment, ça l'a descendu. Ce qu'on voit ici, les petits carrés qu'il y a là, ça s'est mis à bouger comme si ça glissait de dessous un genre de chapeau, quelque chose, un chapeau fendu en deux, là, quelque chose qui... Ça bougeait. On voyait bien que c'était un genre de nanotechnologie mécanique, quelque chose dans le genre qui bougeait. Et ici, si j'ai fait ça ici, ces choses bleues, c'est pas parce que c'est de la peau. Hein. Je vais être vraiment... Je disais, il y avait de l'énergie qui passait devant ses yeux. Et c'était de l'énergie, mais ça déformait pas ses yeux. Je voyais que les filets étaient encore plus petits. C'est pour ça que je les ai pas liés, parce que je voulais pas défaire les yeux. Je les ai pas reproduits là-dedans. Mais les filets étaient plus petits. Il y aurait pu avoir les petits filets bleus qui auraient pu passer là. Mais je les ai pas faits parce que je voulais vraiment que ça ressemble. On voit bien les yeux, qu'est-ce qu'il y avait de l'air, parce que je me suis dit, je commence à barbouiller les yeux. Mais au fond, si on pourrait dire que tout ça, c'est pas la peau là, ou en dessous d'un masque. Mais ici, oui, on peut dire, étant donné que ça pendouillait, puis qu'il y avait comme, ça paraissait rouge, mais on dirait qu'il y avait des choses qui brûlaient à l'intérieur, quelquefois. C'était pas toujours rouge, ça a été intermittent 3 ou 4 fois, mais je l'ai mis sur le dessin. Parce que, écoute, il y avait quand même du rouge. Même s'il y avait un petit filet bleu, il y avait quand même du rouge. Ça apparaissait, fait que j'ai fait le trait rouge à l'intérieur. C'était comme si ça brûlait à l'intérieur. Tu sais. De temps en temps, on n'entendait rien, mais on voyait que c'était intermittent. Il n'y avait vraiment aucun son. En tout cas, dans ma mémoire, il n'y avait aucun son. Si je cherche bien dans ma mémoire, c'est au moins 3 fois que je l'ai vu clignoter. Et la même chose pour le masque. Il y avait l'air d'avoir de l'énergie là-dessus qui se déplaçait. C'est pour ça que j'ai fait ça bleu comme ça. C'était bleu. Et ça avait l'air de l'énergie statique. Je m'y connais un peu en énergie statique. On va dire que je m'y connais un peu. Et cette énergie-là, évidemment, qui était un peu comme l'énergie statique, bleue, ben, ça bougeait. Puis les lignes qui sont là, c'est pas forcément des plis. Hein. Encore là, c'est parce que ça avait l'air de bouger, ça changeait de configuration. Okay. Fait que quand ça bougeait, ça avait changé encore de configuration. Et ça veut dire que son visage, un peu comme moi quand je plisse du visage, je fais ça comme ça, j'ai des plis, bon, ben je change, tu sais. Ben, c'est pour ça que je l'ai produit en 2 volets. Et ça avait descendu. Le premier coup, je l'ai vu, ça l'a descendu quand il m'a regardé comme s'il avait fait tu sais, un peu comme s'il était surpris. On dirait à l'intérieur du masque. Puis ça allait tirer le masque. Fait que là, moi, je l'ai produit, le deuxième dessin, je l'ai produit exactement comme il était quand je l'ai vu au fond. Ben, exactement, faut dire que ça rend pas vraiment... ça rend à peu près à 80% ce que j'ai vu, parce que c'est un dessin vraiment grotesque à comparer de la réalité. Et comme je dis, ça, ces choses ont apparu, ils ont glissé sous la... Tout était d'une venue. Et tout à coup, ça s'est transformé comme ça. Tout ça ici était d'une venue complet. Là. Tu sais, tout était d'un seul morceau. À partir d'ici, là, bien net. Puis tout à coup, paf, ça s'est comme démonté. Puis ça s'est placé comme ça. Là, il m'a regardé. J'étais complètement abasourdi à quelques centimètres du visage. Et là, j'ai capoté. Parce que là, il m'a collé. Il a fait comme... Mais on n'a pas entendu ça, mais j'ai bien vu que ça s'était tiré. Et ça pendouillait. Le dessin, ce qui est ici, là, ça pendouillait. Il s'est penché, puis ça suivait pas le masque. On voyait vraiment que ça pendouillait. Mais c'est pas une trompe. Je suis convaincu que c'est un filtreur. Un filtreur pour filtrer l'air. Littéralement, une genre de combinaison pour le protéger de l'environnement qui était immédiat. Là. Je sais pas, je pense pas que qu'est-ce qu'il y a dans l'air l'intéressait vraiment à respirer. Il n'a pas respiré ça. Fait qu'il s'est protégé. C'est ce que je pense. Et pour ce qui est de la gorge, ici, les plis, encore, c'est la même histoire que là. Pour les plis, mais sauf que là, on avait du gris. On avait comme du gris sous... puis un peu de vert. Mais ça n'avait pas l'air... Là, ça avait vraiment du tissu. Ça avait l'air quelque chose de solide. Mais encore là, je sais pas pourquoi ça ici, c'était comme de l'énergie qui était bleue, que là, il y avait du gris, mais en tout cas, ça valait d'un costume. Un costume qui était très rempli d'énergie statique. On va dire ça comme ça, parce que c'est l'impression que ça m'a donné, de l'énergie statique. Pas mal d'énergie statique. Et ses yeux aussi, pour les yeux, par exemple, ce que j'ai noté, c'est que ici, je ne donne pas vraiment l'effet que ça avait de l'air, mais c'était chaque petit noyau, vous voyez ici, là, dans l'iris, était soulevé. C'était bleu, puis c'était soulevé, tu sais, un bleu foncé, un bleu marin, puis un bleu assez intense. On voyait que c'était comme des pépins de pommes, par exemple. Je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà vu des pépins de pommes, mais ça ressemblait à ça. Et le centre de l'œil était jaune, complètement jaune. Et ça, c'était vraiment la même couleur que tout le reste qui était comme des pépins de pommes à l'intérieur, des pépins de fruits à l'intérieur. Et ça avait l'air de bouger, de clignoter à l'intérieur, mais en plus petit à l'intérieur de l'œil. Fait que c'est vraiment pas un œil humain. Ça, puis même des yeux d'animaux, j'ai jamais vu ça, même des reptiles, j'ai jamais rien vu de semblable. Est-ce que c'était des yeux mécaniques, c'était peut-être un androïde? Ben, ça me donnait pas ça. Ça me donnait pas l'impression d'être un androïde parce que ça avait l'air des tissus assez vivants. Okay. Très vivants, mais pas de la catégorie que je connais, que j'ai déjà vu dans ma vie. Peut-être des biologistes pourraient répondre à ça, mais moi, je suis pas biologiste.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup.
Ça fait plaisir.
Oui, c'est parti.
Bon, il y a un détail que j'ai oublié dans mon affaire, c'est que ici, je sais pas si on peut... Bon, ici, j'ai mis un peu de gris, mais c'est quand ça s'est comme décomposé, okay, pour descendre, ça ici, la petite partie carrée qui est là, ben c'est devenu gris ici, ça a bouvé ici. Okay. Et pareil aussi au-dessus. Puis je l'ai vu, étant donné qu'il était un petit peu penché, c'était un petit peu plus sur le côté de la tête ici, du côté gauche. Puis là, après, ça a descendu, puis là, je voyais, tu sais, deux petites... c'est complètement démanché. Puis là, ici, c'est resté pas mal égal. De l'autre côté, ça s'est aplati complètement, comme si ça avait rentré, puis il y avait une partie différente, un petit peu plus sur le côté gauche, qui était un mot petit carré qui allait suivre. On dirait qu'il y avait deux genres de petits carrés, lui, il n'y en avait pas, sur l'autre côté, du côté droit. Comme s'il y avait deux genres d'appareils.
as I was saying, the next guest is Mr. Michel DESCHAMPS. He's representing his own group that is called MUFON. He's from Sudbury in Ontario. He's one of the senior ufologists in Canada too. He was an ex-member of MUFON. And as you will see, he has a lot of things to tell. I'm starting the video now.
Okay, my name is Michel DESCHAMPS. I reside in Sudbury, Ontario, Canada, of course. And I've been doing research for over 45 years, having had 27 sightings since age 9. So I'm one of the very few researchers to know both sides of the coin. Not only do the research, but also have had enough sightings to know what is going on, what is man-made, and what is not. After many years of collecting information, I spoke to the late Stanton Friedman, nuclear physicist, as to what to do with the material that I collected. I joined MUFON in 1991, and I ended my position as provincial section director for Sudbury, Ontario for MUFON in 2011. Now, back in 2007, I wanted to write a book, but not knowing how to lay out the material that I have, because I have so much of it. I made friends with members of MUFON Ontario down in Toronto, specifically one person who is a legend when it comes to pirate radio. His name was Errol Bruce Knapp. Now, he had programs, different applications that I could use to create a website. So I proceeded to create NUFORCE, which basically stands for Northern Ontario UFO Research and Study, and basically began using just the information I'd collected about Northern Ontario. At our local university here, Laurentian University in Sudbury, I found that we had 5 Northern Ontario newspapers on microfilm. And I thoroughly researched the Sudbury Star for over 2.5 years and found over 350 clippings, and that was the basis for the website. Since then, I've accumulated the National Archives of Australia, the documents from New Zealand, the 9 so far downloads from the UK, and I also have Canadian documents, both the ones from the National Archives and service documents, which actually look different when you look at the 2 different sets of layouts. I have FBI documents, CIA documents, DIA documents, 1 or 2 documents from the NSA. I have research papers by McDonnell Douglas, the Rand Corporation, and a few other ones as well. And so I've also investigated a landing case that took place on Manitoulin Island in 1991. It actually occurred in mid-September 1990, but I only got to the site in 1991, and it was still there, still visible. And that was also featured in a book called Illustrated Catalog of Physical Traces in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
So I helped to edit that book for the English version, and I've been mentioned in a few other publications because of my extensive research in newspaper archive. I was also a contributor to Project 1947 with Jan Aldrich, as he went through Canada and collected newspaper clippings from different collectors. It turns out that I was only one of 2 researchers in Canada who had thoroughly researched newspapers, and the other one was Richie Benedict of Alberta. The team itself had searched over 2,000 newspapers worldwide to see if there was any previous rash of sightings that preceded 1947. So with all that put together, and the connections that I made over the years, As I said before, I've had 27 sightings. My first sighting was at age 9, and my last sighting was in 2006. And from each one actually was different than the other. So I got to see UFOs behave in a different way. I created a website. Like I said, New Force has pages that I never saw anywhere else. I have a page on UFO characteristics, what to look for in UFOs, how to identify a UFO in 30 minutes or less. I also have all the classification of sightings, all 6 classification of sightings. The first, originally 3 created by Jalen Hynek. I also have pages that show what animal mutilations consist of, what crop circles consist of, worldwide research, as well as some of the few reports that I got from my Quebec counterparts, which I was able to translate into English so that English Canada could find out about some of the cases in Quebec. Along with those other pages I created that I could not see anywhere else on the internet, I also have a page about scientists and UFOs, astronauts and UFOs, police officers and UFOs, celebrities and UFOs, and politicians and UFOs. There's a lot of information there that took me a while to find. And the mindset that I had at the time that I created the website, I wanted to make sure that all the information was there so that any layman could understand. If somebody didn't know anything about UFOs and they wanted to learn everything from A to Z, I was going to try to put it all on the same website, as concise and accurate as possible. So in 2007, as I said, is when I started the website, and because I had already worked on 350 pages for a text version of all the news clippings I had found, the website was up and running in 2 weeks. And then, as I put myself in the shoes of other people, like I said, who never knew anything about UFOs but wanted to find out about UFOs, that's how I systematically started to tackle page by page by page until I wound up with over 1,400 pages on my website. I also have an extensive collection of audio files collected from Robert Gribble, and also faded discs. Report officers have old interviews with Travis Walton when the case took place in 1975, the month of November 1975. I also have on my audio clips page local people that I've interviewed who's had sightings. And I also created an archives page, a sightings archives page, which started in 1998. And I believe I've created a page, or will be creating a page, for 2021. And as I get reports, which are sometimes very far in between, that's where they get posted, along with any pictures, video, and a full description of the sighting given to me by the witness themselves. So the website's very extensive, and like I said, it may be about Northern Ontario initially in the title itself, but it consists of a lot more information that you can't find in one particular spot on the internet all at once. So it took me a while to create the website, and like I said, it's 2020 now, and I'm still making corrections. Sometimes if there's broken links, I'll go back and fix them, as long as I'm made aware of which links are broken. And basically, that's what I've been working on for the last little while. Like I said, sightings are far in between. I haven't investigated anything recently, although I did get 2 recent reports. One from north of Kirkland Lake, which is an old file. It's a report that was made to MUFON, as well as the other one, which occurred in Sudbury just about a week and a half ago. So it's pretty hard to get details when nobody leaves their emails for which I can use to contact them again. The second report, I do have an email I can use, so hopefully I can actually talk to the person himself. But if people don't know where to report the sightings, you won't get the reports. And plus, whatever reports we do get, I estimate that maybe a good 90% of the reports go unreported. We only get 10% of the reports.
Yep.
But I believe that in terms of bona fide UFO sightings, though, if you were to take all the reports together, I still think that the stats will come out as being 23.5% of the sightings being unknown, and everything else is astronomical, psychological, man-made objects. People have to get familiar, they have to familiarize themselves with the planets and the moons, because I still have, on very rare cases, I've had people report to me the planet Jupiter or Venus, and I tell them the difference between stars and planets even. Stars will twinkle because they're further away and they get easily affected by the atmosphere, while planets do not because they're much brighter and much closer to us than the stars are. So that's just basic astronomy right there, and I use an astronomy program as well to correlate or to check to see if anything else could explain whatever sighting people have had. So I tried to make my website as concise as possible, as easy to use as possible, but it's very extensive, and to keep track on all the broken links and things, it's a big job, but it's a fun job. Maybe I was meant to do this. I grew up always, watching The First Man on the Moon. That's what got my interest in space. But being really bad at math, I decided, well, maybe UFOs is the one thing to pursue. I mean, I've looked into everything else, apparition of the Virgin Mary, Bigfoot, ghosts, but I decided to specialize into UFOs until we make first contact. And when that happens, then we'll maybe have to go on to doing something else. Who knows? Maybe there'll be more to do in terms of UFO research.
Probably
once
more.
We've actually made official contact.
Yep.
So, yeah. So we will have to wait for that day to come.
It will come. Congratulations, Michel. I know you have worked a lot. You have described very well your site, and you have a long experience with many colleagues, many groups. So what are your opinion on the Canadian ufology, and on what type of project we should concentrate yourself?
I think there should be a database, or at least a collection of databases where everybody's in sync and on the same page. I know that sightings are rare, or maybe they are not rare. It's just I'm not getting a lot of reports. So if the database were tied together one way or the other, all the researchers across the country would be on the same page in terms of what sightings took place, when and where, and how many witnesses, and to easily be able to separate the chaff from the wheat, as they say. Get the bona fide sightings, while any astronomical sightings of celestial objects like asteroids or meteors or, rockets, a new type of atmospheric condition that we may not have yet witnessed, anything like that. Hopefully the distinction can be made, and then the database can just be filled with actual bona fide UFO reports where the high strangeness is reached, the point of high strangeness is reached, and a lot of them hopefully remain unexplainable in terms of prosaic explanations. So,
Steve, do you have a question?
So about the database, how you can implement this kind of project about database on ufology?
We'll have to figure out how to make it, first of all, very easy to use for anybody accessing the site if it winds up being on the website somewhere. I'm not exactly sure how to lay it out. It's the same thing with the book. Yeah.
We don't use all the same reference or parameter for getting the site of events going on?
We're going to have to find a way to do that, because I found the classification of Jalen Hynek was really well done. Considering there's 6 categories when originally people only knew about the first three, and that alone was enough of an eye opener for people to realize, oh, there's more classifications than just the first original 3, you know. So yeah, it makes sense to have a database that simplifies the classification, but also that people are on the same page when it comes to using that.
Yeah.
It all depends. Sometimes it's so hard to determine like what category a sighting will fall into based on what people have seen, because sometimes they'll cross the entire spectrum of all first 3 classification. You know, they'll have a sighting at a distance, and all of a sudden it'll show up like really close, and then they'll leave physical evidence, and then it takes off again. So
cool, thanks.
Thank you very much. Ben, merci Michel, c'était excellent. Je te félicite, c'était vraiment très bon ton intervention. Je vais faire un montage.
OK, bon, en tout cas, prenez soin, puis on se reparle.
Merci,
Yes.
Salut.
Donc il y a un côté effectivement de mise en scène. Ces cas, je vous le dis, sont tellement nombreux. À un moment donné, il est naturel de se poser la question, est-ce que tout ne serait pas un effet vitrine, généralisé, mais dissimulé pour certains cas sous des effets prétextes? Alors, quels sont ces effets? Il y en a 3. Le plus réduit, je pense, c'est le coup de la panne. Celui-ci apparaît dès le début. Les entités font semblant ou réparent l'engin comme si il était arrivé réellement quelque chose. Hein, les premiers cas apparentent souvent à cette forme, mais la forme reste minoritaire quand même. Deuxième chose, vous voyez apparaître de plus en plus fréquemment, mais c'est ancien aussi, des cas que je qualifierais de très invasifs, c'est-à-dire que le phénomène va se produire par rapport à plusieurs témoins, toujours dans un cadre précis et sur une durée de temps assez longue. Ces cas ressemblent un peu à des cauchemars en mouvement, à des actions en mouvement comme ça, où les témoins sont très perturbés. Il n'y en a pas énormément, mais il y en a, et il me semble qu'il y en a de plus en plus. Et puis vous avez le grand cas, le grand prétexte qui est la cueillette. Ça, c'est présent dès les origines aussi, et ce phénomène cueille à peu près tout, comme si on avait affaire à des ingénieurs en train de prospecter le sol de la planète. Donc on cueille des herbes grasses, on cueille des lavandes, des tomates, des courgettes et des oignons, des champignons et même des roches, parce qu'il y a un aspect géologique dedans, et même des animaux dans certains cas. Ça s'est produit. Donc est-ce que tout ceci est un effet vitrine également masqué par des prétextes? C'est la question. Et qu'est-ce qu'évoque tout ceci? Il est possible, ce n'est pas une certitude, mais c'est possible que depuis le début, on soit abusé par une sorte de cinéma virtuel ultra perfectionné et que l'on prenne au premier degré ce qui serait en fait des signifiants très perfectionnés et donc porteurs de signifiés. Autrement dit, on serait dans une forme de communication, mais à sens unique. Il faut faire très attention à ce terme de communication, parce que le public va immédiatement interpréter ça par rapport à certaines productions hollywoodiennes, ou dans des feuilletons, où on voit une intelligence exogène se manifester, une équipe en face qui tente d'interpréter un langage, et un petit génie arrivé pour décoder le langage. Il ne s'agit de rien de tel dans cette affaire. La communication, si elle a lieu, est à sens unique et nous sommes, les mauvais élèves de la classe, relégués dans un coin de la cour de récréation. Parce qu'il y a une part à la fois mimétique, spéculaire, c'est-à-dire en miroir, et également symbolique dans cette communication. Quels sont les thèmes qui reviennent le plus souvent? Eh bien, c'est pas compliqué, il y en a 3 ou 4. Je dirais plutôt 3. la problématique de la conscience d'abord, la problématique du temps et la problématique du statut de la matière. Et en transversal à tout ça, vous avez le problème de l'information qui touche ces trois domaines, qui touche ces trois thèmes absolument partout.
Hello from Winnipeg. My name is Chris RUTKOWSKI, and I am the research coordinator for the Canadian UFO Survey and the organization Ufology Research based in Winnipeg. We're working on the 2019 version of the Canadian UFO Survey right now. A number of colleagues assist me in this, and it's a project that involves collecting data from across Canada from various groups, certainly GARPAN and others, but the idea is to get a snapshot of what is really being seen and reported as UFOs in 1 year from coast to coast. It's a big job, and it's designed to help us gain some insight into the nature of the phenomenon through collecting data such as the time of day when the UFO is seen, the color reported, the shape, the duration, the location. Is there a way that we can talk about the hot spots, if there are any, in Canada? It tells us what areas of the country seem to be more prone. How does that vary through time? As a matter of fact, we've been doing this for more than 31 years now, and we have a very good representative sample. As a matter of fact, more than 20,000 UFO reports in Canada alone since 1989 when the Canadian UFO Survey began, and that's far more than even Project Blue Book had in its database. So it's an interesting project and something that we think is a really good effort to try and understand the nature of the UFO phenomenon, and is only possible through the cooperation of UFO groups. In fact, my hope for 2020 is that there'll be increased cooperation among UFO groups across Canada, and certainly others around the world that record Canadian cases, so that we can get an idea of what it is that people are really seeing. And the importance of the Canadian UFO Survey is that these cases are what really constitute the UFO phenomenon. All the speculation about whether the aliens are grays or blondes or reptilians or mantids or whatever, that's all speculation for the most part, and it's all based on what people actually see and have recorded to have seen. So that's part of the reason we do this. And in terms of speculation about UFO propulsion and what planet they're from, and whether the craft are spherical or disc-shaped or some sort of amorphous blob, that comes out of the UFO data. So this is the essential foundation part of what the UFO phenomenon is and what ufology really is. Just as an aside, people seem to be really focused on tic tacs. It used to be people were focused on orbs, but now it's all tic tacs. People have seen a tic tac in Nova Scotia. They've seen a tic tac in Germany. And what the problem is that shape, the small lozenge shape, or a little cigar football shape, has been reported for many years, and there's many variants. In fact, that particular shape is not as common as many other shapes, as we found out through UFO data. But it's interesting that people are focused on that now, despite the fact that that's not the most prevalent shape. So it's a very important work that we're doing, but only doing through the cooperation and assistance of many other researchers across Canada, and I look forward to working with everybody again. I also want to invite everyone who is participating in this conference and discussion to take part in a crowdfunding program. I recently donated my UFO files from the past 30 years and actually beyond to the University of Manitoba archives. I was asked to do this as part of an effort to record for posterity the historical nature of UFOs and the data that I've gathered. So not only have I donated my library, behind me you can see quite a few books that have yet to make the trip to the Manitoba to the University of Manitoba archives, but all of that's going. Some of the shelves are already empty. I've already donated many hundreds of UFO files to the archives. The idea is that this will be a way in which others can use the data in whatever research they want to do in the future. And because it's a crowdfunding campaign, the idea from the archives was to digitize this collection so it'll be available online much in the same way that the National Archives of Canada has digitized a lot of their UFO documents of the order of 8,000 or 9,000. I probably have more than that. In fact, if we just look at the 20,000 UFO documents that I have just from the past 30 years, it's already somewhat more than the National Archives has, and it'll be probably 30,000 if you include all my research papers and so forth. So the idea is that through this campaign, through the University of Manitoba Archives, anyone listening and watching me will be able to participate, and I'm providing the link at which that you can contribute. Even a few dollars will help towards the digitization of all this information so that the preservation of UFO information and material can be maintained. I thank you.
To draw and to tell word about the light. We know you cannot draw a light. Just say it and we will know it.
Light is, this is so UFO, but light is coming all around here. Just all light. This is the top. This is the sides, light, 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 light. The back. The back here is pointed, but there's bigger lights over here. I find there's bigger, bluer and white lights around. And there's like a flash of red, either on the bottom or on the top. There's red coming. I see flashing red. Sometimes I just saw different colors, but mostly I saw blue and white.
Can you point it and like blue there, white there?
Blue, white was over here.
Okay.
In the back. Blue, white I saw in the back. And then over here, I just saw flashes of red. And then over here, multicolored sometimes, on the sides.
It's really precise.
Like, and then in the front, I just saw like light, same thing. But sometimes I saw white and red. I just saw white and red sometimes, but then I saw multicolor. It was two buildings. And then the satellite over here. This is west, and this is east. Over here there was the biggest ship. I don't know how I did it before.
It's okay.
I don't know. But I just I saw some blue, but mostly white too. It's such bad to draw these images, but green, saw some green, but I saw mostly some white light, white bright light.
Okay.
Very bright light. But there was shots of color. And then there's some red over here on the top, coming from top. I found it was coming from the top. That's what I find. And I don't know. There was just bright light, blue at the. I found there's something about the end that I got this shape because from the side it looked like this. It looked like this circle out. Circle up. That's. See, what's that thing blinking in the distance? What's that? Satellite. Like satellite. I'm scared with everything now. I'm drawing this. I'm scared with everything. And now I believe more than ever because I seen this, and now I'm scared more than ever because I feel like I shouldn't have seen this. I feel like it's something I just shouldn't have seen this soon. I feel like this soon I shouldn't have seen this, and I felt like I shouldn't have made this call, and I felt like I should have stayed in bed and not seen anything.
Today we are Wednesday, November 18, 2020. We're about 4 days after the Canadian Ufology Summit. And that day we didn't have the chance to receive some invitees. One of them was Pierre CARON, who is an ufologist and hypnologist in Quebec. I will let him present himself. Hi, Pierre.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Fine, okay. Yeah, but I'm Pierre CARON from Quebec, Canada, and I have a breakfast mission, and my specialty is abduction with the UFO. I've worked with a couple of years with nearly 93 figures. I work with the abduction submarine, which is not good.
You have begun to do abduction investigation in 1993.
That's it. So I have a couple cases, possibly 100 of months. This is the last year. It's very, what I said, tranquil, smooth.
You didn't receive a lot of cases in the last year?
That's it, no, very positive one. She's come from the association ACU. It's Association Québécoise d'Ufologie. And I work a couple associations with GARPAN, MUFON Québec, VIGGIANI, couple group of people. I put my expertise into my health association.
And I think you have published some book.
Yeah, my first book, and not the last. It's Les Enfants de Stupé. It's abduction, which the girls have the order and the other states. You have a couple pages. You have in my science of hypnotherapist science, CVP. That's my life.
So in general, what is your conception about ufology after you have done so many investigations about UFO and also hypno-regression with abduction people? To what conclusion have you reached with all that experience?
So the UFO is true for me. For the abduction, I true the abduction.
And finally, what are your projects in ufology?
I work month after month and years after years for to take the truth. I go to the truth. I want the truth with the abduction. The abduction is true for what? Well, the aliens, the abduction, the people. I have a lead, so I want to be go fast and fast to see the real preuve. That's my job.
Thank you. And to conclude, what are your words for the Canadian ufology?
When I went for the weekend,
yep.
Good chance, and God bless, and a good job with the international ufology.
Okay, thank you very much, Pierre Caron.
Ciao, bye.
Oh, okay. Well, the 1982 one.
Yes.
It was about 8:30 p.m. and I was walking west on East Ave, and East Ave is one block over from the main street, Colburn Street, and I was at the corner, crossing the corner of East Ave and Park Ave. Park Ave runs north and south, and I just happened to look up, and just as I looked up, this thing appeared right out of the interdimensional, and I said, "Oh my goodness!" And it was a yacht, pure white, like big, and it was about 40, 50 feet high from the bottom part of the prow to the top of the cabin, and or the aerial on top of it, and it was about, I'd say 30 feet wide, and between maybe 75 feet long, and there was no one on deck. And I looked around to see if there was any witness, and there was this little boy across the road from me. I said, "Little boy, look, a UFO." And he threw his hands up in the air, and he started to scream, "No, no, no." And he turned, like he was walking the same way I was, and he stopped and he turned and headed south with his arms over his head and screaming, "No, no, no," all the way down the street. So I don't know how that affected him the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm.
But as it went over me, I said, "Hello, my universal friends from another world. I, William Gray from Earth, greet you," and waved,
Yeah.
And But as it came towards me, off the prow of it, like a wave off of a yacht, you know how the waves go off of a yacht in the water? Well, this was a tiny little, looked like diamonds, sparkling, thousands of them, off each side, like it was a wave of air energy, just like it was a wave of water with a real yacht in real water. And I watched it, and it went by me about 2 blocks past me, and then it disappeared into I don't know if the same dimension or a dimension higher.
Okay.
And that was 1982. And I think it was in around, I'm not sure if it was spring or autumn. I don't remember exactly, but it was cool. I was wearing a jacket.
And you have read a lot in your life?
Oh, I had thousands of books. Thousands and thousands and thousands of books. I had the biggest library in Brantford, personal library.
You just recount your testimony, and at the middle of your sighting, you address the UFO exactly the way we should. Was it natural, or you had learned that in a book or somewhere?
Oh, I learned it from seeing other UFOs in 1977. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind, I will return to the sighting of 1982, because I have in front of me your beautiful drawing. Can you comment it again? You are insisting on the whiteness of it, but about the kind of wave, was it from the start of the sighting or at the middle?
No. That's right. As soon as it appeared in the sky, the wave in the front of the yacht was flying off of it just like water off of a regular yacht. As it traveled by me, you can see I did a side shot of it. There wasn't any other witnesses except that little boy, and he ran screaming his head off down the street.
About the luminous wave, was it falling or?
Yeah, like you see it in the drawing, like a shower from the front of the boat.
But it was not showering on the earth; it was still in the sky.
Yeah, still in the sky. Yeah. Stopped at the bottom of the yacht. It stopped. It didn't go any further.
And when I look at the drawing from the side, we see the front of the UFO, but in the middle there's a round and another form like a trapeze.
Yeah.
Could you comment it, please?
That's what I saw on there. That's all. I just put it in.
It was white also?
Oh yeah, everything was pure white.
Was it a natural light, or it was more like a LED light?
Like snow white. This white as snow. White as white can be. Yeah, I would say they were like LED lights, but they was just coming off the front like a shower. The flowing off of the front of the prow.
Yeah. That
was luminous and shower, and it went down. So just down to the side. The same as it is in the drawing there.
Yes.
Well, the UFO was luminous too, white. It was the same color. The shower and that was snow white.
This seems to be very impressive. Is it the most impressive UFO you saw?
Well, I would say because it was just above the treetop level. It was only about 60 feet up above me.
It's very near.
I know. And I didn't feel any hot heat wave or anything like that. I didn't feel anything hot.
There was no sound?
Wind. No sound. No, absolutely nothing.
Could you hear the nature sound?
No, there was no sound at all.
After the observation, does the sound of the nature has come back, or there was still no sound?
No, there's still no sound.
Okay, I understand. But you saw it above the tree, around 60 feet from you, but the trajectory was
from west to east. No, that's above me.
Directly above you?
Yep, directly above me. Not exactly directly above me, maybe 20 feet. north of me, from me, because that's how I can see the outline of the side.
We are back in studio. We are in Quebec City. It's now 6 o'clock. As you may know, in the Canada, there's 4 fuseaux horaires.
Time zones.
And now we have our next guest, Mr. Jean-François PRIMEAU from Montreal, so it's not very far. Here we are.
Close. It's just close enough from Quebec City. A couple of hours though, you know, it's not that bad, you know. So, hi guys, how are you? Thank you to welcome me to that event. You know, that's meaning a lot to me. I would like to say hi to everybody that passed before me, and I was following the show early on, and oh my God, you have a great guest.
Yeah,
it was interesting.
Fantastic journey, and
absolutely. So we can go so far and move forward on with the presentation. So for everyone that actually don't know me, my name is Jean-François PRIMEAU. I'm the director of ADIPAN. So what ADIPAN is the Agency of Development and Intervention for the PAN phenomenon of variable nature. So, of course, we are a brand new group. Actually, we are very, very new since 2019. So, if you may know, I used to study with Yann before, so I have a very good teacher in the past.
Thank you.
Share, give me a second.
In the meanwhile, I will just correct something that Jean-François just said. PAN is in French. In English, is UAP. So the ADIPAN is the Agency of Development and Information on UAP.
Exactly. So I'm gonna go here. If you give me a second, here and here. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry for that small delay. So, of course, this is the new group that's actually working in Montreal. So for those who wondering what we do, we actually doing some intervention and investigation. That means that not only we do investigation, that's one of a thing that we do, but we want to do actually build some intervention around it. So meaning tools around maybe having a group that's is going to come and do some intervention very fast to become more closer to the sightings, because most often we come at the last minute and we are not witnessing the phenomenon. So not only that, we actually work with technical support. So meaning that everybody that need to go on the field to do some research and everything, we think that's very important that we need to build some tools in order to do a great job to collecting evidence, you know. So because we can have a bunch of case, but I think that's a very few part of those cases that we can take and very analyze and put forward to work with. And at the end, we have some réseautage and adhesion, that's meaning adhesion and networking. So I'm a very, very big believer of working with witnesses. As mentioned before, we talk about Jacques Vallée. I think that Jacques Vallée have a good point. And back in the years, he used to say that the key to understand the phenomenon is actually the witness. So with the time, we start to build some very good program and very good tools to just not say, oh, you see something, but to take the witness and work with him as he go along with his own reality of the phenomenon. That is not just only to do, okay, I take a sighting and just investigate. Is really to go with the witness and work with the evolution, how he's feeling about it, how things change in his life. Because as we know, that phenomenon is actually have a very big impact on the witness. And if I can mention a few cases, I think that everybody knows the Ariel phenomenon that actually John Mack investigate in Zimbabwe in 1994. So if we very take a look at who's those people evolve and how they go through their life, we just realizing that they all going to aeronautic, spiritual development. So that's something super great.
Jean-François, you can go to your next image.
Yes, we will. So that's the information that we have right now. So if everybody needs to join us, you're more than welcome to do so. So one something that is very cool with ADIPAN is that we have a new branch that I'm very proud of it, actually, because we have a division in Burkina Faso that everybody knows that we don't have a lot of information that what happened in Africa and those countries. And of course, because that's a French country as well, we want to have those data as well. You know, that's very important that we have all the Francophone network together. So I'm very proud to say that this year's Burkina Faso, we will actually give us some data on the UFO phenomenon. So of course, ADIPAN is not different than any kind of group, but the only thing that we want to approve is actually the quality of the document that we build, because we believe that, because we just wish that all the group work together. So of course, and if we can have a big database and we can have some document that actually is very well built and we can share the information like cops do, I think we're going to improve for the future. So of course, we give a card of events like the police do, and of course, the witness can call off 24/7 if something happened. So that's a little bit about me. If you know that I used to co-host for a couple of seasons at the radio show that's on Parallèle with Carole Lozé that we actually see earlier in the show. So there she is in all her beauty. So there you go. So it's a great team, and of course, for all the fans, especially in the French community, that's a great radio show. Of course, I used to work with you, Yann, on a couple of documentary. This one was our unidentified neighbors. And of course, this year we push a lot on the radio. And of course, I have the chance to work with Monsieur François Bourbeau, the maître of the insolite. So a bit of my background, I used to work as a medical interventionist, and right now I'm working with my partner. This is actually the director of the operation at ADIPAN. So there you go. And that's me. Let's talk about a little bit about our partner. of course, ODH TV, which is a channel in France that actually talk about the UFO phenomena. We have aussi, I'm very grateful to have them on my website. We actually work with DESO, which is the archive for the UFO phenomenon in France. So maybe if you, Yann, if you want to give just a few words about DESO, which is a very large archive of UFO file.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, in fact, the SO is the official archive organization of preservation in France. They have many locals in different regions. They are a model for the international research with, for example, the AFU in Sweden. In France, it's the SO.
Exactly. And what is very great is because Quebec and France, we are very proud to have those cousins working with us. And what I see for the last couple of years, of course, the work, everybody's coming together, you know, so that's something that I'm very proud and very thankful for it, because I think that ufology is gonna go move forward from this year on. So of course, ASUR is one of the provider of all the technical and tools for the field. Of course, we have TESA, so that's another newcomer in the group. And of course, I'm very proud to just let you see a glimpse of what will coming for our future website. We're gonna have a boutique and everything's gonna go well. People can buy stuff online, and we're gonna promote a lot of tools for the research on the field. Of course, with ADIPAN, we can have a couple of good things. First, we can have a membership card. This one is for the networking. So, of course, we're going to have fundraiser. We're going to try to have different events to welcome everybody together. You know, that's something very cool. And we have some group, discussion group, sorry, for the experiencer. So, again, it's very important, sorry, to work with them. So this is the three class of membership that we can have. The first, as we can see, the second one is going to be the Montreal program. So everybody that's want to do some research, but not very go on the field, but just like doing some university work and everything like that, we would like to put in place some financial resources. And of course, the one above is programs especially for those people that don't want to go with a group, but would like to have some tools to work. So that's another kind of membership that will be available soon. Of course, we used to work with the grid case. You know, it's very cool because it's not a matter of say, oh, I work with that case, because that's the problem with ufology right now. You know, we work and newcomers come and try to build a reputation on great case. But the thing is that time is over. We really need to go to move forward and come together and share information. So, of course, if we work on a great case, let's share together. So, because we can spend a lot of time on the field, that's a lot of research, of course. And that's going to bring me to talk about the field. As you know, Yann, I'm a huge fan of Monsieur Ted Philippe, that actually passed away a couple of months ago. That's very sad news for the ufology field. And he used to work with Monsieur Hynek, if I'm not mistaken, and he did a great job to create that book. It's actually my Bible, The Physical Trace of Sighting. That's a great book. So, of course, people say that, oh, we don't have any more trace, but I think is that when you go on the field, when you investigate something, you need to work and take the time to very study all the the evidence sometimes is obvious, that's but sometimes is less obvious. But do not assume that the trace is not there because it's not a 20 or 40 feet trace. Because the phenomenon evolve, we as investigator have to evolve with them. So that's a good thing. Of course, we want to bring some new technology. Of course, if we are witnessing some big phenomena, it's very important to communicate together on the field and document what we do. So in order to do so, we need to be more on the move. We have to be ready for something's coming soon, because as your guests say, something will happen soon. That contact will be more than evidence, like that contact will be preeminent. So we want to work with a style of intervention. So we're going to build a team, which is going to bring me to the next point, that we are the CRSS. So we are a kind of a group that actually, not a copy of, but we can compare ourselves to the STAR team that actually MUFON have. If we talk about tools, we need to, I guess, push the envelope further and try to push the technology and work with people that actually create something great. That's bring me to that small how can say that in English, diapositive, si on veut. That's a prism of the fragmentation of the light. So of course, if everybody is aware about UFO science, that's something that we work a lot with. So just to give an example to how we can analyze that phenomenon, that's here.
I will just precise, Jean-François. I will just precise that.
Yes, go ahead.
Because it's important. What you were presenting, the diapositive, it's like a lens that you put before your camera, and it's
exactly.
It is provided by the organization in France that is called UFO Science.
Exactly. Thank you to talk to me about it.
It's the group of Jean-Pierre Petit.
Exactly, which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is not longer part of that group, but it's true to say that he is actually working or actually create that group before. Yeah. So just how crazy and how cool would it be if we can have because we spend a long time on the field, let's find out some trick to make our job more easier. And that's bring us to the fact that when you have a picture, we have to analyze it and how long that's taking, So with that kind of technology, we can take the picture and send them right away to their website. And that's actually is going to be great that we're going to come back in maybe a couple of days, the result, because they're going to analyze the schema of the color. And right away, that's going to tell us is it a meteor? Est-ce que c'est un bolide? It's going to be a planet. So that's a great tools that actually I think all investigators should have. And at the same times, if we can just imagine if we can put a network of camera with that kind of technology, how great would that be, So there you go. So that's an example of how that defragmentation lens is going to work, So you can see the light actually, the different color of the light.
I just precise, Jean-François, you have 4 or 5 minutes again.
Okay, so I will go very fast. So of course, would like to improve a new kind of tools on the field. Sometimes we work with a stick of wood, but sometimes our work bring us to work day, night, and of course in the snow, under the rain. So we try to test some new equipment. So There you go. I will go very fast. Of course, very important to take all the information very precisely, because if, let's say, you, Yann, you take that case a couple of years later, maybe you need that information to retrieve the site. So there you go. And et voilà. I'm gonna get. I will leave the time for your audience to see the picture. That's another case, that humanoid of Longueuil, very famous case. We have a new witness that actually showed up recently, and we have to retake that case all over again. So there you go again. So that's very cool, is because when we went on the site, we recalculate all the measurement, and we find out that the humanoid was actually more bigger than we thought before, because as you can see, the water was there. So that's very cool. Same thing with casting some footprints. We have a new product that actually came out, that dental stone is not new, but we have another line just coming this week, so you can cast. Of course, something that I very like is the crowd cam for the UV. There you go. So of course this is the CRSS team of investigation. And that's bring me to talk about another admin on the team. We heard everybody talk about Monsieur Stephen Greer and his amazing work in the US for the CE5 protocol. So I'm very proud to receive on my team Annie Tremblay. She used to work, she used to be the representative of Stephen Greer here in Quebec. So I'm very glad to have her. And of course, we already organized some CE5. It was a huge success. So we look forward to work with them again, and of course, try to document and work with the witness as more is possible. So yeah, so this is what ADIPAN is. I just hope that we're gonna have a lot of success, and I think that is very great because, as we can see, everybody is trying to work together, and that's the only way from that point on that we're gonna understand better that super phenomenon that is UFO phenomenon.
Thank you, Jean-François.
It's a pleasure.
It was well managed, and even if your photo was a little bit small, it was there was a lot of information that the other participant didn't show. Do you have some comment, Dr. Janta?
I wanted to ask, how many people, how many members do you already have in your group?
Well, actually, we were not a lot because this is one thing we don't think, if you look the MUFON, they work with chapters. So our goal is to cover a region. But sometimes it's very hard, to go there, and sometimes time work against us, So I prefer to have a small group of interventionists and spend more time on the field and choose my members, and all my members are actually military people, like my partner. We all have background in intervention. And of course, we have a new member just came out, that actually Mathieu Leclerc, and he used to be a little bit on the university side, and he was studying in anthropology. So I rather to be more small, but be more effective on the field. And because for me, that's very important for the witness.
You showed us a photograph for the CE5 experiments, and there was about 20 people there.
The CE5 protocol is a very personal thing, you know.
Yeah.
So we need to respect that, but in the other way, we want to I don't want to use the word improve, but because I think that's going to be a great tool for the future. Because again, I will say that witness is the tools to understand that phenomenon, because when the UFO phenomenon happened, that is actually talking to you on a personal level. You know, you feel stuff. That's sighting is to you. Okay, yes, we can have a very large witness, but people feel something about that.
So would you say it's a modern day mass then? Some kind of religious experience? Collective religious experience?
I don't like the word religion. Religion means that we have a guru and
spirituality. Spirituality. Yeah.
Yes, I prefer that term. That actually spirituality is going to be better. Yes, we can say that like that. But it's actually very cool, because they actually bring the phenomenon to them. So hey, how can we all, as an investigator, we run after the phenomenon, but now the phenomenon comes to us, you know. So I think that's a new thing that investigator and ufologists in general and science should actually have, how I can say that, have to be more careful and pay more attention to that.
Very good, Jean-François. As the public can see, they will hear about the ADIPAN and Jean-François PRIMEAU in the future. We look forward for that.
Of course.
Can already mention that this year also you will participate in the annual report for the statistical. So thank you very much, Jean-François.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Very interesting
very much.
Very interesting talk.
Oh, thank you very much, and I will wish to your public a very nice evening and enjoy your great conference.
Thank you.
Quand un cas comme ça arrive, on est beaucoup rencontre les témoins, c'est pas quoi faire. Donc là, on a toutes les procédures. Puis le fait aussi qu'on sait comment prendre en charge une cueillette d'informations, une cueillette d'un artefact, savoir comment le disposer, comment l'entreposer. On ne sait pas avec quoi qu'on joue, hein, ça peut être radioactif, donc il faut qu'on soit aussi sécuritaire dans nos travaux. On fait beaucoup de simulations, mais à un moment donné, on va avoir des cas, et il y en a encore des cas qui tombent, puis on sache comment travailler d'une façon professionnelle et très précise.
C'est tout ce qui avait été laissé comme trace au sol, finalement.
After visiting Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Manitoba, Ontario, we are back in Quebec, near Montreal City, near the metropolis of our province. We are now with Richard Glenn in Mont-Saint-Hilaire. Hi, Richard.
Hi, Yann. Nearby Montreal, the south shore of Montreal, in Mount Saint-Hilaire. So it's a very nice place to see UFOs. It's one of the most important places in Quebec.
This is what they say. And
yes.
Richard Glenn is a pioneer of ufology in Quebec. He's doing a weekly show since 44 years. He represents experimental esoterism in English. In French is ésotérisme expérimental. He joined us tonight with his partner that is called Spiral. She may speak a little bit.
Hi.
She's good in French, in English, also in Icelandic, and she's learning Chinese.
So. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Well,
so
how do you say that in Chinese? Hello.
Ni hao.
Ni hao. Ni hao.
Ni hao, Richard. I will let you the floor for your presentation, and we will be able to intervene if you want.
Oh yes, Mr. Janta, I know he speaks perfectly well English. So my name is Richard Glenn, Glenn. So it's quite American. When you thought about the first American astronaut, John Glenn. And naturally, I was born in the potion magique.
Magical potion.
Magical potion.
Mets-nous dedans l'image parce qu'on va intervenir.
So, experimental esoterism, that's the title of my show, weekly since 1976. So that means more than 2,500 different shows. 1 hour television, so that means picture, film, music, and sound. It's not only a radio show. We have to think many aspects of the production. So I'm the producer, the director, and the
host.
Exact. After a few years in journalism in Ottawa, for le journal français Le Droit d'Ottawa, I give them my...
your show.
Because I wrote a long article about the airplane, the Arrow. You know the Arrow, the fighter?
Yeah.
A nice, very good production from Canadian. And my article was...
you quit your job.
I quit my job. Yes, because after this long article for 3 presentation different, 3 days in a row, they decide to and put that in the basket. They told me that was not connected with the policy of the journal Le Droit. Mm-hmm. And I resigned, I quit. Why I give 44 years of esoterism, experimental esoterism. I'm not a ufologist. I am naturally involved in UFOs. That started when I had only 5 years. I was in the countryside, yes, during August. There was a thunderstorm, and suddenly, where we lived, no rain, and I saw something. I understand why so many ufologists turned their back to the ufology before the end of our life. because they don't know what they are looking for. No, they don't know. They try to understand the ufology, but think the way the ETs think. Do you understand what I mean?
Yep.
We have to be at the extraterrestrial people at their place to watch this planet, you know, this wonderful planet, but also something very bad happened. When they landed rapidly, they receive guns and everything. I see why. When I was very young, at 5 years old, I was not dangerous for the ETs. I was alone with my hand, and they came many times, approximately at the same hour every afternoon. And that's why I give 44 years of my life. Now I am 74 years old. And during all that time, I tried to find witness in Quebec, in the United States, in Canada. People don't believe in UFOs. No, they don't believe in that. They are sure that is real. You see the difference? A ufologist believe in that. Eh? I want to believe, eh? Like in X-Files. Okay, X-Files. I think my case is in the X-Files because at 5 years old, a few months after my experiences, they sent me to Boston because in Montreal, my aunt and my uncle and the family, they put me and the psychiatrist to check what's happened with myself. I said many things before that happened. They were afraid. When I went in school, it's happened again many times, and the teacher was afraid of me. And they decided to send me in Boston with my mother during 3 months to examine who I am, what's happened to me. That's the reason why I'm stuck on ufology, more esotericism, because ufology is only a small part of the reality. So if I show you a few pictures I prepared for this meeting, that's the title of my program from the beginning, with the same music, Stravinsky, Igor Stravinsky, Firebird, from Igor Stravinsky by Isao Tomita. My company, because we don't do something in public if you don't have a good organization behind you. So I have a company incorporated, Orandia TV on YouTube. Now it's on YouTube. After 20 years on television in Quebec, radio show, television show, everything, not to talk about me, approximately never, just to let people talk. A specialist, ufologist. I met Alan Hynek a few times. We speak about my story, just him and me. Bob Hopkins, Whitley Strieber, Fenton Friedman, and in French, especially Jimmy Guieu. Jimmy Guieu is a writer, many books, and this one is Jimmy Gueux inédit, Les Chevaliers de Lumière.
Knights of Light.
The
No,
Knights of
Chevalier.
Light.
So that's the place I live, Mount Saint-Hilaire. And he was witness with me and my wife that time.
It's a book from Jimmy Gueux. It's like a semi-fictional, but it's about a real UFO sighting that Jimmy Gueux saw near where you live in Mont Saint-Hilaire.
Exactly. That's him. Yep, okay.
For the
Jimmy
English
Gueux
people who
died.
don't know, Jimmy Gueux is a renowned French ufologist and a writer too.
Science fiction writer. Yeah.
Science fiction.
From the beginning, French ufology in the 1950s. That's my face during all those years. OK, attends un peu. Je vais tourner tout ça comme ça. Yes, winter is coming. Eh? No, winter is here. Yes. In esotericism, we speak about time, space, and order, the three dimensions of our reality. Every show is followed by the complément surprenant, surprising
supplement.
Supplement, yes. Surprising,
Yes,
but
supplement.
it's Mr. Surprenant who is doing it, yes?
Yes, exactly. It's his name, his real name. My official picture now. That's the Mount Saint-Hilaire. Do you see, well, okay. Because I can put, tu sais, si tu avais dit faire un partage d'écran, j'aurais pu les mettre plus vite. Oh, it's in my garden, yes, in Mont Saint-Hilaire, in my studio. Well, yes, Cosmic Conspiracy, eh? By Standeo, I received Standeo, and we publish this, the translation of this book, The Cosmic Conspiracy, very important one, eh? To understand many things. That program was about the Nazi UFOs. And I received to wipe out that program from internet. I met Richard Dolan in Montreal with one of your guests today. He was at the same meeting, and I asked Richard Dolan, what do you think about George Adamski? And he found that very funny, George Adamski. You know, I asked him why the UFOs of George Adamski looks like exactly the same kind of UFOs from Nazi. Oh. And George Adamski said around the planet he saw fireflies by the window. And John Glenn saw exactly the same thing many years after. I see ufologists, they are very narrow-minded. They don't think the way the ETs think. I was invited in a very important program in Quebec, and I explained to her something about, to him, Jean-Pierre Coallier, sightings of landing from UFO. But I chose the day. That was the 1st of April.
April Fool.
This one, you recognize him? Bob Hopkins. I receive him in Montreal, Quebec, and I make with him a tour. Yes, and that was the ET. We prepare something just to see how Bob Hopkins will react. And I prepare my public to do nothing when this ET will appear, because I want to see the reaction of Bob Hopkins. And really, that's work. Bud saw the ET coming slowly on the stage, and my public was prepared to not look at the ET. And he continued to speak, and he thought he was the only one who saw the little being, because my public looked him only. Suddenly, I arrived by his back to touch him. He repeat this experience in many conferences he gave in the United States after. Why? Because if you know they exist, everything is possible with them. Nassim Al-Amin, you know him? He revealed only in front of my camera he was aboard a UFO. Nassim Al-Amin is a very important guy now. Matthews, Arthur Matthews, the wall of light.
Yeah, we said some word about it today. Arthur Matthews was a friend or collaborator with Nikola Tesla, and both of them were doing a scientific experiment in the province of Quebec in the 1930s.
And I have the only one video with him in interview. Louis Lefebvre, another important guy in the Canadian government, the think tank. Serge Mona, you know him, Serge Mona? Complete, very well known all across the planet. I like this guy. Who is he? Yann?
He's mostly known in Quebec. He's Jean Cazot.
Exactly. He wrote so many good books, so it's important to know. I received in my studio here, in the studio where we are now, so many persons. I give few information about the underground of the international politics. I met very important witnesses in Quebec, like them, many ufologists, and they make comics about me, my mustache, and an ET for a comedian, yes, and journalists to see more information. I prepare many person to see, like Stephen Greer, CE5 preparation to be contact, to be witness. Some are very important person in Quebec.
Richard, I will invite you to make your conclusion in 1 or 2 minutes, please.
My conclusion is the world is changing now. The society will be in contact, but not from outside. That will happen from inside. That's why...
Inside the people?
Inside the people, yes. Stay in contact with yourself completely, with no obligation outside. They contact you, and like a child, don't be afraid. Ask many questions. They like to receive questions, and they give you always the answer you are ready to receive, but they wait to receive another question. And more you ask questions, more you will learn about them. But the question comes from yourself, from inside yourself. So that's why they told me when I was young, don't change. We'll come back to see you again. But don't change. Don't change when you are only 5 years old. You say it's impossible. Yes, it's possible when you are ready every time to be in contact with that. And I wish for you, if you are very interested by those subjects, to meditate, think what you dream during the night before, and ask question to receive answer. And you'll see they are not very far. Like E.T. with Steven Spielberg, I'll be there, always. Okay, that's my conclusion. I'm not an ufologist, I'm an esoterist. Thank you, Yann, to let me say that to your public. To see my TV show, it's in French. It's on YouTube, Oranvia TV. Every Saturday night at 8 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Janta, too. I wish I'd see you again.
Yes, with pleasure.
Thank you very much, Richard et Spiral. Do you have a question?
Okay, children are educated by their parents. Would you say that civilizations that have to become cosmic civilizations are sort of educated, brought into the fold by other higher developed cosmic civilizations?
Space Kids, I received Andrea Poaric. You know Andrea Poaric,
yes.
the psychiatrist, specialist of Uri Geller.
Yes.
I received him many, many times. He was a friend of mine. We speak about Space Kids. So when you are in contact with the ETs, you surpass your parents instantly. And the parents see the difference in the kids. If they were afraid, oh, it's too bad. The contact, the communication stopped right away. But if the contact is deep in the child, he will teach to their parents many things. So they call them indigo child, crystal child, or space kids. Star seeds.
Star seeds, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You believe that, and you understand?
Yes.
Huh? That was a very good question, but it's too short to speak after 44 years of ufology and esotericism. Thank you, Yann. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I am going to talk about the fact that not all of the news that you hear about UFOs is real. There are, as we all know, who follow American politics at any rate, two kinds of news, real news and fake news. And while this is true in politics, it is also true in the UFO field. And when I talk later on today, I'm going to be talking about the difference between real news and fake news and the effect it has on public acceptance of the reality of the UFO phenomenon, whatever we describe it as, and in particular, how that affects the cultural and political elites that influence us and govern our countries. I should add that I'm by training a research psychologist, so as much of my talk is going to be about psychology as it is about UFOs, I'm sorry to say, because you're interested in UFOs. But the psychology has a lot to do with how people react to the subject. And that basically is my topic for this afternoon. Once we establish the relationship between real news, fake news, and the UFO phenomenon, we'll be in a better position to know what is real and to take it seriously. Thank you very much.
they plan to take a stop. You know, like those kind of things, like why stop in city? And how come nobody else sees this? Do you know what I mean? It makes you wonder, it makes you feel like, okay, well, I didn't see nothing that night. I called the police. The police came, there was still nothing when they came, but I was stuck to that balcony. I was stuck to just watching the order. It was the order. And then seeing them all in formation so bright in the city, it was like, how come I'm the only one who sees this, and how come I'm stuck to my balcony right now? Because it's nothing what I see in my head, but it's that shape. It's okay.
Describe it for the audience.
It was around the circle end of the front part. There was lights that were like in columns. It seems very cliche. A very, very bright white light. Very bright. Where the black is, where the white is. It was like a strong red light. And over here was strong blue lights. Very strong. Light blue lights. They were like the strongest lights on the ship. And the rest of the lights on the ship were pretty strong. And these, the ones that were up, they're still very plain in view, but of course not as big as this one. This one was just, I would say, honestly, like, if this doesn't sound crazy, it just looked like the mothership of the other two. The other two were just very...
The other two UFO higher in the sky.
Yeah, they're higher, they're round. They had the same columns on the side. This red light was pulsating. This one wasn't at the moment. It was just very bright. This one was like this one. And the pulsating light over here. Exactly how they look like. That's exactly how they look like. 100%. This one was more round in the front like this, and the wings were way more like straight, like they're...
Welcome back in studio. We are sorry for the delay. The audience, now our next guest, finally, will be Richard T., the director of UFO BC, which is one of the main senior group of ufology in Canada. As I said before, UFO BC is active since 1996. It's a very great pleasure to receive Dr. Richard T. He's a PhD in informatics. So I will let him present.
Oh, thank you very much.
Just before we start, you must close your YouTube, please.
Sorry, my apologies. You would think a computer guy would know what to do.
Great.
All right. Hello, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. My thanks, of course, go out to everyone here for attending this online conference, and special thanks to Yann and Steve for allowing us to get together under these adverse global conditions. As a side note, if you happen to Google GARPAN, the first hit you get on the Google search engine is a fish and chip shop in the UK. So although I'm hungry, I'm not sure I want a side of cod with chips. So just thought I'd let you know that you're a big fish and chip shop. But since we are indeed a Canadian cohort, I'd like to start with quoting another Canadian group. And I think that it has an appeal to our mutual endeavors. And the quote is, "The more we think we know about, the greater the unknown. We suspend our disbelief, and we are not alone." That was a quote from the Canadian group Rush, the song Mystic Rhythms. And I think it really nicely quite sums up what we are all doing. So, of course, what exactly are we doing here? As you had mentioned, Yann, UFO BC was founded in 1996. And a simple purpose, or mandate if you wish, to collect sighting reports for the BC and Yukon. Now, I've been with UFO BC now since early 1998, and I've had the privilege of being the longest serving president of the group from 2007 onwards. I can, of course, go on and chat for hours about our current sighting reports. In reality, though, you can do that yourself, www.ufobc.ca, because I'd just be purely reading from our website. We try to update it on a weekly basis if at all possible. So for this very brief chat today, I would like to discuss my views on the changing face of ufology that I've noticed in the last 22 years that I've been active in the group, and what the future may hold. So I'd like to call this little thing the golden years of ufology. And I think many of you who've been around for 1 or 2 years will agree that in the end, things are a bit different today than they have been in the past. So let's start from the very, very basics here. For our organizations to exist, any of them to exist, we all need one thing: sighting reports. Without them, we're really not doing much. And I don't mean, of course, the analysis of fantastic historical reports. The giant UFO case at Fox Lake by UFO BC's own Martin JANTA-POLCZYNSKI, or Shag Harbor incident, as investigated by Ledger or Cristales, who was here earlier today. I don't mean those, nor do I mean the now prevalent misidentification of SpaceX satellite systems. We get 2 to 3 calls a week about the string of lights in the skies, and that's not what I'm talking about either. I'm speaking about the nuts and bolts of UFO groups, sighting reports. For any sighting report in general to exist, we need 3 simple things. 1, we need an object to be seen. 2, we need someone to see that object. And last, we need someone or some place for the person to report that sighting. And that is where we all come in. We UFO BC, but most, if not all, UFO organizations out there, we all provide the place or the person to report a sighting. Now, historically, and I recall from back in my youth, here in Canada, we have had UFO groups in most major cities. There was a time when we had one basically in every single metropolis with above 50,000 people. So as an example, I'm very proud of this. I'm holding here in my hand. Hopefully you can see that. This is a stamp from the Vancouver Flying Saucer Club. Dates 1951-52, I believe. And it was designed for, it's hand carved on a lovely wooden block, and they used to stab it into ink and then stamp it onto letters as they'd mail it out to the membership for their monthly updates on sighting reports. Now, this little object here, it's now 70 years old, and it was handed to me as a gift many years ago. And it really shows how technology changes. Of course, we no longer do mail-outs of letters. That isn't a thing that is done anymore today, really. And it really shows that technology does change our modus operandi, the way we predominantly address the concept of UFO research. So back in the 1990s, UFO BC, when we were first created, and into the early 2000s, we had a hotline, telephone hotline. We had a website and we had email. Now, the hotline was by far our most prolific form of communication. We received about 2 to 3 calls per day on the hotline. As time went on, the hotline was used less and less, and email became our primary means of reporting. So even those reports, though, have diminished in the last 5-10 years. Now, why is that? Well, as I mentioned, those 3 things: less objects to be seen. Are we actually having less objects in the sky, either crafts of sort or misidentifications? Well, unlikely. Now, discounting waves and so forth, we'd likely have the same basic number of things in the sky to be seen. So it's not that. Is it less people that see them? In fact, British Columbia, we've had a population increase over the last 20 years. So that's not the case either. So it must be number 3. People to report it to. Are there less people to report it to? In BC, UFO BC, we're still here. So really, that doesn't quite fit the bill either. So what does that mean? Well, like we no longer use these stamps for mailouts, we don't have mailouts anymore. With the advent of social media, YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, the need for groups like ours to collect and disseminate information has changed. It's completely changed the way we operate. That was always a large driving force behind the field. You had the one person people would talk to when they had a sighting. But why would they do that? Now, there is, of course, a fringe population within the UFO field from witnesses that are, well, pardon the pun, out there. And it's not necessarily that they're after an explanation to what they saw, rather confirmation of whatever their belief system may be that supports what they saw. Now, these witnesses, for the most part, don't really, as I said, don't really want to have an explanation. Sorry, what you saw wasn't an alien craft, it was Venus. But they, therefore, will not necessarily come to groups like us anymore and risk that we do not agree with their evaluation of the sighting when they can post it on their own channel, site, forum, YouTube, you name it. That we, as the middleman, middle person, I guess now, we're not necessarily needed anymore. We're not needed to connect the witness to the general population. They can do that themselves through a myriad of technological means. Now, so that classical sense of needing UFO groups isn't necessarily there. And one of the side effects is perfect example is this forum today that we're seeing. YouTube has directly impacted us in terms of our presentations. So we, as an organization, UFO BC, no longer fill high-priced auditoriums to give lectures or present topics. We used to rent the Macmillan Planetarium here in Vancouver at, I think, $500–600, and that was 20 years ago, for an evening, and charge admission and allow for the general public to come and listen to presenters. In fact, I first met Stanton Friedman over 20 years ago now, when he came to as our guest to present, and we had filled an auditorium with 300 people. But both Stanton and those golden days are gone. We no longer need it anymore. Today's top lectures, like this exact presentation that we're giving today, you can see them on YouTube for free. It's a click of a mouse. You can have a drink of your choice. You can be in your underwear if you like. We don't need anymore that role that the UFO groups played 15–20 years ago. Not only we don't need them as a form of dissemination, but we also don't need them as a form of information. Not like we used to. So, of course, the networking aspect is lost. You no longer have the ability to sit, shake a hand, COVID aside, and discuss concepts. So that is lost. But the financial burden as well on organizations to fly out speakers, rent halls, that isn't there either. So things do change. And I guess very briefly, because I know everyone is quite tired, but where does that leave us? As a UFO group, of course, we enjoy the detailed minutiae of investigating a case that's worthwhile. And there have been a number of them that have completely puzzled me that I cannot answer. But in general, I think the need for that daily operational UFO contact of people calling a hotline is now been diluted by the internet that has really changed the face of ufology. Perfect example is the age group. Yann, you and myself were some of the youngest members of the Canadian UFO community by 10, 20, 30 years. And of course, what does that mean? It means that the old guard is now passing to the new guard, but the new guard simply isn't there because that need for a middleman is no longer there like it once was. So I'll leave you all with a very quick question is, what is our raison d'etre? Exactly what are we to do with this? Where does that leave us? We will continue to be here, but I think our purpose as an organization and as a collective UFO community will change. With disclosure becoming more prevalent and more of a reality than it ever was, it may be that the investigation of sighting reports will change to allow us to do a more, not dissemination, but a more coherent explanation of what, as a group, we see as the UFO purpose, whatever that may be. But yeah, I guess I would like to leave with a very quick, where does that leave us? And see what everyone's response is on that.
Hey, very good, Richard. It was a very fine presentation. We can see that you are familiar to give international talk like that for your job. You are well spoken, Dr. Janta.
Merci beaucoup.
I really appreciated the analysis about the technological change just in a few decades and in application to ufology, but also as a reflection to the destiny of humanity, the destiny of maybe other intelligence, how it could change in a lot of time if it changed so much in so little time.
I have a sociological question. Do you
Please.
have a feeling whether the younger generation, say the millennials and the generations like we discussed, the X generation, Z generation and so on, has the interest in UFOs actually increased or waned? Or is it become a sort of more obvious theme, like part of the general folklore? Because of films, because of books, because of...
I think it's a very good question. I think it's become part of the general lexicon, meaning that the concept of an alien is now become so culturally accepted, not necessarily their existence, but just as part of our daily life, from movies, from television and everything else, that the oddity that it once was, hence the X-Files was a fantastically brilliant and popular TV show 20 plus years ago. Now, I'm not sure it would be so popular only because it's considered the norm. That has now become the normal way that we look as a society on that aspect of our existence, as that we are not alone in the universe. With the discovery of exoplanets, the discovery of Earth-like Goldilocks zone planets out there, it's become almost a common reality that we are unlikely to be alone, and therefore not something that is even noteworthy anymore. It's just become, as a matter of fact, the same way we are doing right now a video conference. I remember when I first started university back in the 90s, there was no such thing as teleconferencing. We had a special suite of their university where you could actually have a video link with another university. Now, any telephone, an iPhone can do that. So it's become so commonplace that it's no longer a thing of mystical mystique, for lack of a better word. And I think the same would apply for ufology. Aliens of not, sociologically speaking, are no longer representative of a top-tier, bizarre, unexplained. It's now become culturally accepted and an unexplained phenomenon rather than unexplained. Does that answer your question, or am I just rambling?
Yes, it does. It does. It does.
It was very well answered, I find. It's a very large, you have a large perspective combining technologies, society, experience in investigation, point of view for reflection. It's interesting to hear you.
Thank you. It's just something that I think that as a society, we're moving towards disclosure, not in so much that we're going to have the president, whoever that may be, of the US come in front of a podium and say, look, we now have alien contact, but rather it's going to be a mute, slow kind of, yeah, no kidding, of course we do, answer to it. And I think that is where, regardless of direction that we are trying to impose as UFO organizations, I think that's exactly where we're looking at moving in the next 20 to 30 years. But conversely, I would say looking back, the large amounts of data we've collected over the last 20, 30 years, like Chris RUTKOWSKI, for example, his work that he's done, that would then be able to look back and then actually analyze that, knowing, yes, they exist and this is what they have, we can look back and say, okay, that was explained by this, and this was explained by that. So we can look back on previous sightings and actually identify them, saying, yes, that was indeed what they had.
Yeah, a more easy way to it would be a more easy way to have a pattern for research.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, with any, now, as a researcher, not of ufology, but as a scientist, I can say that the quality, and we're discussing this, I believe, last night, the quality of the data is fundamental. You need to have high quality data, regardless of what it is, because if you don't have good data, you can't, your observations are only as good as the quality of your data. So if you have poor quality data, you therefore have poor quality observations, regardless of what the subject matter may be. So there is absolutely a need for us to continue collecting data in the UFO field. But I think the ultimate purpose may be different today than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you, merci. And again, thank you very much for having me. And of course, to all the other presenters, had a fantastic time watching you today. It's still light here. It's 4:43 in the afternoon in Vancouver. The sun just set. So still have an evening here.
Great.
Okay, take care, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah. So we will have 3 other participants. But to finish with Richard, I encourage the people to go on the site of UFO BC, ufobc.com, and you will find
.ca.canada.
ufobc.ca. Okay, all right.
No fish and chips here. Okay, au revoir.
Au revoir. We are sorry for the delay. Understand that we are doing that with a few dollars. So if you want to have better technique, don't hesitate to donate to GARPAN and to investigate in our kind of project. Now we will be with the guest that I have presented earlier. His name is Bernie Norych. He is an ancient member of UFO group in Montreal, and he knows a lot about religion and Kabbalah. Welcome, Bernie.
Hi, how are you doing? Here I am, the last of the believers, at least the UFO group in Montreal. I couldn't find anybody else. The other guy used to be the chairman. He just does not into it anymore. He doesn't. He says he needs evidence. Now, for God's sake, how much evidence does he need? So I'm just going to tell you a few things about. I might get into the Kabbalah after, but I just want to tell you a little bit about our UFO group. Yes. That lasted 6 years, and
it started in 1967.
1967. There was an article in the newspaper at that time. Was I just turned 15 years old, and my cousin Sheldon, and we were said, hey, we were interested in the idea, and I thought it was a great idea to join, and we went there. It was a lot of fun. So they were telling us about different sightings, and they mentioned something there about the Antonio Villas Boas sighting. Remember the one that was in South America somewhere where the woman was she was pointing to her belly like she was impregnated. That was an interesting one. And we had all different kinds of things. Then we started moving on towards the metaphysical and the mystical. There were some people talking about Lopsang Grandpa, You Forever, the books. And one night we had the old man, Gerald R. Conrad. He was a very eccentric old member of the group. And he gave a lecture, what he called Mysticism and UFOs. I thought it was hilarious. I brought my class staff for high school there with my history teacher. And he talked about one time he was driving on a country road, and he got this feeling that he must turn off to a small road. And apparently there were 2 girls there. One of them very sick. She had probably taken an overdose of drugs. And the way he spoke, he said, and he was very eccentric. And he says, I knew I had to empty her. He said, it was the mysterious force. It was a mysterious force. So then after that, I started thinking about this whole idea of many times in my life since then, I have encountered the mysterious force. And sometimes I had an intuition to do something, and I go to a certain place. and I followed that intuition. I've had that kind of experiences. We also covered a little bit of thing about the three men in black. Ever heard of the three men in black with Albert K. Bender?
Yeah.
He wrote, yeah, that's an interesting one. I read part of that book. Anyways, I just wanted to, I would like to get into some of the Kabbalah, but I just want to explain to you basically why I believe UFOs are real and some of the people who have influenced me. Richard Dolan is one of them. Recently, the past 2 years, I have printed out something from him. He talks here about that he's astonished. He say that the UFO subject has made such an appearance in the last year and a half, 2 years, really, and that we would call mainstream media news. He's amazed that they're actually bringing out things with the sighting with the Commander Fravor, with that sighting with that on the Navy plane in 2005. Remember that one? It was recently. I think I have it right here in the video where they said they didn't know what it was. It's extraterrestrial or whatever it was. The government admitted that they didn't know what it was. You saw that thing. It was on CNN. It was a video with a Navy plane, and it showed an object there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Very surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
Another one that influenced me was Miriam Delicado. If you look, I put a note on the chat board about her. She was an extraterrestrial contactee, and she was in contact with what you call the Pleiadians, the Nordic-looking aliens, the tall ones, the blonde, blue-eyed ones. She gave an example of how they taught her a mental exercise and something to do with the inner part of the brain. Now, it's not the pineal gland; it's something else, some inner part of the brain. And she was able to use that technique, and she found herself doing a remote viewing, a remote traveling to some village in Africa. And she saw the tribe and the people there, and eventually she contacted them for real. And she actually went to see them. She took a plane out there and visited them. So it's quite amazing. She recognized them when she got there.
I know her name. I didn't know that story.
No, Miriam Delicado would impress. Now, some people, oh, she's a fake. Look, you could say everybody's a fake. You could say anybody's a fake. You see, proper skepticism is not just dismissing everything.
And also, sometimes some people are wrong on something, but that does not mean that they are wrong on all the thing.
That's correct. That's right. Then there's this story. This guy named Bob Jones, I think it was. He was at some kind of a fair, something in a mall, someplace, and he saw a woman walk by, and a voice came in his head a few times. Go talk to that woman. Go talk to that woman. And he never had an experience like that. Some thought or voice telling him. He ignored it for a while. Then he walked further, and since his business was a videographer for airplanes, he heard her talking to two guys about airplanes. And he sat down and he said, you know, if you ever need anybody to do a video on airplanes, I'm the guy. That's my profession. Anyway, the two guys got up and he started talking to her. And somehow the conversation veered off into this UFO contactee, Billy Meyer. And it turns out she said she was going to Switzerland. And he asked, is there any way you could, do you know anything about this guy? And he said, yeah, sure, but you have to make an appointment. So you see, there was a reason why that, you've heard of the Billy Meyer case, have you?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's a very commonly known, some people say it's a fake. He said the aliens told him that he was going to lose an arm. Remember that one?
Yes.
And he lost an arm later. Well, they couldn't prevent him.
Yeah.
On the arm, but he lost the arm. And he's come out with predictions which are independent of his contactee experience. But he's predicted about between 2 and 3 civil wars in America. He's become a self-styled prophet now. Interesting guy. I think there's a lot to look into to see if he's real. So talking about Linda Moulton Howe, how did she get into all that? She's a very well-known UFO researcher. She has had contact with somebody in the military. She's had a lot of connections. She has a science page on the internet. Well, it all started around the late 1970s, around 79. She was working in Denver as a journalist. and she was sent to investigate the phenomenon of mutilated animals. So now my dear friend, we don't want to mention his name, the skeptic, I tried to explain to him that Linda Moulton Howe was told by the sheriff, whatever law officer there, that there was no way that the animals could have been mutilated by any technology or butchers that we have on Earth. And as a matter of fact, one of the animals had its face stuck right into the ground, and there was no blood dripping from the animal. Normally, if an animal was executed and mutilated, there would be blood dripping into the hole in the ground. So the sheriff said that this is something that we couldn't have done. So,
it's a real mystery. Cattle mutilation is maybe not related to ufology, but it's a real mystery, and one of the aspects is that often the animal just do not have blood at all.
That's
drained
it. Well,
of all the blood, yes.
Just last week, I was listening again to something that I heard before. That's David Jacobs. Have you heard about him?
Yes.
David Jacobs?
Of course, yes.
Abduction research, yes.
He's got a lecture that I heard a few years ago, and I started listening to it again. His idea is that they've infiltrated us, and they've sent what they call not hybrids, but hybrids. They're hybrids, which are half alien, half human, or whatever. And he said the insectoids are on top of the chain of command here. The insectoid, the ones that would evolve from insects into some kind of advanced beings. The grays are below them, and then come the hybrids, and then come the hybrids. The hybrids are very unusual types because they look just like us, but they have no concept of human culture. They don't know what a fork and spoon is. They don't know what it is when you go to a store, you get change. They don't know how to ask for anything. So they have to learn these things. Now, I don't know, I haven't seen any of these guys, but apparently if you do see them, they have a way of using mind control against you, and they'll convince you that they're not really hybrids. But I mean, that's what he's saying. Like, I don't know, I haven't seen it. I don't know what to believe, but I'm just telling you what the guy's saying. It sounds like it could, it sounds scary if we're being infiltrated like that. And to what extent and what the purpose of that would be. So you're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The threat. The threat, he says.
The what?
Threat.
The threat. They're a threat. You don't know who they are. They could be anything. I mean, that's almost as bad as what Professor Peter Beater was saying about the robotoids, that they took Jimmy Carter and his whole family and they changed them into robotoids. I mean, they killed them and replaced them with robotoids. You've heard that one? Well, that's a little bit too far-fetched, but then I want to ask you a question. Tell me something. People have asked me, or when I talk about UFOs, they say, well, how would they possibly get here? If you're traveling at what we know to be the maximum speed of light, right?
Well, we know that, but it doesn't mean that it is objectively so. You see, you must not think that our science is the final word. Our science is a few hundred years old. So,
no, I know that. You remember the Star Trek film where they it was for the first contact, and they had Ephraim something there, the first guy who made warp drive, and they had a warp signal, and the Vulcans picked up the warp signal, and that made the first contact on Earth. You remember that film? So we haven't developed the warp. I've heard that we actually do have that technology. There was a meeting by some very highly advanced scientists and maybe IBM or one of these big corporations. And they said, we have that technology. We could travel to the stars. We have the warp technology.
Yes, Ben Rich said that. We can bring E.T. home, he said.
That's what I heard, yes.
Yeah.
We could bring E.T. home, right? That's something. Now, if you want to get into a little Kabbalah, I could show you something here. You know the Big Bang Theory? Okay, I have an idea about this. I'm not sure if I believe in that, but there's some scientists who have doubts. But if you look at the 4 letters of God's name here, you can see quite clearly.
Yes.
You see that. You see
no,
how
a little higher. A little higher. Put the paper.
Yeah, there
yes,
you got it. Yeah.
Yes.
The 4 letters of God's name. Now, if you look at the first letter on the right side here, you see right here.
Yes.
It's a very small letter. The reason why that is, it's because it's very high energy, and the energy is so high that it has to be contained. It has to be contained in a small space. So it's basically referring to contraction. It's like in the Big Bang, the energy was in a very small space, and then boom, it expanded. And if you look at the second letter, you see, it's called the hey. It's bigger. It's expanded. So the first letter it says here is the right hand, the fist, the handle pointing index finger, hand as a symbol of God, power and activity. The second one is expansion. Is a window opening, aperture, desire to be, exist, sighting of a star, to breathe and to become. So you see, the first one is basically referred to as chachma, means wisdom. Like, let's say you get a flash in your mind of an idea, right? But it's only a flash. You have this great idea. Oh man, it's a fantastic idea. I just can't put it into words yet. And then if you don't concentrate on it enough, it'll just go away. You'll forget about it. But then you've got the second letter, which is the idea of expanding and analyzing the idea, bringing it down more into breadth. That's why the letter's like that. And the third letter is descension. That's you see, it looks like a ladder going down. You see the third letter? That's called a vav. So that refers to that which joins. It's like a nail, a peg, which holds the door curtain before the arc of the law. And the last letter is the same as the second one. If it brings things down, it expands things further. You see, there's these four levels. So if you look at the Big Bang Theory, that's pretty much what it says. You see, you've got the four letters of God's name, and it's the order of the way the universe was created. You see how first you started off with a dot, with everything was in a small space over here.
Yes.
And that's called. It has different names in Hebrew. It's corresponding to four worlds. We call four levels, four worlds. We call it a world. It's not a real world like a planet, but we call it a world. The first one is called archetypal, which it's still not in existence yet. Then the second one is called creative, bria. You see that one over here. Yes. That's you starting as an existence. It's bringing down a possibility of an existence. It's not a real existence, a possibility of existence. And the third letter is called formation, right? Formation. Like when a person on a job, they're trained in formation, you know, exam formation. Yeah. So he's forming him. He's not created. He's already created, but he's being trained. It's bringing down. It's bringing down to the level like the vav, like the Lord, down. And the last letter is asiya, which is manifestation, which is actually getting the world of action. This is action in this world. So you see how this whole, all the sphirot, also you have the 10, which are corresponding to all of these have within them 10 aspects. You see each one 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. So anyways, it's just a structure of the universe. God's name, I believe, is a structure of the universe. And it's also represented by these things as well. So if you wanted a little Kabbalah, I didn't know if you really wanted to expect Kabbalah from me. You mentioned Kabbalah, so I'm giving you a little Kabbalah. So I don't know if I'm really a Kabbalist. I wouldn't call myself a Kabbalist any more than those people who are trying out for American Idol would call themselves to be a singer. Mm-hmm. You know, I wouldn't actually call myself a Kabbalist, but I know something anyway. Oh. So you see, anyway, the thing is, just keep in mind the mysterious force. And it's just too bad that we don't have any. We had Eric Johnson was really a good member, and I heard him on the radio. We had Tom Cameron was our chairman for a while, and the late Peter Vatsis, and some of these guys were really into it.
Dear Bernie, to finish your intervention, could you come back on the story of the UFO in 2010 that you know about, and I showed the movie in the evening.
Well,
so,
you see, I'll tell you something.
Start from the beginning.
Well, the only thing I know about it is somebody called me, and I was in my house. If I just would have looked out the window, I would have seen it.
I will just precise for the audience that now we are speaking about the movie we showed 2 hours ago.
Yes.
About a UFO over Montreal. It was the 4 or 5 October 2010.
That's right. I was home at the time, and I got a phone call from somebody, and it was after the fact And I was so disappointed. Here was my one time where I could have seen a UFO and I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but I have a friend who saw it, and I think if I can get him on the phone now, maybe we can hear from him. Let's see if he's willing to talk for 30 seconds to tell you what he saw it. Him and his wife, they saw it. Okay, let me try and reach our witness here. Let me see if he'll answer. But I spoke to him. He told me that it was very large. I'm going to see if he's answering the phone.
As you may have seen 2 hours ago in the movie about the investigation, there was a police report about that incident.
Yes.
And when Bernie says it was, and when the witness says it was a large UFO, it mostly because it was a pattern of light, so it was large, but we don't know if it was one object or a manifestation of multiple lights.
Well, but Jordan told me that the thing was massive. Yeah, but when it could, like you say, it could have been a group of them. It could have been a mothership, or it could, but it did look a bit like with the two things sticking out, like the Star Trek thing. It remind you that, like this kind of thing, we're sticking out. You know, I heard that the actual Star Trek ship would be aerodynamically, scientifically totally invalid as a spaceship, but it looked something.
It's another story. You're saying that because the witness we saw in the movie draw something like a
it was
similar
but it wasn't
ship.
exactly like the Star Trek ship, but it looked very.
On my side, I didn't talk to your witness that you are describing. If that witness was nearer than my witness, maybe he's saying that it was massive because he was nearer. He was seeing as a one object.
That was Jordan. And also, did you talk to Dr. Ziegler about it?
Not me. It was my collaborator at that time.
Yeah, the gynecological surgeon.
Yep.
Yeah, he saw it and he claimed it was something. I'm so sorry I didn't see it, but at
I
that
will
time,
say that it was an investigation done by the Réseau OVNI Alerte, the UFO Alert Network in Quebec. At that time, it was the group that was investigated, and Dr. Ziegler at that time had been contacted by the journalists and other ufologists too.
Did he have a picture of it on his cell phone?
I think so, but I don't remember if it was clear. I don't have that in my archive. You can contact François Bourbeau for that information.
Yeah, I might do that. I heard something about that. He might have had a picture of it. Yeah, well, it's just too bad. Now, I did speak to some other people during that time period, and they had told me that they had seen something in that area in that time period. Following or before that, maybe a month or two after, they did see some object in the area, and there must have been a bit of a UFO flap in Côte Saint-Luc at that time. Since then, I haven't seen anything. I've looked around. Did you hear about St. Eustache? That there used to be a lot of UFOs up there.
Where?
St. Eustache.
St. Eustache is a city north of Montreal.
That's right. Did you hear about that? There used to be a big UFO flap there.
There's a lot of sighting in the Laurentide region. So
really, maybe I got to get up there. Got to get up there. I have really good cameras now. I got a 60 power camera.
Okay.
I saw also online a guy who had a very powerful telescope, and he was photographing the moon, and it showed a disc-shaped object traveling over the moon.
Okay.
Another one showed a rocket ship traveling over the moon.
That's another kind of story, but thank you very much for your testimony, Bernie. I'll let you a minute to conclude if you want.
Well, yeah, I was gonna call Marilyn. She claimed she saw the one on past Bonaventure. Well, I was saying like Mr. Dolan said, they're slowly giving us little tidbits that to have the mainstream media come out and show us something that the U.S. military had that they could not explain, and saying, "Oh, we don't really know what it is," when they darn well know what it is. They know, and they're not telling us for military reasons mostly, I think, and maybe cultural reasons. But I think that we still have a long way to go, because a lot of people that I talk to a number of people, they still say, "Oh, it must be hallucination. Oh, you believe in UFOs? You must be crazy," or something like that. I think we have a way to go, don't we?
Yeah.
We have a way to go. We still have to make more progress on this.
Yes,
So
more progress, especially in educating people.
Yes, yes.
The first tier would be conferences, and the second tier would be to have the subject actually being taught in some colleges or places, you see. First, maybe night courses, like people learn about advanced computers technologies in special courses, and maybe there will be some special advanced courses on ufology. But there must be some... Yeah,
so a lot of people are skeptics. And like I said, if there's skepticism, it has to be a healthy form of it, not the skepticism where a person feels that they're, you know, if you have a paradigm, a way you look at the world, and if it doesn't fit in with the way you look at the world, you'll reject it. We have to get people to be more flexible, but it'll take time.
That is correct, yes.
Live long and prosper.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll see you. I'm sure we'll get together sometime. You're supposed to come to Montreal one day, right?
Yeah, we will.
Got some guy. There's a guy who wants to meet you.
Great. We will show at the. We want to see the archive of that ancient group. So thank you very much.
Oh, sure, we will. We will for sure. Okay, we'll be in touch later. Bye for now.
Peu de couleur qu'il y avait. La couleur, c'était gris foncé, tu sais, c'était quasiment noir, là, tu sais. Aucun, quelque chose de slack, là, pas slack, mais on dit ça, de lousse, là, bouffant, appelle ça comme tu voudras. Aucun instrument sur lui qu'on pourrait reconnaître comme en métal ou en plastique ou je sais pas quoi. Il n'y avait rien. Il n'y avait rien dans ses mains. Moi, j'ai très bien vu les mains. Hey, il avait comme des nerveux, puis le voix semblable à ça, tu sais, là, à 80%. C'était tout noir, ici, là. Moi, je le vois comme ça. Marcel le voit d'une autre façon. Mais ici, c'était noir, là. Mais c'est pour ça qu'on a eu peur. C'est pour ça qu'on est... Là, quand j'ai dit à Marcel, tu vois-tu ce que je vois? Ah, ben, Marcel, il dit oui, là. Hey, ça!
OK.
Le choc! Bon, je peux commencer?
Oui, allez-y.
OK. Moi, c'était tout noir. Partout, même les doigts, c'est tout uniforme. La tête. La seule affaire ici, c'était en rond un peu noir. Plus foncé que le restant. Qui était vis-à-vis les yeux. Et puis, d'après moi, là, parce que je me trouvais comme de face, il n'y avait pas de bouche. C'était uniforme comme le restant. Mais il y avait des petites déviations sur son corps, à travers son costume. Et puis, la main était vis-à-vis du genou. Et puis c'est correct, comme je veux dire, c'était plus large en descendant. Peut-être un peu carré ici. Au lieu d'être en rond, là, peut-être un petit peu moins rond que ça. J'ai pas... Non, ça ici, là, c'était foncé.
Moi, c'est à cause de la lune.
C'est comme mettre un genre de costume, il y a ça sur son costume. Protéger ses yeux. À ses mains, là, il partait, là, en s'élargissant, là. Et puis, comme je te dis, il avait l'air d'un joueur de basketball. Il était beau, bien carré. Un joueur de basketball, là. Il avait à peu près le tout physique, là.
are back in studio with our next guest, that is Mr. Dave HAISELL. He is a pioneer of Canadian ufology. He's doing investigations since the 70s. He's a man that I respect very well because he was always very passionate about ufology, and he had a methodical approach about it. I want to tell, if you can see there, we don't see it. Well, here. So this is his, okay, there. This is his new book. It's called The Control Factor. Okay, celle-ci, d'accord. It's called The Control Factor. It's like his third book. He may correct me, but he has written in 1978 the bestseller, The 7 Missing Hour. He has rewritten the book in 2014. It was called A Question of Control. But that cases in that book is so much important that he has like rewritten his book for a third time, if I'm not mistaken. But it is a book that was taught for about 40 years. It presents all the data of that enigmatic cases very well. So we receive him right now. Welcome, Mr. HAISELL.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to contribute to this symposium, and many thanks to those responsible for putting in the time and effort that went into organizing this event. Because I have a tendency to stray from topic to topic when speaking off the cuff, and since we each by necessity have a limited amount of time available to present our thoughts, I've taken the liberty of preparing a written account of the issues which I would like to address. I hope that you'll forgive me for reading my presentation in order to ensure I cover all the salient points. The phenomenon we are all dealing with has been with us for many years, arguably many centuries or even longer. And our study of it, as I will show, will result in us learning more and more about ourselves, about humanity. My research since the mid-1970s has centered on the experiences of the Armstrong family, Jerry, his wife Susan, and their twin daughters, Pamela and Wendy, all pseudonyms by request. My first book, The Missing 7 Hours, published in 1978, documented many of their ongoing experiences taking place initially in England and then in Canada. Subsequent to the book's release, Jerry Armstrong underwent 2 regressive hypnosis sessions with a qualified professional psychiatrist who, through the use of hypnotherapy, tried to determine what exactly happened to him during this 7-hour period. The conclusion of the hypnotherapist was that Jerry was actually physically removed from our frame of reality during the 7-hour period. In other words, Jerry projected himself into another reality where he supposedly had contact with intelligent non-human beings. This raises all sorts of questions as to the nature of this other reality, and indeed of what we understand about our own reality. Several possibilities come to mind. Among them, is this other reality another universe, or even another dimension, for instance? Or are there indeed other realities, plural? Current research in cosmology, string theory, M theory, quantum mechanics, to name such a few areas being explored by scientists today, is opening up a Pandora's box of possibilities, none of which can be discounted. Famous explorer Thor Heyerdahl once described, as I was saying, famous explorer Thor Heyerdahl once described metaphorically how we learn. Numerous researchers, each specializing in their own field, dig deep holes, throwing up what they learn from to the top. The generalist, whom you might argue is also a specialist in his or her own right, scooped up what the others have learned and puts it all together to form the big picture. Achieving an understanding of the phenomenon we are dealing with must likewise be a multidisciplinary operation. I hope what follows in my presentation illustrates the importance of this approach. In our search for answers to the UFO enigma, we will be wise not to exclude the many strange aspects which often accompany reported encounters. Not only that, such respected UFO investigators as astrophysicist Dr. Jacques Vallée, have explored cases long preceding what many consider to be the start of the UFO phenomenon, namely the incidents at Roswell, New Mexico, and the Kenneth Arnold Mount Rainier flying saucer report. Vallée points out that the phenomenon itself sometimes seems to parallel those characteristics typical in the current state of the technological capabilities of the era in which it is being observed. The reported strange behavior of the airships of the late 19th century being one such example. And today, since we have started to explore our solar system, traveling to the moon and sending vehicles to Mars and beyond, the phenomenon has now taken on characteristics leading one to believe we're dealing with visitors from other parts of our galaxy and beyond, traveling in cigar-shaped, disc-shaped, triangular, and even tic-tac-shaped craft. Many seem to be waiting for our world governments to disclose the reality of these so-called visitors. But it seems that members of our own government are just as puzzled as we are as to the nature of the phenomenon. As was confided to me many years ago by a former National Minister of Defense, not from a North American nation, even though they have been studying the phenomenon for many years, they would not admit to its reality because of the anticipated religious, economic, and military impact it would have worldwide. Recent revelations from the US Pentagon and others have indicated their continued interest in the phenomenon, but once again with no definitive explanation for its behavior. Researcher and author John Keel has investigated several cases with even more bizarre overtones, leading him to speculate that we may be the victims of a cruel cosmic joke and that the entities involved, he calls them ultra-terrestrials, may be having a great laugh at our expense. Furthermore, as documented in his famous work, Book of the Damned, Charles Fort spent 26 years of his life collecting reports of, among other things, rains of frogs, of blood, disappearances, and poltergeist phenomena, only to conclude that human beings are simply property belonging to some greater intelligence. In his book, The Invisible College, Vallée proposed on page 2 that UFO sightings and other related events are manifestations of a control system, and I quote, which may serve to stabilize the relationship between man's consciousness needs and the evolving complexities of the world, which he must understand, end quote. If he's correct, we must ask who or what is behind this control system? And is it responsible for the numerous so-called contactee incidents which have occurred over the years, many with bizarre and often contradictory messages being conveyed? Search the literature, and you'll find many, including those of a Midwestern US lady called Mrs. Peach and an Italian by the name of Maurizio. The overall gist of such contacts seems to center around awakening humanity to what they've been doing wrong over the centuries in order to help direct them toward reaching a higher level of spiritual awareness. This continues today with, for example, the worldwide Raelian movement, inspired by two contacts experienced by a French race car driver in 1975, one of which involved him being transported to the alleged planet of the Eternals by the Elohim. Medical doctor Stephen Greer is another recent disciple with his close encounters of the fifth kind, declaring the evolution in consciousness and ETs. Jerry Armstrong was not immune to this either. Following the publication of the details and analysis of his regressive hypnosis sessions, on November the 7th, 1986, Jerry experienced yet another event, which led him to believe what his role was to be in conveying what he had learned from his previous experiences to the rest of humanity, namely to write. And this he did, resulting in what he called his universal letter to humanity, which consisted of 4 parts. Part 3 of my latest book, The Control Factor, recently published, contains the complete text of this letter, along with an attempt to interpret and analyze it in light of other such writings by a variety of other alleged contactees. The first 2 parts of the book contain the complete text of the missing 7 hours and the subsequent regressive hypnosis sessions, so that the reader is able to interpret the universal letter within the context of what had preceded it. Further information can be found at my website, www.thecontrolfactor.ca. Jerry felt that what he was tasked to write was really intended for the benefit of mankind, in order to point out to humanity, and I quote, the reason why the human race has lost contact with their individual souls, and why they cannot comprehend us at this stage of their evolutionary development. The us he refers to here apparently means those with whom he had contact during his encounters. Strangely, this universal letter was written addressed, and I again quote, to the beloved brothers and sisters of the planet Clarion, to tell you all of my experiences in the reality of the planet known here as Earth. Right away, this is puzzling for at least a couple of reasons. He was supposedly writing to humanity, so why address it to the brothers and sisters of the planet Clarion? And secondly, and even more significantly, the mere reference to a planet named Clarion raises other questionable issues. Jerry wrote that what he called a pure light being told him and other children with him during his encounter, and I again quote, the soul inside your human form once resided in an entity on the planet Clarion, which circles a star in the star cluster known here as the Pleiades. Your souls were sent to the planet Earth to take on the human form to enable the continued evolution of infinite creation, end quote. This seems to imply that the souls of Jerry and the other children with him had been transplanted, for want of a better word, to live as humans on the planet Earth for some specific reason. One also has to wonder why Clarion is such a popular name and why it keeps cropping up in a variety of apparently unrelated UFO incidents, including the previously mentioned Maurizio case in Italy. The same is true for the numerous references to the stars in the Pleiades, none of which, astronomers tell us, considering their types and ages, is apparently conducive to the formation of planets supporting intelligent life. What is the real source of these thoughts which contactees feel compelled to disseminate to the rest of humanity? We now recognize that many of the points Jerry makes in his universal letter echo what he recorded several years previously in his automatic writing, as related in my first book. The debate continues as to the source of such automatic writing sessions. Do they come from the writer's own subconscious or from the thoughts of another entity acting through the writer? Thus, we are forced to ask just who or what is controlling everything. In this automatic writing, is this automatic writing just another example of John Keel's speculation that we're the victims of some entity's idea of a cruel joke? Just what is the source of what I call the esoteric control factor? Well, surprising answer to that question may indeed be you are. Consider this. You have the power to control the way you think. And thought seems to be the only guaranteed form of reality. Maybe Sir James Jeans was on the right track when he speculated long ago that the universe might be one gigantic thought. Whose thought? Dare we say your thought? Jeans wrote, and I quote, the stream of human knowledge is heading toward a non-mechanical reality. The universe begins to look more like a great thought than a great machine. Mind no longer appears to be an accidental intruder into the realm of matter. We're beginning to suspect that we ought rather to hail it as the creator and governor of this realm. 88 years have elapsed since Jeans proposed this thought. During these 88 years, the study of quantum mechanics has evolved to the extent that indicates Jeans may in fact be correct. In an article entitled The Mental Universe by Richard Conn Henry, who's a professor in the Henry A. Rowland Department of Physics and Astronomy, the Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, Maryland, USA, suggests, and this is a long quote, the only reality is mind and observations. But observations are not of things. To see the universe as it really is, we must abandon our tendency to conceptualize observations of things. He further proclaims the world is quantum mechanical. We must learn to perceive it as such. One benefit of switching humanity to a correct perception of the world is the resulting joy of discovering the mental nature of the universe. We have no idea what this mental nature implies, but the great thing is, it is true. Beyond the acquisition of perception, physics can no longer help. You may descend into solipsism, expand to deism, or something else if you can justify it. Just don't ask physics for help. There's another benefit of seeing the world as quantum mechanical. Someone who has learned to accept that nothing exists but observations is far ahead of peers who stumble through physics hoping to find out what things are. If we can pull a Galileo and get people believing the truth, they'll find physics a breeze. The universe is immaterial, mental, and spiritual. Live and enjoy. This seems reminiscent of some of what Jerry Armstrong implied in his automatic writing. So, is mind the creator and governor of this realm? Whose mind? Yours? Mine? Are you the center of your own universe? This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase, the kingdom of God is within you. An article I recently came across echoes the thought that you may be the center of your own universe. The article is entitled The Universe and was written by Amanda Gefter, consultant new scientist, founding editor, Culture Lab. At the end of her article, she concludes, and I quote, if each observer has his or her own universe, then each observer has his or her own Hilbert space, his or her own cosmic horizon, and his or her own version of holography, in which case, what we need from a theory of quantum gravity is a set of consistency conditions that can relate what different observers can operationally measure. Adjusting our intuitions and adapting to the strange truths uncovered by physics is never easy. But we may just have to come around to the notion that there's my universe and there's your universe, but there's no such thing as the universe. Even the Vatican appears to have recently taken a new direction, as revealed in a comment made by Brother Guy Consolmagno in a book entitled, Would You Baptize an Extraterrestrial? That he co-authored with fellow Jesuit, the Reverend Paul Mueller. Brother Guy is also an astronomer, a planetary scientist for the Vatican, and is now based in Arizona. He clarified that the Church's central mission on religion has recently dramatically shifted by teaching that God is reason. If you reject reason, you are rejecting God. Yes, the possibility exists that you may indeed be your own control factor. If so, then as Jerry Armstrong implied when he said in his preface to his universal letter, and I quote, your desire to progress or stagnate is your soul's choice, end quote. You need to take charge of your own well-being. How, you may ask? Simple. Love to learn. Please learn to love. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. HAISELL. That was a well-written discourse.
Hi, I'm Carol Lozé.
And Steve Z, host of Zone Parallèle on CGMD 96.9 FM, where we speak openly about UFO topics and strange matter of life.
We are honored to participate in such event and working to share our experience about UFO topic. It will be a pleasure to share your work with our audience. Bon congrès vous tous.
I went to look out the window, as I always do. I always look out. And I saw it and I thought, boy, that's strange. Like that glow. The space station. I said, oh, come on, William, the space station's up in outer space, you know. I see this, I know the space station. I used to see it all the time when I lived at 109 Chatham Street. People would say, what are you talking about? I said, that's the space station. I had a pair of binoculars, powerful binoculars. I said, look. I said, oh my God. But I thought it was a space station. And I said, well, it's too low for the space station. And I said, it's too low for a 747. There's no light. It's just pure white. It was the same color as what I saw on that yacht. It's the same color, pure white. That's what Thomas would say too. It was pure white. It was glowing, white, pure white, snow white. But and he saw rays coming off it. I didn't see the rays because I saw it between the tree leaves, branches. That's why I called him to see if he could get a clear vision of it. What he drew was exactly the way it was. I missed the point of, there was no bubble on top. It was just round at the top. I thought there was a bubble, but it was like he saw, because he saw it right up close. I mean, the binoculars brought it right up to him. Underneath the UFO, there was, Thomas drew sort of a square thing. I thought it was a bubble. Yeah, but I was, like I said, my vision was blocked by the trees.
You are ready to correct your testimony because you have a very good confidence on your friend and he has saw it with binocular, that's why?
Yes.
Okay, that is a very interesting detail.
I didn't see the rays because, I couldn't see them because of the trees.
How did the sighting finish?
Well, it just disappeared from me because where I am, the Lauren Towers, the building, it was between the building and Gilkison Street, and it was turned, it had turned, and as Thomas said, it was over the giant willow tree, and he said it was turning towards the river, and follow the river down north.
Okay.
It was coming from the south. So I'm sure there wasn't just me and Thomas that saw it. I'll bet you there was a couple of dozen or maybe a few hundred people saw it because it was that big and that bright. Probably scared the pants off a lot of people.
After the sighting, how you and your friend thought and talked about the sighting?
Well, he brought his drawing over to me, and then I had finished mine up, and I showed him, and he says, "Wow, that's really great." He says, "But this is what I saw." I said, "Well, you saw it closer because you had the binoculars, and they didn't have the impediment of the trees. Like I have the white lights at the back closer together." He said they were at one end of each end of the UFO, so he had that accurate.
During the sighting, you were how many meters apart, you and your friend?
From the building, his building, 100, 150 feet.
Are you on the same floor?
I was on the third floor. I don't know what floor he was on. I'm not sure.
Again, to make my geographical reconstitution more accurate, can you just retell me in detail on which street it was, on which street you were, and...
This is off of Gilkison Street. It was east of Gilkison, just a little bit, like about maybe 50 feet or something. And then it turned, like Thomas said, it turned towards the giant willow tree and went up along the river.
Okay. In your opinion, it was at which altitude?
I said about a mile high, and he said, "Yeah, you're right there." I said, "You're right, it's about a mile up."
Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be with you. My name is Caroline Mailloux, and I will talk to you about the exopolitic and the birth of the new world. I am a PhD in management and technology, and I also have a diploma in automolecular medicine, alternative medicine, and I am in the program of exopolitik of Dr. Michael Sala. I'm really attached to push the technology, the divulgation of technologies that are take back of the population. You can follow me on Facebook. I publish stuff on the page DOD, Quebec Dimension Divulgation. And I have been contacted a few years ago, like many people on this planet. And today I will talk about the exopolitik and what it is about. The program was built by Dr. Sala. He used to be a professor at the University of Washington. And he said that he found that it was sad because the student never heard about the IDED government in the program. And he said that they didn't get any information on ETs as well. But if we want to study politics and go into the core of the problems that is going on the planet, we have to include the ETs aspect. So the program of exopolitik that is not there to prove that extraterrestrial does exist, but it's more because they said that they have received enough testimonies from military, astronaut, ex-minister of defense. So we more focus in the program on really citizen diplomacy with extraterrestrial. So Dr. Sala decided to move out of the University of Washington and just open as an institute to become an independent researcher. I would like to start my presentation with this quote from Edgar Mitchell, who is saying, I think I have reached the point that I'm convinced enough of the reality of the ET presence. I'm not going to deny it and shy away from it. It is time to open this up to the public. He was an astronaut at the NASA. And my professor, one of my good professors said that he was even using his mind, and he was, with his mind, he was able to manifest on March, planet March. So it's where we can see that we can do a lot with our mind. What exopolitik defend and cover? So basically we study actors, institutions, and the actual process with the extraterrestrial hypothesis. We also see our planet is currently visited and monitored by ET's rays. It's explaining how diplomacy might be conducted with them and the impact on world peace. We study some document, some agreement that already exist. And we study where the government are and stand with the divulgation. We have in the curriculum some professor like Paula Harris. She is well known to have a prolific career on the ground because she has met Charles Hall, who was in the Area 51, 54. He was working physically in the 3D with a tall white. Colonel Corso, that many of you know already, he wrote the book The Day After Roswell. The astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who had many contacts. Clifford Stone, who is in Roswell. He was in Vietnam, and he met some ETs over there. And she saw also many times the ex-minister of defense of Canada, Paul Hellyer. And I would like to note that Paul Hellyer said that if we could have access to exotic technologies that are hidden by the hidden government, we could reverse the pollution on our planet within 10 years. She also likes to meet with the elder tribe because she said that they have contact each year and they are humble. They really stay humble. When we look in exopolitik, I just did a list of many challenges that we have when we talk about the divulgation. And Stephen Gear is talking about cosmological confusion. And this is about the fact that ETs is not an easy topic. And he said that actually to confusion from the fact that we are in a division and talking about oneness. Universe is form of a multiplicity of life that is diverse. And there's a number of paradox after that, because we find inner and outer, mind and body, God and evil. So the complementation of these paradox brings different perspective depending on the level of awareness of the observer. So this is one of the challenge, and there are many challenges, like about the black budget. Should we just take out all the information about the black budget in one time, or just go gradually? There will have an overlap of religious belief system, a differentiation between advanced biological entities. So you will be able to have access to the PowerPoint, I think. So, and there's also a lack of comprehension that we have on ETs. Another big question is, who will be the best people to talk about and really manage the political ET presence? With Eisenhower gave a good warning about that, because he said that the best mind, they will say that the best mind to deal with that will be the club of experts. But he said that they are really influenced by the corporate and elite interest, that is power, money, and control. So Dr. Sala said we need to really understand that warning, and we need from there re-establish what political he said a transformation of the politic that we will have with them. I would like to highlight something regarding where we are in the divulgation. I would like to highlight the fact that Alain Juillet, one professor that I have in the competitive intelligence, who is located in Paris, came out in April in the Paris match, and he said that the intelligence, ET intelligence, is something that we cannot grab. It's something that we cannot explain, but it's not because we cannot explain that it doesn't exist. And he said that in the future, we will be able to explain it. And he said that 90% of our technologies are extraterrestrial. He is in the documentary of Dominique Filol that you can find online. And the name of the documentary is UFOs, A Matter of State. I'm not sure if it's available right now in English, but you can just verify for the subtitle. We also have Jacques Vallée, who is a consultant for Silicon Valley. And I will just go faster now, but in 2011, he did a very good conference. He is in Silicon Valley. He is working for hedge fund, and he studied the phenomenon of ET since 50 years. So it's not me, Caroline Mayou, who is saying that the phenomenon does exist. There are many people in my field of research who are talking about that now, and they are not shy. The blockage, if we think about the blockage, what is blocking the divulgation? In exopolitik, in the lecture that we have, we see that it's always the elite that is blocking for the medical technology. And why? It's because they keep control on it, because they mention that they can have access to it, but not you, because they are over you. They still place themselves over you. Is there a lack of knowledge on our planet? Edgar Mitchell will say, of course. And the big problem that we have is that we have a problem to see ourselves in a cosmic sense. We study in exopolitik that we have many people on this planet. We come from different spaces. We all in small group, and we have different system of belief, different set of values. And our big challenge is to come to an agreement as human. But do you think that harmony can be possible on our planet? I think so, because not everyone believes and would like to deploy the peace on this planet, but we are a bunch of people who want to see deploy on our planet love, harmony, and unity. Edgar Mitchell will highlight that we are very good to blame devil or God for what is going on here. And we have a lack of responsibility. So I think that the first key is for us to go back to our responsibility and be able to take our challenge and just manage them. We let the government take the place of God. So they are managing our economy, politics, and everything, but it has to change. Now we are called to, I think, be a part of what they called the golden age of God, the fifth world. And we have also text in Exopolitik talking about that. Many prophets talked about this that is happening, what is happening and what is coming. That requires that we anchor our values, our intuition, and our faith. We see now that many people are working for to wake up. But once people are waked up, I think that we have to bring them to the awakening. Another thing that we have to do is to bring them to their sovereignty. You have here Bernard de Montreal. I would like to say that in this particular video, he talked about the fact that on this planet, there will have eventually a planetary regency. A new consciousness is going to descend on some people, and on this planet, they will be in charge of leading the way, to show the way to the new world. Here you see, I really like the definition of sovereignty of Sacha Stone, that is, as a living soul, to be able to command my own destiny, to steer this planet, to steer the star system, and to be where we want to be our highest expression that shows where we want to place our attention. For the future, as we advance on the path, we have to manifest our sacred divine part. We are here to transcend our human state, to elevate to our divine state. It's possible to have a sustainable, abundant future if we all come together. It won't be easy, but we have to be implicated in that. Otherwise, what I see in Exopolitik is that we won't receive freely help from other space, other side. We have to take our responsibility. We are creating the future of this planet. It's not already determined. Our role is to be the best citizen that we can be. So we are called for this new world, and it's the divine in us that must talk loud now. And we must speak and act together in the name of the divine. If I go back, I would like to highlight the fact that it's the time that we need to deploy our light and nourish the best possible timeline that we want to have on this planet. Because I do believe that our mind determines our future. Don't let any people do what they do to our community. Let's refuse it. We are doing politic action right now. It's good to believe that we can do something, but it's good to put action in place, and it's what we do in group right now. I thank you very much.
Félicitations, it was a very good presentation, Miss Caroline Mayou. It was covering a great range of topics, and you have presented in a gradual way.
Well, you mentioned that some extraterrestrials are interested on what is happening and in which way to steer our planet. So do you have contacts with some groups that want to, sort of push us in the right direction, if I may say so? And how much time will this transformation to a more enlightened condition on our planet take place?
I look many video, I go in a church where we have a prophet and he receives some messages that I receive. I am from Pleiades. I went in the vessel and I drove them, and I know that I receive information in my intuition. And what I do believe is that there are many groups. During the summer, I have met Frank Mason. I have met some people from very old order. I have met Christian, and they all have their agenda. But I think that we will come to a point where we will have to work all together. And when they go back into the Bible, what they see David, and David against Goliath. Goliath is now the new world order that went to be placed. David that was really small in the face of Goliath, but he was enough strong. And why? Because he received God within himself. He received the divine, and it was the divine who was acting through him. So I think that we have to become really, really strong in our spirituality work and aspect. And I saw in some exopolitic text that if we do it, if we do the work to be in faith, but the real faith, the faith that, to have the faith that move mountains, we will receive the help of others coming from other space. Call them angels, call them Pleiadians. You will receive the help.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know, Caroline, that you have a great web of contact with mostly, I think, American ufologists. With John D'Souza, you have talked also about Professor Salas. Can you explain a little bit more and maybe offer to the audience some link?
Yes. Basically, what I received from my guides, it was that I had the mission to try to build a bridge between the Anglophone field of ufology in research and the French community. I think that it's lacking, and we have to be strong all together to share information, because on some stuff, they are really advanced. And on other side, we could share as well something with them. I did an interview with John D'Souza. He is well informed. He was a special police officer agent for 25 years at the FBI, and he's still linked with them. And he said that it's not really Trump who is managing the country, but the 25 intelligence agency. And he is giving very good information. You can follow him. I did an interview with him on the studio, Le Studio. It's in English with subtitle in French. So it's available on YouTube or Odyssey. Many people are moving on Odyssey now. About Dr. Sala, what I see, he did many great books on the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. And to him, this is what is going on. The cabal is linked with the CCP. And not many people are talking about that aspect of what is going on right now. So I invite you to look his last book about the Chinese Communist Party, because they are trying to deploy their stuff here and in the US. And he did also a very good conference on, you can see a portal of ascension. It's all in English.
And a last word about your formation with Professor Salas. Can you describe it a little bit? What is it? Like, how many courses must you follow? Is it at distance? Okay. Is there cost?
Yes, there's a cost. I think it was about $1,000 for the entire program, which is not that much. And you have about, I think, 4 or 5 classes within 2 years. And they are very cool because they give you homework, but they extend the time to get it back if you don't have enough time to finish at a certain date. You learn a lot. You have a very good, great professor. And more I learn in that program, and more I'm falling in love with that topic, exopolitics, because it's bringing me to understand why I got these contacts. How come I went into vessel? You will get information, and they are giving you information as well on how you can connect more, how you can manifest like Edgar Mitchell with your mind. They are giving a class just on that topic. To finish, apparently Stephen Gear, I heard Paula yesterday say that Stephen Gear put a protocol on his YouTube, and it's a protocol that you can use to connect with the ET more easily. But she said that you have to be really quiet, meditate for about an hour, and have everybody shut down and don't move and don't talk, and you have to be serious in the process. But they give a procedure if you want to look.
It's called the CE5 protocols, and
Yes.
of course Mr. Stephen Greer is renowned for that. There's some group in Quebec that are doing a CE5 evening experience. I don't know if it's the case in the rest of Canada. Is it something that you have already done in group? Okay.
And I would like to finish with saying that for my thesis, I want to go in Russia because the team, they can regrow empty member now. If you're missing like fingers, they will regrow it. And they have pictures of extraterrestrial who are in their lab. So I'm supposed to go there with Paula physically in order to just see by myself if it's really working. It's what I'm planning to do. So I will come back to you with that. And I'm supposed to do an interview with Paula in about 2 weeks. At the studio. Mm-hmm.
These are a good project. Of course, if you go in Russia with Miss Harris, we will hear much more about your work.
Yes, and I heard her, she said yesterday, I proposed to her that maybe she could have a student who are in different countries that could help her to do a research. I think that they want to do more research with us, with us and the French community, because she said that the ETs are really looking to manifest themselves more in France.
Okay.
It's what she said. Yes, it's what she said. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Caroline Mayou.
Thank you very much, everybody.
And for many of the dialoguers, it will continue for a while until they push to the edge of fear. That often happens. We call this the dawning of the age of the art of cosmic dialogue by the artist of consciousness. I'm a member of the board of directors of the New York New Observations Art and Culture magazine. And we're bringing out the artists, the famous artists. New Observations was created by Lucio Pozzi 33 years ago to propagate art, culture, ecology, but also the deeper worlds. Now a lot of artists are coming out of the woodwork. Art is an interface for this subject. So in this concept, the environment is the canvas. The artist is consciousness. The protocols that are utilized with clear, coherent intent, coherent cardio rhythms are the brush strokes. This interfaces with other consciousness that emerges in the canvas, which is the environment, and which is measurable as well. So we train the units who all want to see the UFO intelligences and don't want to pay attention to the details. Look at the directions. There's going to be 2 time trackers who are going to say what time it is. And if it's too spectacular, the event, then we estimate, as soon as we've got a bit of time, we say between this time and that time, let's say 10 minutes. So you've got a rough estimation. One of the most important tools is the satellite trackers. whilst it's true that when you have something moving in the sky, this can instigate for some people other phenomenon, we're being more down to earth. So we are specifically pre-checking satellites and using different satellite measuring systems and applications. That's vitally important. When you have a moving light in the sky, however, maybe at a high magnitude satellite level, one utilizes the protocol, focuses, and see if it responds. And we have had quite clear responses. We also receive tons of information. And then 7 years in, we took that information and we also kind of rebelled, say, wait a minute, we want to question everything, absolutely everything. What is going on here? Because some of the information was too much. And so I went into my researcher phase, which is what gave birth to the semantic artist. The semantic artist has a canvas, which would be the multimedia, has sentences as brush strokes with various concepts that build a montage, that build the final painting. That's how we work through many, many, many different fields and subjects. With dialogues with the cosmos, we have one semantic art palette to play with. So the work has been taking place in the high Alps of Switzerland, Austria, Italy, Mount Etna, and Norway in earlier times. Many different types of witnesses are present. You have lieutenants, you have physicists, you have aeronautical engineers, but you also have artists, you have New Agers, you have all kinds of different broad spectrum people. We try to do this non-dogmatically. We're not interested in the UFO sect or cult aspect. It's a big problem in the UFO field. But we try to engage the ultimate intent of coherence in interfacing with the unidentified aerial phenomena intelligence and to gather data, signal intelligence. And we gather wide varieties of signal intelligence. So a way to look at this for us is a new creative faculty is awakening in mankind, some human beings. This may take thousands of years, but it will become a regular reflex for some to go out in the mountains or out in nature, look at the stars, and engage the creativity of the UFO encounter. Certainly, the most creative brain states and heart states, according to the research and studies of the Heart Math Institute, is a cycle of about 8 cycles per second, which is also the frequency detected by the Hessdalen Research Association in Norway, analyzing the UFOs that manifest there, with 5 different countries having their scientists research it over time. Professor Erling Strand told me that a cycle of about 8 cycles per second appears before the UFO is recorded and is measured. This is the maximum creativity in the artist, in the poet, in the one doing Tai Chi. So environment is the canvas, the artists are consciousness, and Earthside plus the other UFO are part of the interactive art, a creative new faculty. We're allowed to do that. Art is eccentric at times. The ultra-terrestrial hypothesis is not our hypothesis. We think it has elegant aspects, but much more is going on. I can't get into that now, but perhaps with Yann we will go into what we think is going on. With the idea of ultra-terrestrial, you have many different forms of possibilities. This includes the interdimensional hypothesis of Jacques Vallée. It also includes other realities, dimensions, parallel universes that coexist. And it also may include the time-traveling elements. So our great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren time-traveling back. Ultra-terrestrial is not enough. The reality rethinking that occurs through the UFO experience and many other fields. We had the fake news of UFO. We have the fake news of politics. We've done a series called Macro Revelations for a Fake Reality, where we examine every field and every assumption, certain histories, certain books, things that we take as God-given, and look to ask the question, is this real? Where's the fakeness? And we show the fakeness. You have it in astronomy. You have it in physics. True objectivity has never been gained in the old physics, like quantum mechanics, as we mentioned earlier today. So the idea of the ultra-terrestrial widens the extraterrestrial hypothesis a bit. The simulation theories that are now emerging, reality is a computer simulation, and we're starting to simulate molecules. We'll move to cells in our computational work, and eventually, 500 years, 1,000 years, we can start to simulate whole human beings, whole environments, whole planets. And in a whole planet with human beings, 20% can be simulators that can be simulating their simulated world. And if you take that forwards 500,000, 5,000 years, at some point, reality and the simulation are going to be indivisible. And based on those ideas and projections from past computational exponential increase by Moore's law and more, to the future, it's likely that our great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren are going to be simulating reality, and maybe this is even interfacing with that simulation.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Exopolitique est un avenir positif, exopolitics and a positive future. Apparition de l'omniverse, emergence of the omniverse. Exopolitics founded the science of the relations between intelligent civilization in the multiverse. That's the exopolitics book here. What you're about to see, you can find is based on the evidence found in the books you're about to see. The exopolitics book founded the science of relations between intelligent civilizations in the multiverse. DARPA CIA secret time travel unit traveled the exopolitics book back in time from 2005, about when it was published, back to at least 1971, when a whistleblower saw it, and DARPA CIA met with me in 1971, about 50 or so CIA DARPA time travel officials, to see what I looked like then, because they knew that in 2005, I would publish Exopolitics and would be publishing about time travel, exopolitics, the populated universe, etc. The book on the omniverse documents the discovery of the omniverse in 2014 as the third major cosmological body through which humanity understands the cosmos, after the discovery of the universe in 3500 BC by the Sumerian astronomers and the discovery of the multiverse in 1895 by the American scientist William James. My book Journey documents the ET abductions of President Jimmy Carter, myself, Alfred Lamont Weber, and chrononaut Andrew D. Basiago, a coordinated abduction in 1969, 1973, and 75 on the ground, but coordinated in the craft. Andrew D. Basiago seeing me on the craft, and that preparing for the presidency of Carter, and myself being director of the Carter White House Extraterrestrial Communication Study, and defines the timeline for a positive human future. That's Exopolítica, La Política, El Gobierno y la Ley, El Universo, the Spanish version of Exopolitics. These are the latest in the Omniverse trilogy, Emergence of the Omniverse, 2020, A New Earth, Spiritual Freedom in the Omniverse by Letting Go of the Transhumanist Agenda, AI Singularity, and the Afterlife, Interlife Matrix. You can get all these books at universebooks.com, and my own inner guidance has been to make all the books at universebooks.com in ebook form free by donation. So you can download all the books there free, or you can give donation of what you wish so that readers can read them and begin to understand what the appearance of this new third cosmological body means for humanity and the rest of life in creation. The coming of Omniversity, a virtual online learning facility about multidimensional reality for exopolitics, sciences, exoscientists, spiritual scientists, and more, coming in the spring of 2022. You can see an information blog about it at omniversity.net, along with some preliminary courses by faculty members. Okay, the Omniverse. The Omniverse, the universe, the multiverse, and the Omniverse. These are the three principal cosmological bodies through which humanity comprehends the cosmos. The equation expressing the Omniverse is Omniverse equals multiverse plus spiritual dimensions. The Omniverse equals the totality of universes in the multiverse plus the spiritual dimensions. And the spiritual dimensions consist of the intelligent civilization of souls, plus the spiritual beings, plus source, or some people call it God. And the science behind this, again, is in the Omniverse trilogy and the Exopolitics books that you can download for free at universebooks.com. The universe, in ordinary conventional history, 3500 to 3200 BC, it was the Sumerian astronomers and cosmologists that codified the concept of our universe in science as a discrete, organic, holographic creation of time, energy, space, and matter, including multiple timelines and an ecology of dimensions. One interdimensional source says the name of our universe, as opposed to all of the other universes, is, quote, Uversa. The multiverse, the next conceptual advance was that of the, quote, multiverse, a term coined in 1895 by the American psychologist and philosopher William James to mean the totality of all universes, encompassing all time, energy, space, and matter. Recently, two Stanford scientists developed an estimate of the actual number of physical universes of time, space, energy, and matter there are in the multiverse. The number of universes is so large that if one wrote the actual number out in 12-point type, that number itself would be more than 260 million miles long. Omniverse. When was the Omniverse discovered? Many researchers are working on uncovering the Omniverse, sometimes using other terminologies. Early Omniverse researchers include Omnisense, Philip Walker in 2010, Ethan Zogmuk-Wise, 2011. The year 2014 saw an explosion of formal research on the Omniverse with scientist David Bertolacci's theory of the Omniverse, Author Wes Penray's research on the Ka, a functional equivalent term for the omniverse, and Alfred Lamont Weber's book, The Dimensional Ecology of the Omniverse. Different people often simultaneously make related scientific discoveries in different parts of the earth, and the discovery of the omniverse is such an example. The omniverse hypothesis. A reasonable observer can conclude that prima facie empirical evidence supports the dimensional ecology of the omniverse hypothesis. This hypothesis holds that we Earthlings live in a dimensional ecology of intelligent life that encompasses intelligent civilizations based in parallel dimensions and universes in the multiverse, as well as souls, spiritual beings, and source in the spiritual dimensions. Together, the exopolitical dimensions and the spiritual dimensions form the omniverse. The totality of the spiritual dimensions, souls, spiritual beings, and God function as the source of the universes of the multiverse. We can map the omniverse and prove its existence by the law of evidence because we now have replicable, scientific, empirical evidence for the spiritual dimension that is gathered by the same rules of the scientific method as the empirical evidence for time, space, energy, and matter. Omniverse, the nature of source or God. There now exists replicable, empirical, prima facie evidence that confirms some essential aspects of what major spiritual and religious traditions have taught about the nature of source of God or God. This evidence informs us that source, God, of the omniverse consists of the totality of the spiritual dimension. God has empirically been found to comprise the intelligent civilization of souls, the intelligent civilization of spiritual beings, the source, God itself. This collective entity of the spiritual dimension has been empirically found to be responsible for the ongoing creation of the physical side of the multiverse, known as the empirical dimensions. The mission of the omniverse, a core mission of the dimensional ecology of the omniverse, appears to be creation and development of souls and spiritual beings in the spiritual dimensions. The intelligent civilization of souls and of spiritual beings, along with source, God, collectively create and maintain the totality of universes of time, space, matter, and energy in the exopolitical dimensions, the multiverse. The mission of the omniverse. The purposes of the dimensional ecology of the omniverse include the facilitation of multidimensional development and moral growth of souls in all dimensions of the omniverse through a variety of activities. Souls based in the spiritual dimensions incarnate as intelligent entities in the exopolitical dimensions, and by acquiring the moral experience of life, for example, as an earthling human, can advance their individual soul development. The soul is a holographic fragment of source or God, and by advancing its development, advances the development of the collective spiritual dimension itself. Exopolitics, the science of relations among intelligent civilizations, and parapsychology, the science of psi, consciousness, telepathy, reincarnation, the soul, the interlife, and source are among the proper scientific disciplines for exploring and mapping the dimensional ecology of the omniverse. Dimensionality, the ability of intelligence to organize itself via dimensions, that is, discrete bands of conscious energy, appears to be a key criterion by which the omniverse is designed in both the spiritual dimensions and the exopolitical dimensions, the holographic universes of time, space, energy, and matter in the multiverse. Teleportation and telepathy are two common modalities by which intelligent civilizations navigate the dimensional ecology of the omniverse in both the universes of the multiverse and in the spiritual dimensions. Communications among human contactees and representatives of hyperdimensional civilizations can be telepathic. The PMIR model, psi-mediated instrumental response of human interaction on Earth, holds that all conscious action on Earth is modulated and coordinated by subconsciously derived, psychic, telepathically derived, non-local information. The dimensional ecology, exopolitical dimensions, the evidence of the afterlife, interlife matrix. From a scientific perspective, there are various ways to validate the reality of continuation of consciousness after bodily death. You can do so through, excuse me, verifiable apparitions of, quote, dead persons, persons who passed over, communications with persons in the afterlife via mediums, communications with persons in the afterlife dimension via technology, via computers, videos, cell phones, that is instrumental transcommunication, studies of reincarnated consciousness via near-death experiences, and via hypnotic regression to soul memories of the interlife and prior lives. The soul, life between lives. We know now through hypnotic regression the process of the creation of souls. If you think of Source as a sea of light, our souls are holographic eggs of light from that sea of light. We know how souls, upon the death of the body, souls exit the body and float above the life. There's an entry portal to the spiritual dimension. There's at times a tunnel and a light. However, we'll see that that may be part of a matrix for forced reincarnation. And we explore that in our book, Emergence of the Omniverse, how to avoid a forced matrix reincarnation and exit out into the omniverse itself. Upon death, there's a very multi-dimensional afterlife, and there's different treatments for disoriented souls, people who die in accidents or at war or in murders, for ghosts. After death, there's a process of life review and healing. It's a complex subject. Excuse my cough. I've been speaking a lot today. And there's a transition and a rehearsal point for future lives and for placement for soul levels. And our guides are complex entities. We'll see in our latest book, Emergence of the Omniverse, that the matrix powers have invaded the afterlife, and it's necessary. A certain amount of discernment is necessary as a soul in the afterlife, in the same way that discernment as a soul here in an incarnated life in this density or dimension is necessary, etc. In quote, The Death Trap and How to Avoid It, Wes Penry writes, the death trap. What usually happens when we die is that spirit guides, who are more often than not alien invasion force in disguise, escort us to where in the astral we are supposed to go. Where we end up depends on our beliefs. If we believe in Jesus in heaven, we are most likely to be transported into such a frequency band or dimension in the astral plane. We will mingle with like-minded, and there might even be a God there, and Jesus might sit by his side. It's all virtual realities within virtual realities, and we help creating these realities with our beliefs, which form the energy we transmit and receive. Therefore, someone who believes in Krishna will likely end up in a dimension within the hologram containing a Hindu belief system. The afterlife often begins with a, quote, tunnel of life through which the discarnate soul, mind, light body travels to her destination. At the end of the tunnel, an appropriate being greets the soul. This would be Jesus or Krishna or simply a loved one who has passed away. These beings or persons are often just projections created by the alien invasion force to pull the soul into a certain container or astral dimension. End of quote. This is Wes Penry and his exopolitical interpretation of how matrix exopolitics and negative interdimensional extraterrestrials have invaded the astral, the afterlife. This is just a 20-minute introduction to these complex subjects. And I suggest that you can continue, if you wish. You can go to universebooks.com. We have made all downloads of ebook forms, ebook format there, of all books there by donation. So you can download all free, or you can donate what you wish, any amount, and go into depth. This is the era of the integration of spirituality and science. I'm Alfred Lambermont Weber. I hope that you have enjoyed this introduction. Thank you.
We have reserved the best for the last, en tout cas, in my opinion. But it will be the défi, as we say in French, to do a better presentation than Alfred Lambermont Weber that we just heard. It was a very fantastic speech. Do you want to comment, Dr. Janta?
Well, I think you know Mr. Lambermont Weber, do you?
Oh, yes, we're cooperating.
Yes, yes. I mean, I am a great fan of his theories because I always had a philosophical mind that it's an all-encompassing theory. You just cannot encompass more than he does. So, yes, I'm always elated when I can hear him, yes.
We have a good colleagueship, so we can agree to disagree, which gives a very creative foundation. So much more diamonds can be extracted through that pressure from all sides.
So everybody, I present you Ananda BOSMAN. He's an international speaker. He often do webinar in different languages, in Italian, in Dutch, in German, and in English. We are happy to receive it for a second time in 2 years. And I'm sure you will have a great speech for us.
Thank you, Yann. And greetings, colleagues, fellow researchers, fellow contactees, experiencers, kindred spirits. The UFO topic makes us kindred spirits. Presently, I am engaging TV work with a series called Mystics, but on the other side, we're also launching dialogues with UFOs. I've been in the public for 35 years. I'm a contactee. I'm also a semantic artist and are really permeating many different fields. In my 20s, after significant UFO contacts, going inside, landings, the classics, I also did a lot of research. So before the internet, I compiled these 600 pages of the book, The Alien Presence, before the internet. With the present process of the world, we have a very significant year this year. We see the birth of a new physics, which occurred in September in the EPR debates, or the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen debates, a brand new branch of physics that has completed the insufficiencies of World War II science, that is quantum mechanics, and has established and documented the foundation of a cosmic intelligence. And the implications of this new branch of physics, which has passed through all the critical reviews process in part so far, not the document part, that's still to come, by physicists all over the world, has tremendous impact and implication on the ufological world and what is going on. This year, of course, we also saw the official announcement of the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force in August. We had the confirmation by the president, first-time president in the US, who says he has been briefed on UFOs and has been briefed several times in the meantime, who confirmed that those briefings to his son. Those briefings took place last October and March this year. Also, the Senate Select Committee, 18 members were briefed, which included Kamala Harris. So the UAP task force has a particular clause in the National Defense Authorization Act, which after the election is settled will go through. And then there is 180 days for all intelligence agencies to bring in their UFO UAP material to the task force. The task force is a combination of a secret military group, the defense, the DOD, Department of Defense, and the Navy, US Navy, and to the Stars Academy. There are agendas there, but there are 800 different witnesses who are ready to go forwards. Dr. Eric Davis has briefed also the Senate Select Committee and the President with retrieved materials, with bodies, and also the consciousness facet. It's the consciousness facet that we use with dialogues. We have developed since 1985 a universal protocol for engaging.
You seem very informative, Ananda. Here in Canada, we have Grant Cameron. He's mostly the most popular ufologist. He has a site that is called Presidential UFO, and he could not join us today, but maybe next year. So it's interesting that you have also you have a great web of contact with
people on many countries, so you are a well-informed man, both on scientific, like you said about the EPR conference,
right,
and also in spirituality, in arts, and also in politics. So you have a very wide spectrum of interest and comprehension. So take your time to expose smoothly all your information. We have the time for it.
So with dialogues with UFOs, everything we have engaged with dialogues with the cosmos in Europe, where we consciously used universal protocols that are measurable, so they have science behind them, they have logic behind them. They are personal, but they're also universal, and they are documented. And they're documented to exact heart and brain states through the biofeedback sensors that are also measured just before a UFO manifests, as we have covered before. So our dialogues with the cosmos work we covered with you in October of 2018 at the University of Quebec hearings at the University of Montreal, including touching upon the protocols. With dialogues with the UFOs, we do this in the entertainment world. So a team of us, I've assembled part of a team already, will be going to specific UFO hotspot sites. Now, in this team, we have Preston Dennett, who wrote The Healing Powers of UFOs, which is 300 true accounts of people healed by extraterrestrials, which is important because the dynamics that's occurring for the declassification of the UFO files in the US is steered by To the Stars Academy, and they're more focused on the harm that UFOs are doing to the body. So we like to balance that information with Preston being on the team. And we have, from the American Indians, we've got Dallas Chief Eagle. Now, last year in July the 20th, we were at the Sundance in South Dakota and summoned a UFO, which was there for 2 hours. And we trust to be engaging that kind of sighting and capture it on film. But also the new equipment, including that of this brand new branch of science. So as we engage several seasons of dialogues with UFOs, and it goes to Amazon or Netflix, whichever particular platform chooses to take it, it will be done through VMI worldwide. I work with Param Jill, the filmmaker who made Going to America. His present film, Bad President, is now finished, so we're getting on with these projects. If lockdown gets unlocked again. If not, we'll get around that, and we have certain ways we'll get around that to be able to do this work. I can see this working in orchestration with the information that will be assembled by the UAP task force 180 days after the NDAA Act has been signed. And the witnesses start coming in and briefing credible witnesses. So engaging dialogues with UFOs and everything that we know, the best technologies we know and the universal protocols, kind of works in concert with that. Now, Param, my colleague and co-writer and filmmaker, he has agreed that we can also do some of this in Canada. And so your tremendous effort, the big news of today, your cooperations with the Canadian Space Agency and getting a more permanent relation there, especially with the Trinity of GARPAN. Very much respect your work. You do it very humbly with great humility, maybe sometimes too much humility. You've done really marvelous work. I love the spirit that's there. The Canadian UFO Survey and UFO BC. So when we work with dialogues with UFOs and these agencies connected then to the Canadian Space Agency, I think very interesting things can happen and how the UFO responds. As a contactee, I had a lot of contacts as a teenager and in my 20s. As a teenager, sometimes daily, but it came in waves. My adult life, several times a year, except last year. Last year, I had a lot. So it happens in different waves. The phenomenon is absolutely real. It's not extraterrestrial. I'm absolutely certain of that. But there are bodies, and the bodies are biochemical shells that are created. So I will share the screen here with a few slides.
Great.
Okay, you can basically get an update on our overview of our work in this book, All Is God, available on Amazon, soon on Apple Books, which includes some of our contacts. So in February, we started filming Mystics. And I decided that the new physics had to be part of Mystics because the mystical implications of this physics are so tremendous, and quantum theories held us so far back. Quantum theory is useful for particles in a vacuum, but those particles in our atoms are not in a vacuum. So it doesn't describe deterministically what's inside the atoms of our body. It cannot do that in an animate way in any form or shape. So Einstein determinism has been restored to particle physics. And this becomes tremendously significant. It also will lead and has led to technologies that can reverse all waste on this planet, and now including legally reversing nuclear waste. Why do we say legally? Because this new branch has been introduced. No physics, not allowed to reverse the nuclear waste. So what we see here in Florida, where this scientist, Sir Professor Ruggiero Santilli, lives, on the right we have Param Jill, the filmmaker. Then we have Sir Santilli and his wife, and yours truly. So a new science that will underlie mystical experiences. And he will cooperate also with dialogues with UFOs, contributing brand new telescopes that see antimatter light that has already detected forms of UFOs. He's a contactee. It changed his life. He was a full hard physicist at MIT and Harvard, but a UFO experience where he also went in, his whole family was involved, changed his life and changed his understanding of physics. It's tremendously inspiring. So that comes from contact. This is an old form of mystics. So he will be joining us. He's 85 at one of the sites where there's a giant antimatter telescope in Arizona. And we'll have the mini telescopes as well. So that we'll be measuring the UFO when it is in its antimatter form. In the antimatter form and isomatter form, where it's generally invisible until it jumps into physicality. That's the aim. A series of technologies have been made, including reactors, which are used by US Navy, which is producing through a kind of fusion, the fusion of the hydrogen atom, one electron to one proton, producing a neutron. And so it's continuously producing neutrons. This is used by the Navy to detect shielded forms of nuclear weapons on boats. So the brand new physics is being used in the deep world of US military. It works, but it also proves, since the discovery in 2006, the etherino, it's the first fundamental particle that cannot be reduced to 3 dimensions. This new physics has a universal ether without the ethereal wind, which obscured the ether physics. The universal backset of the ether is a hyperdense media of total entanglement. An electron is an oscillation of that ether, and the wave packets of the electrons are infinite. Hence, there is total universal entanglement of all space that has a tremendous implications on UFOs, on mysticism, on who we are. Likewise, there is a total complementary entanglement of all time, past, present, and future, which demonstrates for the first time a cosmic intelligence. The etherino is a longitudinal propagation of the ether that instills its characteristics uniquely to the neutrino. I won't get too much into the technicalities. This is likely to be the communication network of the universe, and devices are being made to use the etherino domain as a internet of the future. And it's probably where ET or UTI, ultra-terrestrial intelligence and beyond, is operating. We believe this is a super intelligence that can construct reality and can construct bodies in any way they want, and is pushing the thresholds, the bounds of what we think reality is to our existential foundation. So the Etherina is proven by the reactor that is producing continuous amounts of neutrons from the single proton electron of hydrogen gas, as our sun and all stars are doing at tremendous amounts, 10 to the power 30 per second. So this new physics also has made a concave form of lens, it's called an ISO lens, which through these new mathematical branches that complete the insufficiencies of quantum mechanics, as Einstein clearly stated, as Podolsky and Rosen clearly stated, it completes those insufficiencies. A new branch called the isotopic branch, which unifies all the history of mathematics, the genotopic branch, which is kind of the holographic, axiomatic version. It can be fractalized into fractals. And then the hypertopic branch, which it kind of leads to the macro irreversibility, which is now a fact, and micro irreversibility as well, and their continuous oscillation, which makes quantum transparency look like a tiny dimensional dot in comparison. So the implications are massive. With the telescopes of Centelli, the ISO telescopes, various forms of UFOs have been detected. Some are in antimatter, and they don't produce explosions. They move intelligently. So they have figured out a way to be in matter with antimatter. Some are in iso matter. That means they are partly antimatter and partly matter at the same time. So that's highly advanced engineering. They move intelligently. So these kind of telescopes, the small micro ones, which I've seen in Florida, will get donated to the team of Dialogues with UFOs. So when a UFO is visible for a few seconds, as it can be, and they jump, we will check for the jump spectrums in infrared with infrared cameras, ultraviolet, other equipment, specialized equipment, and with these telescopes and other factors that we can use to register radiation shifts, etc. So this becomes a scientific threshold using the latest innovations in science. You also have a telescope that's a standard Galilei telescope to compare. We've been engaging groups into engaging UFOs for a very long time. Our own started in 1985, although our first UFO experience is 1972. So we've been consciously engaging and learning the protocols or learning to translate the protocols. In the 80s, it included landings, going inside, and other forms of direct contact. Up to now is about 180 plus witnesses, which includes the credible observers, those who have trained observational faculties and scientists. So, of course, this is important. On our team will be Chief Golden Light Eagle, who is a Dakota Lakota chief, one of the 7 Sundance chiefs, who's also a contactee, a long-going contactee, who kind of created the disclosure of the Native American movements in 1996 in the 1313 event, where the natives from different tribes of the Americas, South, Central, North, and from all over the world testified to their contact with the UFO, with the Star Elder. So since we had that experience in South Dakota on July the 20th, fulfilled and a very good, solid response, but we weren't allowed to take our phones there by Sundance policy. South Dakota may be a return site, but this time with proper equipment when the dialogue is permitted, is engaged. There's a two-way engagement in our experience with the UFO intelligence. So this took place at the Consciousness and Contact small group, which was assembled by Mia Ferraletto, chairman of New Observations magazine. At the time, I was on the board of that magazine. This is a relative of Chief Golden Light Eagle, Dallas Chief Eagle. So what happened there was a UFO was parked over the Sundance. Before that, I knew a UFO would come over the Sundance. That's the image I got. And when we arrived there, I kept looking up. I engaged the protocol, established a connection, which goes between heart, mind, being, into space. And then for a period of 2 hours, an object similar to this appeared. Now, we had numerous contactees there, experiences there. And pretty much everything that this UFO did, it did. So it released kind of plasma-like beams, other spheres, but remained for a period solidly parked. After 2 hours, it flew off. There were tremendous winds, and it was pretty hot. I could do comparisons to the branches of the tree to see, could this be a Venus phenomenon? And as that can happen in July, looking for precession. At first, it looked like it went for precession, but then it changed its course. And that was done by several people watching. So Shannon Kelly is a good friend of Joan Bird, who was there, who was a contactee of sorts herself or experiencer. So she pointed out his movies being almost identical. So the contactees' experiences there were several. Myself, Kevin Briggs, David Cottrell, John Harrison III. Experiences include the Whitley Strieber, Yvonne Smith, and others. So this is what one of the things we aim to get with dialogues with UFOs. We know the phenomena is always pushing our boundaries. Every dialogues with the cosmos, as we did it in the Swiss Alps or Austrian Alps, Italy or Norway, would produce new boundary expanding examples of the phenomenon. And of course, we have managed to obtain, which is often not the case, film footage of what was interacting, including spheres of light coming down from UFOs that would land down on the mountains. So this is nothing to do with Stephen Greer. Long before Stephen Greer, I'll just go for a moment out, we've had the foundation of protocols being used by Wilbert B. Smith right here, I think in BC, in Canada. So what he instigated then was translated by George Van Tassel in 1952. 10,000 people started seeing the UFOs. They would summon the UFOs, they would flash at them, would get the response. They would do the zigzags, an alphabet, as we've called it, of different interactions. So the phenomenon produces an alphabet, which we then can use as a syntax of communication. So the age of dialogues began a long time ago. We had Arthur Shuttlewood in the 60s in Warminster, England, engaging the same at Star Hill and Clay Hill, where they would also flash very strong flashlights at it, get the flashes back. You have Sixto Paz Wells in the 70s in Peru. You've got James Gilliland. We started in 1985. There are many, many who have engaged already forms of dialogue. We have innovated and pioneered universal scientific protocol, which will be filmed and used throughout dialogues with UFOs. So we've got the personal consciousness coherence aspect directly documented through biofeedback in response to the UFO. So that aspect is also covered, and this is the way to go to demonstrate that this phenomena is more than just aliens. This is something that is synergizing with us and that is pushing our discovery of our ontological foundations and kind of re-editing our notions of what reality is. Of course, the Congress has already been, the Senate Select Committee has already been briefed on the consciousness factor by Dr. Eric Davis, which is very important. In season 2 of Dialogues with UFOs, we haven't selected the site for that yet, We will bring some Europeans over that will use the BioWell and Sputnik sensors that we used for the first time historically in the Swiss Alps in the Dialogues with the Cosmos there in July of 2018. So we got very clear results with this. It was impressive results, which measures the ambience of the site where dialogues are engaged. And we did trinitize these Sputniks over the site. So there were 3 of them. It's about 10,000 euros of equipment. I might be exaggerating, but certainly thousands of euros of equipment, BioWell and Sputniks, 3 of them. And here you can see the keynote is not working anymore with share. We've never encountered this problem. Here in the Swiss Alps then, with the Dialogues with Cosmos, is the BioWell and the Sputnik. So the Sputnik picks up all of the ambient background, is put through the BioWell of Professor Korotkov, and is then put into the specialized software. This is used by thousands of doctors. It's got many, many years of research behind it, but it was never used in a wild site like the Alps, let alone in triangulation or let alone with UFO field work. So this was truly unique work. Here you see the trinity of these sensors. So we have 3 of each in the central site where we engage the protocol, some of the dialogue units assembling, who are trained in the universal protocol. And there's another picture. So we did get very clear signals. As we do the protocol, the sensor picks up a tremendous boost, a specific boost in the ambient background. So that was to engage our side of the UFO dialogue portal. Every time that a UFO would show, we have units who register the time, the directions, some measure the microwave background. So as we have each of the different units tasked, we call the time, and we also have people who look then at the 3 computers. And on the 3 computers, as a UFO would show, it would also show a change in the ambience, which is interesting. So at the same time, we also measured a change in the CPM radiation measure threshold, where it would average generally 100, 120 CPM, and would go up to 347 at the appearance of several UFOs. What I mean by the UFOs there, the satellite data shows there are no satellites behind that moving object. We are aiming coherent lasers and physical lasers, but the most important one is the 8 Hertz peak of the heart and mind, which is also measured in the EEG and the Universal Protocol, which is then focused with consciousness on the object and to get a response. A response can be that it powers up, as James Gilland has called it, or that it pulse flashes, jumps, zigzags, or changes course of direction. So we took those measurements as well. So this is all types of equipments we will be taking into dialogues with UFO TV, reality TV. Of course, people were also observing these crop circles, you could say, in the sky. There were these light mandalas, which were modulated by the UFOs, and with elaborate patterns of light, which Dr. Rosalia Kodagny, for instance, put together here. She also captured on her iPhone one of the spheres coming down that we all observed, and from which these light mandalas kind of would emerge. So that was one type of the phenomenon. We had our first contact in 1972 in the Swiss Alps by Verpekle, the glacier, which is near the Dent Blanche. And I just disappeared for many hours, but that's another story. There are also lots of tunnel systems in that region. And in 2016, we had some very interesting results. I don't know if we have time to actually go through the film footage of that, but I did show it at the Experiences Congress in Quebec last year. And that should be visible there. With the manifestation of UFOs in Scandinavia, especially in Hässdalen, where different scientists from over the world gathered, the UFO is detected before it manifests. The equipment measures an approximation of 8 cycles per second. Then the UFO manifests and starts to take on plasma. And after that phase, it starts to become quite solid, although there are many varieties of this in Hässdalen, which has been researched since about 1983. Then scientists from Italy, from SETI and from HERA, the Hässdalen Research Association, did a spectrum analysis of one of these UFOs that is moving at 30,000 kilometers an hour and makes a 90-degree turn at 30,000 kilometers. The spectrum analysis shows that it's solid. It's a solid metal. It's a rare earth element called scandium, which occurs in Scandinavia. In fact, that area it has precious rare earth metal mines. The Nazis were there mining in World War II. So the interesting thing is the 8 hertz factor. I decided to engage the UFO there without protocol, not engaging, just observing many times, and then engaging the protocol. By engaging the protocol immediately, within seconds, the object appears in 2 particular occasions. Again, another occasion, the protocol and the phenomena occurs. There's a regular route that the UFOs appear in the Hässdalen Valley. So we need to get more of this, and that's the aim of dialogues with UFOs. I think also the other UFO detection groups can become concerto to this. And I believe this is kind of where the phenomena would like us to go. And I will also take it culturally forward, but that's projected in a few years in the future, with concerts that uses the universal protocol harmonic. So the music is tuned to that, and those will be then concerts like Live Aid that will be aimed at amplifying coherence in body and mind, but will also be broadcast into space. So this will be a global concert for contact. Of different concerts will be linked together. So that's the idea there. So I believe that your work with the Canadian Space Agency and the Trinitization of the UFO units and what we've seen today is that there is a tremendous need for there to be a portal and the portal should have each a platform. The information is there. There's been tremendous pioneering, individual perseverance. One individual saying since 1998, he's been trying to digitalize all of this. He hopes to get it ready by 2021. And this is newspaper clippings. And each of these different branches, there's tremendous amounts of information. So I do know people in Silicon Valley who make portals for unifying different platforms. As always, unfortunately, these guys are expensive. So we have to reach out for a fund for the portal for the Canadian Symposium of Ufology. Each would have their platform and would be holographically indexed to each other. It's like a spherical portal idea, and they're pretty advanced.
It's enigmatic. What does that mean exactly?
Enigmatic. I didn't use the term, I don't think.
I mean, because what kind of organization it would be? Can you?
Not an organization. It is a portal. So the portal holds each of the platforms, like GARPAN here, MUFON there, etc. So, but they will be hyper-indexed to each other. So if one is looking in one of the platforms, related subjects in the other platforms are indexed to it. That's the idea of the portal. And so I know several people who do that kind of program.
Because it's the first time for myself that I heard the term portal as a place on the internet. It's an instrument.
It's like it's an instrument on the internet in that sense. It's a virtual construct. It's a virtual planet, you could say. It's a planet for different countries called platforms like GARPAN and MUFON, for example. And everything is hyper-indexed as well in the code. So one of the programmers I know has done that successfully for many different groups of people that needed to have a portal, a common portal. So I can see that being very useful. And that is something that, for instance, dialogues with UFOs can also plug into. And the portal could plug into the Canadian Space Agency, should they choose or require or need to refer to, because clearly the declassification process in the US that is underway with the task force, the UAP task force, is going to have an effect on Canada. And so these preliminary moves, which really are the big news today, really anticipate what's going to happen that way. And we need quality, and that's exactly what you're doing. And you want qualitative unification of each of these great researchers' experiences as well. It also takes away all the specialness, which is one of the problems, the cult of ufology, the special one, the chosen one, etc. The fact of the matter is we are interacting. It is changing the parameters of what we think reality is. And this is part of Canadian history, thanks through the work of Wilbert B. Smith, whose work I've appreciated since my teens, as have you.
Okay. Thank you, Ananda. It's the conclusion. But before you finish, you are kind of a new Canadian, you're a neo-Canadian, and you are talking about the dialogue with UFO. 2 years ago, you were talking about your other project, Dialogue with the Cosmos, which you began in Europe, in Scandinavia, and the Alps. But now you are talking about a new project that is called Dialogue with the UFOs. Would it be...
We make it as simple as possible. Dialogues with UFOs. That's the for Netflix or Amazon if they choose it. It will be one of the big networks that choose it. So it's made by Parallèle, who knows how to make things extremely entertaining. He's just released this film, Bad President. I don't watch it until the present US election is settled, so I can laugh about it. It's black satire, but he's very good at making things entertaining. And so this is reality TV. I've worked with his crew. His crew is fantastic. They worked on Bad President, but they also worked on Mystics when we shot The Scientist. They are practically telepathic. They love this idea. They love this project. So this will be a reality TV. We'll start with season 1, perhaps in Arizona, and we have our team. And as we start getting some material, we'll see if we will choose to cooperate with To the Stars Academy or not, or if we cooperate with the UAP task force or not. It depends how the interfaces will go. Param has the connections that way, so it's going to be very exciting to bring that to Canada. I could see as being another chapter and producing all kinds of other seasons.
Yeah, it is welcome. It's appreciated that you can visualize a kind of collaboration with the Canadian, because as we heard you with your project, you have many Hollywood projects and contact with American researcher. But now you are in Vancouver. Can you resume?
It's the coastal metropolitan Vancouver area, so it's quite far. We're on a peninsula far away from Vancouver. You know, you have to catch a ferry there. It looks like the way things are going that we may be purchasing a business here, which then enables our status to be permanent. And I can continue to work in the US as well as in British Columbia and Canada as a whole.
Thank you for the precision. I was asking because we have invited you. You are the only not entirely Canadian, so you need a reason to be here, except the quality of your message.
We've been here 20 months.
Yeah.
Very new.
So in conclusion, could you refer some link to the audience about your next project and
Thank you. Well, a lot of this you can find through AnandaBOSMAN.com, one S in the Bossman. If you want to find out about this brand new physics, which changes everything and is objective, it's practical, you go to the EPR debates section of AnandaBOSMAN.com. There, the main theses and introductions are presented, and there is also the script for my interview with Sir Santilli, which is extremely detailed. That will be made into a separate documentary, because the way that my Hollywood colleague does it is he will take the entertaining sections with all kinds of different movements, animations, etc., to make this a new science introduced and popularized, overriding the scientific obscurism, which has been going on a long time, so that it's popularized, people can look into it, and that we can start to implement it in doing the cleanup of this planet, which has already been occurring with some of the reactors, with waste oil, with sewage, with other kinds of wastes. But I'm excited about the radioactive pellets being reversed, and we have connections to the Nuclear Research Council of the US that can begin to bridge that, and Professor Santilli has numerous others as well that way.
As the audience can see, Mr. Bosman is usual for him to make long conference. He could speak with us all the night. I encourage the public to go see his earlier conference on YouTube. There's a lot of video with you.
And to read your proceedings in December, first in French and next year in English.
Yes, absolutely. As Mr. Bosman was a participant in the Academic Symposium of 2018, he will also be an invitee in 2022. So we will be glad to receive you maybe in Quebec City in a year and a half.
Indeed, indeed. And we'll probably have the professor there too. And so he can give direct examples of how this new physics affects ufology, which it does very significantly.
Thank you very much, Ananda.
Thank you. A great honor and a pleasure. Thank you, Yann.
Thank you. It was a lovely conference. Yeah.
Thank you. Great honor.
Now I will make my own conclusion with Dr. Janta. So my conclusion, or maybe Dr. Janta, you want to?
No, start first. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Today it was a long day. We had many invitees. You have heard a lot of things today. Understand well, please, that we do not subscribe to all that was said today. There were our invitees. It's normal that we are kind with all our invitees. We may disagree with some of the opinion, but it was not the place to cut the speech of the people. They are invited, they can say whatever they want. Why do we have invited so much different participants with the different perspective? It's because in ufology, it's a large universe. You can choose what you like. On my side, as you have seen all the day, it's more in collaborative endeavor. Let's just work, put aside our opinion and bad opinion about other people, just listen. And so that was one thing I wanted to say. The second thing, even as you have seen that I am open-minded, I really like the presentation of Mr. Bosman and Mr. Lambremont-Weber and also Richard Tortorella. It was absolutely amazing. But I'm also a member of the Sceptiques du Québec. It's a skeptical group. It's true that I am a skeptical ufologist. We absolutely do not defend the alien hypothesis. You may be I've been surprised by that opinion shared by Mr. Bosman. It's also mine, but it does not mean that there's nothing in ufology. It's just that it's an old opinion. Now, most of the group, most of the independent researchers do not defend or subscribe necessarily to the extraterrestrial hypothesis. There's a real phenomenon. There are investigators that want to learn more. There are researchers that are doing job on the best investigative case, and that's the way we are doing ufology. Today has demonstrated that, yes, it is an historic day for the Canadian ufology. There was two very big news, one with the Canadian Space Agency, but also the news from Dave PALACHIK from the MUFON about an international collaborative data bank. This is very welcome. We look forward to collaborate with them and all the country. And to conclude, in the next year, we will publish a conference proceeding about her last Congress. It was the second academic Congress on ufology in Canada. So it will be a book of 600 pages. It's a scientific book about ufology. It's very rare. So I encourage you to help us. Just buy a copy or ask your bibliothèque, ask your library to order the book for you if you don't have the money. You will help us in that way. And that book will be published in French in the next few months, and at the end of the year in English. And after that, as we have said, is my conclusion word. Me and Dr. Janta and Steve Zed and other people, we will do the third academic symposium on ufology research in Canada. It will be again in a university. We are absolutely not promoting beliefs. We are doing anthropological and ethnological research about human witness that experiment and lives unknown phenomenon. That's all. So I hope you understand, and don't ever put in our mouth false opinion about what we are doing. We are not promoting craziness. Thank you very much. Mr. Janta?
Yes, I found the conference most interesting. Of course, many people talked about the practical aspects of keeping track of all the different UFO sightings, witness experiences, and all the information that was gathered that may be used through large integrated databases for data mining and for finding all kinds of conclusions. It is quite possible that we may use in the future techniques from artificial intelligence to extract a lot of information from what has been accumulated over the decades. And also, we have to look at the aspect of the impact of ufology on our culture. The presentator from BC UFO rightly found that in some sense our culture has already integrated a lot of UFO information. What is a UFO, what is an abduction, what is an animal mutilation. I mean, all kinds of things are already understood in our culture, but not necessarily accepted by people. I want to indicate that when the group that President Truman assembled in order to push forward the policy of dealing with the UFO phenomenon, a group which is called traditionally Majestic 12, and which most probably continues today, except it has more members, assumably 36. the main thrust of the policy was to deny the existence of the phenomenon because it might have hidden hidden implications for military technology, and it was still the Cold War, and we had just gone from the very, very dangerous Second World War and so on. But on the other hand, because we did not know at which point the phenomenon would manifest itself more openly, to make the public aware that certain things of that kind, that alien beings from wherever they come, are in our atmosphere, in and around our planet. And for this, they wanted to promote science fiction movies, and there was a lot of there in the 50s. And in the 50s, in 1950s, there was a lot of contactees movement. They were not claiming to be scientific by any stretch of the imagination. On the contrary, they were sort of semi-religious movements. Most of them no longer exist, but some have prospered, like, for example, Scientology. And in the sense, this first decision of Majestic 12 was extremely successful, because on the one hand, officially, even though we start like the first tiny bits of disclosure, but I mean, disclosure as a whole is still not there. But on the other hand, there is an awareness of what the phenomenon implies, of the different elements which constitute generally the UFO phenomenon and all the related phenomena, whatever we may have opinions, like, of course, crop circles, very important, cattle mutilations. They're all related phenomena somehow. It's a kind of galaxy of phenomena. This sort of seeps in more and more into the collective consciousness, mainly, among others, through artists. I mean, authors of science fiction novels, people who do films, people who produce works of art, all kinds of things, because through art, in a most general form, the public gets, in some sense, educated in something which is totally new and which may be felt as threatening or destabilizing. The standard argument for not having disclosure is that it will destabilize our civilization. So in that sense, their original plan, I find, was successful to a sense. The original plan of Majestic 12, the original decision what to do about the phenomenon. So that's my take on this.
Thank you very much, Martin. It was a great day. Maybe your technician, Steve Zed, want to... No? I will thank all the members of the team. I will thank also, of course, all the participants, and most of all, the public. For the last time, if you like what you have saw today, if you want to see better projects like that, please encourage us. You can donate, you can buy our books, or join us too. There we are giving formation to do ufology investigation or research. So that was my conclusion. Thank you all. See you next year.